Just let that track fade out. Yeah, that's it. How cool was that? Right then, folks. We're pretty much there, actually. Just getting everybody ready to go. There's a couple of there's a few rumpy run cars in the lanes. We're going to actually run them first, just to clear lane 5, I think that is. And then obviously we'll get into our qualifying with Gasser Circus. A big shout out actually to the Gasser Circus this weekend, especially Ray Turner with Green Onions. Congratulations, Ray. 40 years to the day that he's been racing that Chevy. 40 years to the day. And he's got the stickers on the car. Thanks to Steve Matthews, who posted me that picture. So Steve, appreciate that. Steve running honky tonkin down there. But yeah, Ray Turner, 40 years, absolutely superb. And to tell you what, he's done pretty well with that car as well. Actually, he's taken championships, he's taken event wins, and all-round good egg, I think, is the best way to describe Ray. Can we please have Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please? Can we please have Nostalgia Superstock down into the pairing lanes, please? And as we look at the other screen, oh, look, there is a convoy of Nostalgia Superstockers coming down into the lanes. That is one of the coolest convoys that you will ever see.
I was going to say, one of my favourite things to do is sit at the top of the grandstands and just listen to them all rumble past.
Especially at Dragstalgia, where I think it's 74 of them. Can you imagine that? Because the entry's been capped.
Yeah.
You can't have any more. And that basically means 64-car ladder, and there'll be a bump spot. It's mental. Absolutely mental. So loads of cool stuff. That's one of the Taz vehicles. That's Dan Williams. Bit of a late entry, actually. So Dan's going to be racing. Yeah. So, yeah, he's testing.
Oh, okay.
Basically, so he's come here for testing there. That is one of the two green ones. The trouble is I always get it wrong. So I need for it to come around. Mind that cyclist. That's Chris Tyhurst. Coming down with
one
the shell
of my favourite cars.
Yeah, he's a cool dude. John Davison drove in from Rushden this morning. Saw him coming round the corner. Again, nice, great guy. Gary Cork coming down. That's the other thing, because I race in the class, I know most of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a Nostalgia Superstock making their way down into the lanes at the moment. But ahead of the lanes, as I say, we have got some Run With Your Brun cars over there, and also Gasser Circus are tucked around the corner as well. Once we start, hopefully with just our scheduled lunch breaks, we won't have any stoppages. We will be running up until 8 o'clock this evening. Plenty of track action to come at you. The time now is 20 to 11. So it's going to be a full-on day. It's going to be a full-on weekend here at the pod. I hope you all are going to enjoy this one. It's one of those chilled-out, laid-back events that is just... It can throw up some amazing surprises. Some great runs. Some people are having a really, really good time. The entertainment is always good. The music, Fuelers Bar. It's also... It's a real throwback. And it's like the past is current.
Yeah.
I can't think of a better way to put it, actually. So, yeah, I hope you all enjoy it. Good morning on the grandstands. How are you all over there? They can hear us. Yes! And that means Simon Campbell might be able to hear me on the banking. Yes, he can. Oh, my word, he's finally twigged that we've been shouting out of him for ages. Billy no mates today, but you've always amongst friends here, Simon. And, yeah, I saw pictures on his social media last night of his camper, half on, half off a road. One of the gravel roads. So, yeah, you got a good spot there, Simon. At least you can do donuts. But no, it's good to see our dedicated followers staying on site and having a good time here. So, yeah, we are very, very close indeed. In actual fact, Holly and Ian are down on the start line getting ready to get the show on the road, so to speak. Let's have a look in the pairing lanes. As I say, first class will be Run What You Brung. They're the first ones that are going to come around the corner. There's a few of them that made their way down, hoping to get into the first session, but obviously the time has run away a little bit because of the top end had to be fully prepped. So you can hear engine started, and Turbo's down there as well. He's going back to the car now. And here we go. We're getting things going here. Oh, look at that Nova. Oh, I do like that.
What a gorgeous first matchup this is for the day.
If I didn't have a Camaro,
yeah,
that is the car that I would like. I must admit. There's something about them. I just think they're so cool. So, Run With Your Brung then. It's a real mixed bag. We don't know what we're going to get come around the corner. It's always a nice surprise. And we sort of sometimes try and guess what the cars are going to run. And sometimes you can be spot on. Sometimes you can be wildly off. So, yeah, it's always good fun to see.
Now, interestingly, the Nova in the Kestrel Beer Lane, a couple of weeks ago, I was just on a leisurely cruise, just going up and down the motorway, and he passed me.
So that's a 64 Nova. Against a Dodge from, so I think.
I'm going to guess a couple of 10s, I reckon.
71 Dodge, I think that is.
Oh, just waiting for the treat. There we go, off and away.
Good to see that the live stream is on. Brett Cordell's just messaged in and said, got the live stream on, have a good weekend. Cheers, Brett. Hope you're keeping well, buddy.
Okay, I was slightly wrong. 12.66 from the Nova and a 13.47 from the Challenger.
Identical 60 foots from both cars, though, 196.
I think they both thought I got caught out by the tree running.
Where was it going?
Interesting game now. I'm trying to guess what's underneath.
Well, we've got an early Ford in the Slick Tricks lane. And I can't see the other one, it's outside.
Another Nova. Now, interestingly, I've got a picture of under the bonnet of that Nova. What do you do with that?
Oh, hello. That's a bit fruity. Right, the Ralph Speed Shop. I know a little about this one. They drive to the track each day. They stay at an Airbnb up the road. And I think they come in from Norfolk.
Okay.
Not each day.
Yeah.
But they drive to the Airbnb and then drive to the track each day, go back to the Airbnb. It's so cool.
Love it.
And it's not slow either. Why don't we get straight to the 10s actually with Ralph's speed shot? Oh no, it's just been pushed back actually.
Yeah,
That's what they
timing
both
issue,
are.
unfortunately,
Yeah.
I think.
See if I've got my. So I have to go back through previous notes. It gives me an idea of what various vehicles have run in the past. Interestingly, this is what event was this one? And I've got here Chris Tyhurst, a 496 big block Chevy full steel. That's when he ran the rod before he got his Chevelle that runs in the Nostalgia Super Stock. Oh dear.
Yeah, so just an issue with the start button at the minute. I think that's what, if I'm reading things correctly. But the engine in the Nova you can see in the Kestrel Beer Lane, I got sent a picture because that was another one of the Novas that came past me on the motorway. So thank you for Callum Pudge for sending me these pictures. But I'm trying to work out what engine it is, and to me that looks like it's a single turbo LS in the Nova. Which is, Colin says, is definitely a bit fruity.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I like that terminology sometimes. I'm going to have to get a new book because this one is just all over the place. got a big bracket in here as well from whenever.
Doorslammers.
Oh, 2023 Nostalgia Nats. Here we go. Got last year's event here. A few notes I was making. That's when Matt Southcote bought out the Plymouth Scamp. Went 894 with it. This was awesome.
Right, so attempt number 2 for the Ralph Speed Shot. Early Ford. So a supercharged hot rod taking on the turbo LS powered Nova. So you say he drives that from
Yes.
Norfolk here?
Yeah, well, not yeah.
Well, to a nearby Airbnb.
Yeah, to a nearby Airbnb. Nicely away, 171 to 60.
Well, a 170 from the other lane. This should be pretty close to the top end. That's going to be really close to the top end. A couple of 10s,
Oh.
10-1 and an 11-0.
Yeah. I think the aerodynamics came into effect there a little bit, but as I say, it is a 10-second rod. Went 11.04 on that one, but it is the first pass. And when you're driving into a headwind with the challenging aerodynamics, you know it's going to slow it down a little bit. But nevertheless, 2 good runs.
I like that. Challenging aerodynamics.
Yes, before aerodynamics was discovered. There we go.
Quite a nice Firebird beneath the tower in the Kestrel Beer Lane. I feel like I've seen
nice
that one before.
Nice A-body. Very nice indeed. Is that all gauges on the front there, though?
Looks like it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to see if I look down.
Power bulge as well. Looks pretty good.
I'll tell you what, it's got some meaty slicks on the back, and it's got an Outlaw Street number.
Aha. Right, okay. So if it's got an Outlaw Street number, then we will have the details.
I believe it is Outlaw Street 24.
Just getting the download now.
There's a proper Moonshine Runner Ford beneath us as well in the Slick Tricks lane.
Ah, right. That's Dominic Sharp with the Firebird.
I'll tell you what, that is a good number of associated cars with the Outlaw Street, isn't it? Now, I don't know if you could describe a hot rod as a sleeper, but that has got to be the raunchiest burnout from the cleanest car I've seen for a long time in the slick tricks lane. Ah, I've wished he's been clicked off. Solo for the Firebird.
Oh, loads of wheel spin off the line, but eventually hooked. That's going to be a low 10.
If not a 9.
Oh, 10:48, 133. Would have been quicker if he didn't lose it off the.
Yeah.
Lost traction off the start line. But yeah, there's definitely 9-second potential in there. Still went 680 at the 8th though.
Yeah, he was doing 107 mile an hour by the time he got to the 8th mile.
Yeah, it's quicker than I've ever been to the 8th. And I did mine without wheel spin. Yeah, nice one, Dominic. Appreciate that one. Just it with the 100E. And the Barracuda. Oh, I reckon that car's put in a few runs in its time. Looks like they've got a new fleet of squeegees out there, actually, because the handles all look rather sharp. They do, don't they?
Now that's the way you start your morning, isn't it? Nice, huge, smoky burnout.
And I Doug Harwood then with the Barracuda. They say a regular at these events. And what's Justin got for us in the 100E?
So I assume this will go towards qualifying for the 100E class.
I would assume so. 100E challenge, as they call it.
Yes.
I've got to. He won't be tuned in, but I've got to give a shout out to Clive Charles, who took the championship in the 100E series last year. Now lives in Thailand. I'd see plenty of social media updates and everything. One of the most interesting characters I think I've ever met in my life. Some people don't know how to take him, but I got really, really well with him. And it's a shame he's not running in the UK anymore, because he did buy a muscle car. I can't remember what it was. I think it was a Dodge. I'm going through the motions, getting it all prepped. Then all the next thing he said, right, okay, I'm moving to Thailand. But he's having an absolute ball out there at the moment. Just got hold of I think he's just got hold of a Harley Davidson or something wonderful out there. So yeah, having a great life out there and continues to do so, Clive. Will you come back? I don't know, but if you do, let us know. Right, can we please have Outlaw Anglia into the pairing lanes, please? Outlaw Anglia, let's have you into the pairing lanes, please.
Pair of Moggies then. I can tell that because one of them's got it written on the side of it.
Well,
So
the Golf oil colours
yeah.
going 12.96 at 102. 15.96 84. Right, we mentioned him earlier, Matt Southcote with the. Oh, this is just an absolute weapon of a car. Now, it has been into the 8s, and I believe this is doing Street Weekend as well.
Oh wow.
I'm sure he's booked in for Street Weekend. I cannot wait to see what he's going to do on that.
He needs to enter one of the street classes at Doorslammers as well. I reckon he could do quite well.
Oh, bring it on. I need to double check Street Weekend.
It's one of the most bizarre looking cars because obviously this is pre-1973 Run What You Brung. However, he's got a modern Dodge Challenger front end on it, on his Plymouth Scamp. Taking on a real hot rod in the slick tricks lane. That is the way you do a 32.
Yeah, look, he's in.
Oh, he is in?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, I was a 121 to 60 foot. I had a bit of a wander about 300 foot out, but no issues at all as goes over the finish line. 825.
Oh, yes. Well, deep into the eights on that one. 825, 163. Not to be outdone, though. 1093 at 116 in the Slick Tricks lane. But nice run indeed there, Matt. And if he runs that car to that form on Street Weekend, he's going to certainly be in the top 10% without a shadow of a doubt. And this is when you get Graham Smith jumping on. I want to see that in Street Eliminator. And why not? And why not?
So, a 4-cylinder and a V8 2 Old English Classics.
And that's not me in the tower. That's what's on track. 1480 at 91 mile an hour and 1611 at 83. Now, as the Run What You Brung progresses over the course of the weekend, we will find out the names of the people that we don't know at the moment, because it does actually filter through to us in due course. With Run What You Brung, basically people just sign on, and their names aren't actually transferred to the timing system. We just get number plates and things like that. So apologies for not knowing them. When we come to our race classes, they are all pre-booked, so we do know our races. Oh, look at this. How cool is that? The Warbird. That is gorgeous.
I'd say based on a Morris Minor.
Yeah, I would go with the similar thing, but so different. 1968, the number plate leads us to. Well, we know Ian Smith in the other lane. That is so different. The way they riveted the wheel arches and everything on that. I love the mirrors.
Did you see the front end of it?
I sort of caught a glimpse of it. Oh yeah.
It's not like a old Willis.
It is, yeah.
Half a smoker goes to the pit line.
Nice one, yeah. 12.24, 111.
Oh, it is a 4. Looks like a 9 on the scoreboard.
Okay, we move on into Gasser Circus qualifying session number 1. And as I said, I've given him a shout out already, but Ray Turner with Green Onions, 40 years to the day. The first time that we saw Ray with Green Onions here at a racetrack. And there he is, and that is really cool actually, because he's lined up with Harvey Turner, his son, with Nurse Stoner. That'll be your next pair. So first up then, Ray Irish with the Gas Junkie taking on Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin. Now, the last time I saw Steve, he was reaching for the sky and running mid-9s pretty much on every single run. Ray Irish, normally low 10, well, actually I think the dialing's given it away now, actually, 10.04. Can tickle into the 9s. Steve Matthews dialing in 9.49 for his first pass here at the Nostalgia Nationals. A little bit of wheel spin off the line there for Steve.
Yeah, so he's looking for a 9.49.
Well, if Steve had gone with Ray's dialing, it'd be number 1. But 10.04 for Steve Matthews. Ray goes 10.26. Yeah, the wheel spin off the line hurt Steve on that run. Right, okay, it's father and son. Ray Turner, Harvey Turner. Green Onions, 40th anniversary here this weekend, as we've already mentioned. I don't know how old Harvey is. I think he's under 40. So one for the family album, this one. 1085 darling for Ray Turner. And actual fact, they both dial 1085. I wonder why. Well, we know Ray can hit it. I don't realise Harvey has been that quick. 0-2 compared to 2-2 off the line. Ah, 1085 on a 1085, darling. That's how you take number one spot. Beautifully done. 1097 for Harvey. They go 1 and 2, but yeah, to hit your number first time out, absolutely bang on.
Was that his first run of the year?
Yes. It is. It is his first run of the year. Right, Jason Hollenby. And it's Christian Wilson behind the wheel of Bad Blood 2.0, the Plymouth Barracuda. Dialing in 11 flat, Jason dialing in 10.70. But I haven't seen the Barracuda roll forward. It's been pushed back. What a shame. That's so cool looking though. Moon tank on the front now, looking really good. Oh,
well, living up to his name, Mr. Jumping Jalapeno.
I didn't see it, but I heard it.
Looking for 1070, he goes 1088, puts him in the number 3 spot. Not bad for a jumpy launch. Here's a car I've not seen before.
Oh, the short fuse, yeah. Has been around, but that looks so good. Dial of 982. Whoa, let's get you some of that, I think, is the the reply to that. So Nick Hewison then with the short fuse going alongside Adam Krasinski, the not so mellow yellow Chevy 210. Cheeky little wheelie off the line there for Nick. That's looking good and strong, actually. Yeah, 88 on 82. Goes number 2. Adam goes 29 on a 12. All right, Patrick Hobbs with Southern Flight. Right, is that typo? Can we have the Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes, please? Wild Bunch. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? And it's Nervous Nick, the Anglia. 1160 darling, 1150 for Patrick. And a 99. Patrick goes 4, and Nick goes 8. Interesting, no one's broken out yet. 9 cars have put runs in so far. Oh, I had the joy of actually following this in this morning. That is Sam Glenn with the straight shooter. That used to be green.
It did.
It's now very orange.
Is it? I couldn't tell. That is all of the orange, isn't it?
That is, isn't it? Right, 1250 darling then for Sam. Gets a 1257 into number 3. Nicely done, Sam. Right, if Nick's down there, must be Keith Bartlett underneath the tower. Indeed it is, with Roaring Rat. First run of the year for Keith, I think, actually. I don't recall him. He wanted to get the car out at a couple of the meetings, but the conditions and the queues were a little bit a little bit intense. Well, Rory Rat sounding good and strong. Dialing a 10.25 then for Keith. Oh, the car backfire. Get that restarted, no problem.
So, of course, the way this class works, you pick your own dialing, you go any quicker than it, it is disqualified, so you've got to go as close as you can to it, like Ray Turner did, dialed 10.85, ran 10.85 with a 5. Keith looking to beat that, so if he goes 10.25 with a 4, he wins. He goes number 1 qualifier.
Oh, Simon Prest headed back to the pits, no idea why. I'll tell you what, for the stop-start on the start line, that is a belter of a run. 10.52, 126. Actually looked quicker. Did actually look quicker. KB goes to number 9 with that one. Right, Billy Jones. 10.55 dialing with that gorgeous Willis. Billy is one of those that when he comes to a race meeting, he will also enter Run What You Brung as well.
Okay.
So he'll get loads of runs in and really helps him fine-tune the car so he knows where it's at in quali. So, car is normally pretty well sorted. Always up there in the points chase as well. Let's see what he's got then. 10.55 his target. 10.68 goes number 6. Nice to see Laura down there and Turbo. Very good morning to you. The Barracuda looking good and with 11-second dialing. Going alongside Identity Crisis, Brian Gibson, dialing in 11.22. It's one of those cars, actually, Identity Crisis. You know, you have your car transport and you can get probably 7 cars on it to take home. That would be one of them. I really do like that car. 64 Dodge. Nice cheeky wheels up launch. $11.22. What's he got? $11.49. Christian goes through with a 13.56.
I think he's just lost his blower belt at the top end.
Oh, what, the Plymouth?
Yeah, I saw obviously.
Yes, it has actually just gone over to the wall on the right-hand side. You're dead right.
I can see Martin Hallam just pulling off the top end of the track as well. He went up the old return road, so issues for him, unfortunately. And that will do us for Gasser Circus. So Ray Turner, on his 40th anniversary, sticks it in the number 1 spot.
If you've got nothing to do for the next half an hour or so, just sit and watch Nostalgia Superstock, because the lanes are bristling with them. This is going to be proper. This is the only time I really get... Oh, damn it, I wish I was racing.
How about that for a picture? Just
Oh, it's epic. It is absolutely epic down there. And fair to say the sun's actually come out. Bit of a headwind for him, so adjustments to their thing. Morning, Turbo. We can hear us down there. Oh, he's just wandering off.
That was attempt number 3 and he ignored you every single time.
In his own little world. But it's a warm and soft, comfy place.
How about that for a car? That is a proper colour for a race car. That is underneath the tower in the Slick Tricks lane. That is all of the purple.
There it is. That is quality street purple. That is. Even the lights. Look at that. That's cool.
And the harness inside as well.
That actually that is a good looking car. I do like that.
So a little bit of track sorting out to do.
It's a 71 Dodge Demon. There we go. Hello. Sorry, it's a little bug that just appeared in the tower. Not backup girl, but an insect just appeared.
It's got attacked.
Yeah, but no, Dodge Demon, 71.
That is a lovely, lovely car.
Nice looking car.
That's going on my transporter.
Yeah, I'll make exceptions for that, even though I'm a Chevy guy. Yeah, let's have a look in the lanes. See who else is down there.
See Spencer Tramp,
Yeah,
Gary Carr.
Gary Carr's down there. Gary Cork is down there.
Chris Goodale's down there.
Nick Martin, head of the lanes. With the downtown Duster. In actual fact, they're all down there somewhere. Peak Christmas, I can just see. Is that Chris Goodale's Chevelle? I can't quite tell from the nose. Yeah, but it could be. Yes, it is Rosso's, right? Actually, yes, it is. So yeah, Nostalgia Superstock, one of the coolest classes in racing. We had their first sort of like dinner and awards night.
Okay.
Back in February, and that's going to grow because the sheer volume of racers there are in the class. Really, really good night. Had a very, very good time hosting that one. So thank you ever so much indeed to Nostalgia Superstock for asking me to do that one. But yeah, really, really good fun. That was over in Kettering.
It's definitely one of those classes where we race our show cars and show our race cars because they're all just outstandingly produced. Well,
especially the barbecue at Dragstalgia. Just a huge thing. Like Team Thompson bring these half-barrel barbecues. And I think they have to plumb into the gas main because there's so much food going through. But Guy King, obviously the farmer, supplies all of the meat for the barbecue. And it's a really, really good night. Really good night. It's one of those nights where you sort of think, I want to keep racing right to the end, but I don't want to miss the barbecue. Because it's such a good laugh. But it's always good. Well, that's not something you see every day. A photographer taking a picture of another photographer. But that's what's going on down there. Morning, Mr. Blackett. How are you doing, sir? Yeah, he's dancing away. He's happy. Don't forget, actually, Ian will be taking photographs of every single vehicle that goes down the track, be it run with your brung, be it race car class, whatever. Pop over to Blackett Photography. The unit is just next to the pairing lanes. Ian gets through thousands and thousands of pictures over the course of the weekend. And he say, just make sure you pop down and see them. And, get the latest images. DJ's down there as well. Morning, Dage. How are you doing, sir? All good? Deej obviously getting all the pictures for some of the race programs when we do the driver profiles, things like that, and obviously for Santa Pod social media as well. And a guy that's been kept very, very busy all year round. And good guy to have on your side without shut. We've still been attacked by insects that have just woken up from hibernation.
It's a small aircraft carrier is actually running around the inside of this place.
Yeah. I was in the garage working on various bits and pieces last night. A huge wasp appeared. I just thought, where on earth did you come from? So, I evicted him. I looked after him. I caught him in a cup, ushered him outside, and I told him not to come back. Or if you do, not when I'm there.
Right, I'm going to do something really quickly. I've been doing it all the time I've been in the tower. And if you are watching on the live stream, or if you're sat on the bank and you're watching the live stream, messaging where you're watching from. I like seeing who's watching them from where. I've got the chat up on my phone so I can see. We had quite a few Americans and Australians watching in.
Wow.
Last weekend.
Ah, right. Okay. I need to correct this, actually. Right. Ian Blackett, although he's taking photographs all day, they are actually open between 5 and 8.
Okay.
So obviously getting all the images during the course of the day, then going back to the studio where you can get your images. So Saturday 5 till 8, Sunday 5 till 8, and open all day Monday. I do like it when people message. Carl Rushby, the Rents Go Racing, just messaged in. He's a tough choice today. We have both live streams on Santa Pod and How Far, obviously in Malta,
Yes.
where Luke Stevenson is this weekend. Not much getting done today. Well, fair comment, Carl. We haven't got the How Far live stream on here, but we will check in occasionally, see what's going on over there.
So in from the live stream instantly, we've had 2 people message in from Australia, one from Adelaide, one from Stanthorpe, Queensland. We've had Grimsby, Leicester, close enough to the track I can hear it, says Matthew C. Marks.
Hey, many happy returns last week, Matt. I think I actually missed it on the actual socials when it popped up, and I apologise. But yeah, happy birthday, Matt, from last week.
Rather
got?
worryingly, I've had a message from Kenzie Taylor just saying, I'm watching you.
Tony Higgs, morning, Tony. Morning, Katie. And hello, mate. I just had some nice people come up to see us. All right, Tom, you take this over a sec, and I'll come back with the hellos a little bit.
So, who else we've got watching in? We've got someone watching in from Massachusetts. Hello, John. We've got someone watching in from Malaysia, but he says he's going to be here for the main event. So, good. Well, thank you for watching in, and look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks' time for the main event. Just had a message in from Clement Dubois. Hello, Clement. Hopefully looking forward to seeing you over here at the main event as well, but you should be racing. You shouldn't be watching the live stream at the main event. And in fact, I think all the Custom Gang are entered, so shout out to the Custom Gang all the way from France. Fast car fan. Don't know who you are, but you say you're watching all the way from the grandstand. So give us a wave if that was you. Well, as I said there, everyone from the grandstand just decided to wave. Hello, Sam from Switzerland. Right, I don't know who's in control of the Santa Pod TV YouTube channel, but they've just put Northampton. Hello, Britt from Sweden as well. So, we are just on hold for a little bit longer. I can see lots of dust from the bottom end, which means that the oil dry is going down. So, hopefully not too many issues from the Bad Blood Barracuda, sorry. Obviously, losing a blowout, especially on a car like that, is not what we want at all. As the tractor keeps on going down the track. I'll tell you what, I'm going to rest my voice for a little while. We've got a couple of guests in the tower that I'd like to speak to. So I'll hand it back over to Nitro FM for a couple of minutes. Oz, back to you.
With the Gas Junkie taking on Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin. Now, the last time I saw Steve, he was reaching for the sky and running mid-nines pretty much on every single run. Ray Irish, normally low 10. Well, actually, I think the dialing's given it away now, actually, 10.04. Can tickle into the nines. Steve Matthews dialing in 9.49 for his first pass here at the Nostalgia Nationals. A little bit of wheel spin off the line there for Steve.
Yeah, so he's looking for a 9.49.
Well, if Steve had gone with Ray's dialing, he'd be number one. But 10.04. 40th anniversary here this weekend, as we've already mentioned. I don't know how old Harvey is. I think he's under 40. So one for the family album, this one. 10.85 dialing for Ray Turner. And actual fact, they both dialed 10.85. I wonder why. Well, we know Ray can hit it. I didn't realise Harvey had been that quick. 0-2 compared to 2-2 off the line. Oh, 10.85 on a 10.85, darling. That's how you take number one spot. Beautifully done. 10.97 for Harvey. They go 1 and 2, but yeah, to hit your number first time out, absolutely bang on. That's so cool looking though. Moon tank on the front now, looking really good. Oh,
well, living up to his name, Mr. Jumping Jalapeno.
I didn't see it, but I heard it.
Looking for 10.70, he goes 10.88, puts him in the number 3 spot. Not bad for a jumpy launch.
Cheeky little wheelie off the line there for Nick. That's looking good and strong, actually. Yeah, 88 on 82. Goes number 2. Adam goes 29 on a 12. All right, Patrick Holt, 11.60 darling, 11.50 for Patrick. And a 99. Patrick goes 4, and Nick goes 8. We're a little bit, intense. Well, Rory Rat sounding good and strong. Dial a 10.25 then for Keith. Oh, bit of a car backfire. Get that restarted, no problem.
So, of course, the way this class works, you pick your own dialing, you go any quicker than it, it is disqualified, so you've got to go as close as you can to it, like Ray Turner did, dialed 10.85, ran 10.85 with a 5. Keith looking to beat that, so if he goes 10.25 with a 4, he wins. He goes number 1 qualifier.
Oh, Simon Prest headed back to the pits, no idea why. I'll tell you what, for the stop-start on the start line, that is a belter of a run. 10.52, 126. Actually looked quicker. Did actually look quicker. So, car is normally pretty well sorted. Always up there in the points chase as well. Let's see what he's got then. 10.55 his target. 10.68 goes number 6. 64 Dodge. Nice cheeky wheels up launch. $11.22. What's he got? $11.49. And Christian goes through with a 13.56. nicely away, 171 to 60.
Well, a 170 from the other lane. This should be pretty close to the top end. It's going to be really close to the top end. A couple of 10s, 10-1 and an 11-0.
Yeah. I think the aerodynamic. I've got to. It won't be tuned in, but I've got to give a shout out to Clive Charles, who took the championship in the 100E series last year. Now lives in Thailand. I'd see plenty of social media updates and everything. One of the most interesting characters I think I've ever met in my life. Anglia, let's have you into the pairing lanes, please.
Pair of Moggies then. I can tell that because one of them's got it written on the side of it.
Well, the Gulf oil colours going 12.96 at 102. 15.96, he's in.
Oh, he's in?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, that was a 121 to 60 foot. I had a bit of a wander about 300 foot out, but no issues at all. He's going to the finish line. 8.25.
Oh, yes. Well, deep into the eights on that one. 8.25, 1-6 session number 1. Great to see Aaron and Megan. Aaron Windridge, obviously, from the Supercharged Outlaws. Had a good chat with them, and I've got all the notes for when the Supercharged Outlaws come out later. I'm now sort of wishing I bought the Camaro up. Yeah. Never mind. It is what it is. Really? Oh, I didn't know that was Wayne.
What's he doing in there?
Oh, wow. That's cool. Oh, we were looking at the car. I didn't realise it was Wayne Allman. Going alongside Jack Bishop. 1350 dial in. Compared to Jack's 975. Big wheels up launch and the wheel wobble when it came back down. And that is a 991. 1388. Supercharged Outlaws into the pairing lanes, please. Supercharged Outlaws, let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. Right, Nick Martin with the Downtown Duster taking on Spencer Tram with the Camaro. Right, Spencer's dialing 11.12. Nick Martin 11.50.
Yeah, Spencer running last weekend in Comp Eliminator and Nostalgia Superstock. Part of the MSA series. Just a quick look inside Nick Martin's Duster.
I think something came off, but it's now been handed to the driver, so not a key component. No, it was a key component. Actually, it's been pushed back, but it was like a little clip or something. So yeah, I think you probably still get a run in the session though. So let's see how Spencer gets on then. So 11.12. Be close. 11.15, 300s off. That'll do. Nice opener there for Spencer.
In fact, that's going to be tough to beat in the first session. Only 300.
Oh no, that won't last. That'll be beaten. Don't worry about that.
Do you reckon that's been beaten in the first session?
Yes, easily. I reckon that will probably hold for number 5 or 6.
Really?
Yeah. Right, Pete Christmas and Gary Cork. Oh, 1170. Now, this car is, I don't want to say, but he's very good. Very, very good indeed. Pete Christmas with the Fallen Angel. 10.35 for Pete. I know we've got the youngsters coming through, like the youth and exuberance, but the age and treachery will always come good in this class. They always do. Great playing field for all, level playing field for them all. Let's see.
So Pete looking for a 10.35. Goes over the line with a 10.65 and 11.77 for Gary Court. Puts in the number 2 spot. And wasting no time at all, we move into the next pair. Gary Carr with the Boiling Point Nova. Again, racing in Nostalgia Superstock and Comp Eliminator.
Going alongside Glyn Dunford. Met Glyn and his good lady wife down there at the awards night. First time I'd actually met him. He was a spectator on the banking 2 years ago.
Nice.
Bought the car, joined in, having a great time. Oh, Gary reaching for the sky there. Oh, cracking launch, Gary. 11.16 the target. 11.13 breakout, a little bit too quick. Glyn goes to the right side though. 11.29 on that 11 flat goes number 4. That was a stonking wheel stand from Gary that time round. Stuart Arthur. Oh, I love the new name. What'll it do? I think that is so cool. New graphics then for Stuart Arthur this year with the Plymouth. Going alongside Russo's Rat, Chris Goodale, 983 on the dial-in. Stuart dialing in 1260. Chris, this car does twist when it launches. I wonder if he's managed to calm that down a little bit.
I'm loving the design on What'll It Do.
I like that's a great name. That's a brilliant name. Ah, he's dialed out a lot of that twist. Just went up and forwards instead, which is good. So 983, the target then for Chris. 78, big breakout. And Stuart thought, if you can do, I can do it better. Breaks up even more, just over a 10th actually. So Chris slots in at 8, Stuart number 9. Right, Beavis Allen with the Impala going alongside Rob Cawthorne.
2 beautiful cars. Is Beavis new to the class?
No, but he ran last year.
Okay.
But the car used to have a supercharger on it.
It did, yes.
So obviously you can't run supercharger or can't run power adders in the class. So naturally aspirated, and he'd actually take a number 1 qualifier.
Oh wow!
So I can't remember if it was the Nostalgia Nats last year or. But yeah, good car. I think he ended up number 2 actually in that particular meeting, but nevertheless, he said it was like. I said no, you make your own like that. 12.19. Rob though goes 12.35 on that 12.20, goes to number 3. The lanes are still full of stockers. Paul Singer with a done and dusted going alongside Dan Williams with the Chevelle. 10-12 dial in for the Williams Brothers Racing entry. Check out Williams Brothers social media. Launched the new speed shop last night.
Yep.
Looking very, very strong indeed. And I certainly wish the boys all the best with the speed shop going forward.
So 10-12 the dial in for Dan. Paul Singer looking for a 12.10, and in fact,
roll was numbers reversed.
yeah, I'd like to see how many cars in the class are stick shift. Because I know Dan's is now.
That didn't honk the front wheels out like it normally does. 147 60 foot though.
In fact, I think he's just lost a wheelie bar wheel.
So goes 10-17. Who lost the wheel?
I think Dan just lost a wheelie bar wheel. It's currently sat in the slick tricks lane.
Ah, yes, it is. And I don't know if any of the track crew have spotted it. Yeah, there's an obstacle on the track, Ian. I don't know if you can hear us. Can you radio down to the start line crew? There is an obstacle on the track between 3:30 and half track. Oh, in actual fact, yeah, they have spotted it because going to hop over the wall.
So Howard
Excellent.
Holmes looking for an 11.90. Adrian looking for a 10.90. Should cross the line about a second apart. Oh, breakout by the smallest of margins. 0003 breakout. And as I said before, that means he goes to the bottom of the pile, not top.
And although he didn't win the money, Adrian had a perfect ET last weekend.
He did.
It's just that somebody else got there first. All right, Steve Lloyd with the Impala, going alongside Chris Tyhurst, the one and only Chris Tyhurst. Even he's so good that he called the car Chris Tyhurst as well. They're dialing in 11.90. Oh, in the 11s now, Chris. Steve Lloyd dialing 11.20 with a ex-Williams Brothers Impala.
Missing in comp eliminator.
I think got some sort of fluid leak underneath the Impala.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of a trail.
Oh, 008 light there for Chris. Wide away club off the line. Now then, can he run 11.90? 12.23 at 108. Oh yeah, just a little bit of fluid. We can see it on the track there, right at the front. So, water leak, I think. Steve has finally got his own name on the car because last year it had Dan Williams on it. Dave Billadoo. In a perverse sort of way, I am so glad nobody's bought that car yet, which means Dave keeps running it. Cracking car though. The Dodge Challenger 985.
Does he have anything else in the works? Do we know? Or are they secrets?
No idea.
Sound like it never shifted.
10.04, 135 goes to number 7 with that one. God, that Impala looks good, doesn't it?
I like the fact he's put the name of the car on the side of it now
Oh
as well.
yes, I've just seen that now. Yep, like that. That is looking very, very nice indeed.
So just running the one lane for the minute, I believe.
Well, still number 1, Nick Martin with the Downtown Duster. I thought somebody would have nipped in front of him by now, but I've lost the button. Where's it gone?
That
So
one.
it's all, it's all the way over there. All right, so let's have a look at the moment. So it is Nick Martin, number 1 at the moment. Dan Williams, number 2. And Gary Court, number 3. Rob Cawthorne, 4. Jack Bishop, 5. Beavis Allen, number 6. Dave Billadoo, 7. Nobody's really smashing it at the moment, but Adrian Portelli, I mean, as you say, 0003 off. That was so close. So 17 cars have put numbers on the board. We've got at least another 17 to go through. 3 rounds of qualifying scheduled today, and well, Glenda Thompson taking the long way round to the start line.
Yeah, obviously not a massive issue for Steve as he's going to be driving it back to the
Probably
pits.
just an overfill or something.
So Glenda looking for a 14.18 in the Immaculate Charger.
Fully capable of taking the number 1 spot as well.
Hearing all the straight cut gears were up.
Wow, big breakout, 1390. So Glenda just a little bit too quick.
Next car then, another Firebird.
Well, I think John Davison is down there with the Sober and Heck Roadrunner. He'll be in the Kestrel Beer Lane. I would have guessed at Rick Denny, but I don't know who's that is. Oh, it is Rick Denny. Welcome back, Rick. Haven't seen him for a little while. But good to see Rick back. A very, very good racer indeed. Dismiss him at your peril type of guy. He can sneak up on you and just blow you away. Pretty sharp off the line as well. Mind you, a little bit of ring rust here, so how quick he's going to be straight off the line. But nevertheless, that'll all come good come race day. So John looking for 1065, Rick looking for an 11. 11:17, 11:34. Considering that's Rick's first run in about 3 years.
Oh, really?
It's not bad. It's not bad. It's probably only 2 years, but it's been a while since Rick's been here. But welcome back, Rick. So Andy Bossenworth and Duncan Watts. How cool do the Watts Shops cars look? They typify the class. Really awesome looking machinery. They've all got that. But it's the Gov, if you like. Duncan Watts looking for a 1030. 1039.
Lots of wheel spin for both of them.
So 1023 breakout for Duncan, but 1046 on the 39 puts Andy into number 4. Well, the hits just keep on coming. John Sleeth down there. Old Scannerbolts is down there. Red Ned is down there. That's Matthew Dowdy. Jake Cawthorne. Glyn Boardman. They're all here. But the only two I don't know is under the Tarrant. I didn't see who snuck around.
Well, it's pick your white Ford in this matchup, isn't it?
Yeah, you got Alan Huckle with the 65 Ford and Dan Sanderson with the Mustang. Dan, I think he's now in his 3rd season with the Mustang. Debuted the car and put it in straight into number 1 qualifier at his first meeting and got the award. It was Dragstalgia actually. He came and did that. We've chased it ever since. 1309 for Alan, goes 9. Dan Sanderson goes 1429. Slots in at 17. Right, Glyn Boardman with the Olds. See the clues are there, look. Olds 572 number plate. So that tells you you've got a 572 cubic inch motor in there. Low 10s or high 9s, the usual order of the day. He dials in 10 flat. And it won't be a 10 flat, it's going to be a bit north of that, unfortunately. A bit of wheel spin off the line. Probably be about a 10-4. Oh, make it that 11.2 actually. Still got a good speed at the end there, 130, but did lose a fair chunk of time with the wheel spin off the line. Had to pedal it to calm the car down. Vaughan Watkins is here this weekend. Morning, Vaughan. Back in my happy place. Yeah. I know, Vaughan, I know exactly what you mean, mate. I really, really do. I certainly class this as my happy place. And, yeah, 100% echo your comment there, Vaughan. Cheers, mate. Right, okay, I just found out something else, actually. There he is, yeah. I'm just going to get the vision enhancement device. Yeah. Kenzie Taylor. Morning, Kenzie. How you doing, mate? His first time trackside.
Oh, hey.
He's doing photography for the NSRA this weekend.
Oh, lovely.
So welcome to the Snake Pit. I mean, the photographer's zone. Oh dear. All of our other usual ones are out there, of course. Julian, Callum, Keith, Deej, they're all down there. And Ian on his own and on the spectator side of the track. Right, Jake Cawthorne with the flag jumper, 1080 dial-in for him. And John Sleeth with the Camaro, 965. Well, John Sleeth was running the pickup truck last weekend in Super Pro. This weekend, he's got a Camaro. Well, the clock's having a good old think about it, and finally gives us a 971. Goes number 3. Jake. Typically noisy burnout. 11.17 there for Jake Cawthorne, goes into number 16. Right, Phil Hobson with old Scatterbolts. The Dodge Darling in 12.20, and Matthew Dowdy with Red Dead, the little Nova, 11.10 Darling. Now, if you remember, Matthew was really struggling to get into the 11s full stop, but has now got the engine, the small block Chevy that used to reside in Jason Pickett's Cherry Bomb. So Matthew's going to get there first, looking for that 11.10, and he gets 11.17, goes to number 4. He'll take that. Phil Hobson a little bit too quick there. 12.18 on a 12.20. That's a breakout and goes to number 23. So game over then for Nostalgia Superstock, and it is Nick Martin that does hold on to that number 1 from Dan Williams. And we had 29 cars put runs in. We know there's a lot more on site. So I would imagine, well, we're going to run a 32 car ladder with alternates. So okay. I think there's some over 40 entered this weekend. So we'll look forward to seeing some of those come back out later on. Right, Outlaw Anglia. First session for them. Ben Montgomery with the homebrew for Pop, going alongside Gary Hill. That doesn't look like Ben Montgomery though. But it must be. That's what the name says. Heads up, class.
It's got no name on the system.
Let's see how they get on. First runs of the year.
Well, there's certainly no test passes, I'll tell you that much. Gary Hill with a very meaningful launch.
That'll do. 977, 135 and 1260 at 104. Luke Hoskins, Let It Be. And Alex Strike with the Turbo Turtle.
That's a good name for a car, that is, isn't it?
It is different. Nice 141 to 60 for keeping to the left-hand side of his lane. But Luke Hoskins goes through 991, 134. And Alex goes 1190, 113.
Whoa! Well, that's how we like to start our mornings here at Santa Pod. Colin Miller and Ben Kennedy showing us what the Outlaw Anglers are known for, and that's big old smoky burnouts.
I just realised I got Ben Kennedy and Ben Montgomery mixed up.
Oh, okay.
That's the reason I got a bit confused. But yeah. Yeah, no instructions needed for these two, really, was there? Let the cars do the talking.
I think that's the biggest burnout I've ever seen Ben do.
He nearly ran out of talent, actually. Oh, dear.
So, Colin Miller in the Flying Fifer. Car has been down into the 6s, but I believe he's still aiming for the 760 number.
Exactly where he is. You're absolutely spot on.
And Ben Kennedy with the single-turbo Lexus V8 powered Ford Pop. Went into the 8s and deep into the 8s. New personal best last weekend. Whoa, Colin moving about his lane once again.
He still wants that 760. I don't think he'll get it on this one, but yeah, 890 plays 888.
Yeah.
Oh, one light there. Colin, nothing wrong with that.
Well, Ben back in the 880s again. Did it for the first time last weekend, and he's done it again here. That is, of course, Wayne Power in the Slick Tricks lane. And Rob Brindle with the all-red everything Outlaw Anglia.
I was just thinking, next time we see Colin Miller, he will be 760.
He will.
Because it's Doorslammers, yeah. You're dead right. So obviously he wants to fine-tune the car this weekend to get it where it needs to be. He's had a pretty good week. He spent, because obviously he didn't go back up to Scotland between last weekend and this weekend, spent I think a lot of time in Oxford, actually.
Okay.
So, yeah, visiting the sites around here.
So currently Ben Kennedy, your number one qualifier, 888. That is a number that is very beatable. Well, 121, 60 foot from Rob there. Already doing 120 mile an hour at the 8th, goes over the line 895, puts him in the number 3 spot at a 942. Very good, strong pass from Wayne. That sticks him in the number 4 spot. As our last pair of Anglias comes into the burnout box. Andy Bloomfield and Barry Danby.
That's a new name to me, actually, Barry.
Well, he's a member of the 9 Second Club already.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely. It's just I don't recall it. It's probably find out he's been racing for 17 years and 49 weeks on top of that. But well, Andy's going to get there first with a 1087 at 120 and 1253 at 101 for Barry. So 10 cars in the first session of Outlaw Anglia as we move on to the Wild Bunch. I think Ian Wild got a little bit confused, and I think he was going to go into the Kestrel lane.
If I'm right, that's newly supercharged. That didn't have a supercharger on it last year.
I love it. It's straight 6 supercharged with the supercharger offset, so it's not in the driver's line of sight. Could be a bit awkward if he's in the Kestrel beer lane trying to see the tree.
Yes.
But, yeah, very different.
So this course, the Wild Bunch. nostalgic feel, open wheel, no doors. They're just about the rules. And that is Trigger's Broom of Paul Terry and Ian Wild in the Wildcat. That is the supercharged, newly supercharged altered in the Slitrix lane. There we go, Paul has found reverse. In fact, I think you're right, Colin. I think that scoop is right in the way if he's in the other lane. Because it's off to the back of the supercharger as well,
Yeah.
the scoop is. This is another bracket class, but I don't think we are dialing in this round. This is just a quick test. Paul goes 11.47 and 14.85 for the Wildcat. Now, someone new to the class. This is Bob Main in the Spider-Man Altered. Usually running in Nostalgia Superstock with one of the largest cars in the class, and now he's gone to one of the smallest.
Oh no, the personality makes up for it. Absolute legend is Bob. The Bobster, as he's affectionately known as. Don't ask him to do fancy dress at anything, though, because he will just come up with the most bizarre outfits. He's running around as a dinosaur not that long ago, last year. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
So going up against either Gordon or Andy Wright. And they've newly put the wrinkle wall slicks on this slingshot. That is, of course, the Shaw Crank Redemption. Ran with Pycross before. So once again, just to test, no dial-ins yet. First runs of the year. In fact, I think this is one of Bob's first runs ever in an altered. Bit of a double step from the Shaw Crank Redemption car. Goes through with a 10.54.
And well done, Bob. 13.72 at 93 mile an hour, his first journey with the Altered. I'm going to do a shout out to somebody, and I've just catching up on social media. Dave and Dee Kilpatrick. Dave and Dee were here last weekend, and unfortunately he managed to injure his finger in an unpleasant way, which resulted in a trip to Bedford A&E. And I think they had to have an operation with their plastics department, put it back together again, had some stitches. Oh, nasty. But the reason I'm reading this one out is that he couldn't drive for a couple of days, and Dee wasn't too comfortable towing with the caravan. So they obviously asked Santa Pod for some help, and they basically just saying a massive thank you to everybody at Santa Pod.
Nice.
For going above and beyond, basically. So much so that they've ended up coming this weekend to the Nostalgia Nationals, just to support the venue. So Dave and Dee, thank you for that post. It was really, really nice to read. And I hope you enjoy your weekend here this weekend, and obviously be a bit drier. So let's have a look at Dan Wilson and Rob Brown. 8.76 for Rob and 10.30. Now, was it Rob?
I'm going to say no, because there's Rob.
It was Pete then. I didn't look at the crash helmet, so I wasn't spotting. I wasn't looking hard enough. I just looked at the name on the screen. Apologies.
8.76 still chipping away at it.
So David D. Kilpatrick, hope you enjoy your weekend.
Rich Butcher and Alan Skippy in the chasing time. Very, very blue slingshot.
It's not Ford driving it. How did he get evicted?
I think because Skippy owns it.
That's not fair. Ford does an amazing job driving that car. Only joking. Yeah, so Alan Skip back behind the wheel of the slingshot then.
Yeah, I think Alan got a bit scared of how quick Ford was going. Decided, no, my turn again.
Ford, I know Ford's been around. I mean, he's even a youngster, but he was driving that tot rod for years. But he got behind the wheel of this thing and just drove the wheels off it.
Well, a 940 off the trailer for Skippy with
all
of the throttles.
If it was Ford, it would have been an 8. I'm messing with you, Alan. He's only going to play the live feed back later on and have a go at me, but oh well. Various people tune into the live feed, including the Fadster himself. Morning, Andy. Hope you're keeping well, buddy. We'll see you soon.
Hello. This is a new one to me. James Griffin with the hold fast Topolino. I've seen the car before, I know I have, but I've not seen it in this paint job. That is
it's a lovely new paint scheme.
Yeah.
That does work very well. And good to see Rory Hart back out once again with Braveheart. Yeah, that is a nice looking little altar, that.
So Rory taking a day off from crewing on Top Fuel Dragsters.
Nice to see Luke's busy. Oh dear. Unfortunately, Rory lost fire just before the tree ran. James Griffin, good looking run. He'll take that. 968, 130 miles an hour at the stripe. Very, very tidy run indeed. Well, I think we've just got a couple of wild bunches left in the lines.
Well, we've got James Auld with the Little Faust. Came third in the championship last year. But
he was totally blown away when he was given the Spirit trophy last year. He didn't see that. None of us. Well, that's the whole idea. It's always a surprise on the night, but he was absolutely floored to actually win that award. He'd done a pretty good day that day at the Wild Bunch because he went motorbike racing during the day and won his first ever race on two wheels that day as well. So yeah, it was a good day. But I'm doing James a disservice there because he has raced literally everything. And a very accomplished racer. And he's a good commentator as well, actually. Covers the British Rental Karting Championships, which I used to do many, many years ago. He covers that now. And if you and I are voices of the pod, then he is the voice of the British Rental Karting Championship now. And love listening to him. So the Little Faust Dragster, if it's really on song, will run a 12.6, but it depends on the tune-up. It could be anywhere between 12.6 and 13 flat. I think, for his first run of the year would be where he'd like to be. Well, 12.68, he'll certainly take that one. Very nice opener indeed. 106 miles an hour. That'll do.
So I believe we're going to try and get Rory's car refired.
We've also got Daddy Cool in the lanes. And
the Hammerman.
The Hammerman, sorry, that's the car I meant.
Yeah, one of the loudest cars in the world. So attempt number 2 for Rory. Just coughed out a little bit as he went onto the 2-stem on that last run.
Well, basically a car he put together himself. With a little help from his friends, but it's basically Rory's work in this one. So Dad, Ian and Andy Harrison on the team this weekend.
So Rory, another one of these pesky ex-juniors. Usually crewing on Top Fuel Dragsters, but taking a weekend off this weekend to come and race his own funny car. There we go, that's a much better launch. Click second gear.
Well, that's straight and true. Wow, 1080. Get in there.
With the shootout as well, look at that.
Yeah. Ian walks away with a wry smile on his face. Yeah, that will do nicely. So, Andy Jackson then with a Hammerman.
Supercharged V6 Econorail Dragster. Econorail basically just meaning that the engine is mounted in the dragster sideways. Whole idea being that the torque of the engine twists and plants the tyres back into the floor, but it has died. Unfortunately, so he's being pushed back. Not sure if he's going to try and run it again.
It's a very unique combination on there.
Yep, so they are going to give him another attempt.
That's a good thing about the chilled out events. You know, you just want to try and give everybody a shot.
A car that's for sale. Well, it's either for sale or it's newly bought.
Yeah, the Hold Fast Topolino.
So he will be coming around into the left-hand lane as we try and get Ian's car fired up once again. I've just noticed the new scoop on Ian's car as well. He's got a little scoop over the top of the roll cage to direct air into the throttle bodies. So Sean Field with the Hold Fast Topolino. Short and sweet burnout. And that answers my question. It's still for sale, so if you want to come Wild Bunch drag racing, go and see Sean in the pits. As they're just pulling the parachute pin.
Right, so unfortunately Sean Field's going to be pushed back. So attention now diverted back to the Econorail.
Well, the starter is all fitted onto the Hammerman. He's given the thumbs up.
Yep.
Issues firing, unfortunately.
No, been hold at the moment. No, just been put on hold. Oh, yeah, a little bit of fluid. Where?
One of the most unique sounding vehicles as well.
Ah, it just wouldn't stay lit. What a shame. Well, looking in the lanes, got Supercharged Outlaws coming down. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Supercharged Outlaws will do for us this weekend. Simon Boot with the bootlegger Camaro.
It's nice to see Mick Checkett back out as well.
Yes,
he's
definitely.
been in hibernation for a while.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for Dopey Grabham for coming up and giving me your notes about the car. He said no major changes over the winter, but it's had a full nut and bolt strip down and rebuild. If it goes full, he should be looking for a low 7. That is, of course, Freddie's Revenge and the Grabhams.
You'll never believe anything Dave tells you. Probably you end up in the 6s or something like that. But Robbie is an absolute hooligan behind the wheels. Knows how to drive the wheels off it, to be fair. I mean, twice he's won the driving job at Dragstalgia.
Yeah.
And we always try and share it around, but we drive like Robbie does.
I'm intrigued to see. There's a couple of cars in Supercharged Outlaws that I want to see. It's, of course, Gary Park's car.
Yes, the Hillman. Yeah, looking forward to seeing that.
And Mark Fairhurst, 32.
Right, third time lucky.
Come on, keep it lit, keep it lit. I think he has. He's just going to go for it. Sorry, Ian Jackson. On a test pass with the Econo rail. Didn't fancy stopping for the lights.
He just thought, I want to get back to the pits as soon as possible.
Well, it very nearly conked out. I think he chose the right idea by just dumping the clutch, letting it eat.
Yeah.
So that was all the way through.
He's still going. Yeah, don't forget the shutdown area is half a mile long.
So just wait to see what we're doing with the hold fast car.
Andy Jackson turns around the corner at the top end, so he's cleared straight away.
Yeah, I think there was issues with the parachute pin on Sean's car. Essentially, if there's a safety feature bolted to a car, the safety feature must work, and I think there was an issue with getting the parachute pin out. Issues again.
No, it's because there's a clean-up.
Okay.
Well, John Sleep was running the pickup truck last weekend in Super Pro. This weekend, he's got a Camaro. clock's having a good old think about it, and finally give us a 971. Yeah.
Well, there's certainly no test passes, I'll tell you that much. Gary Hill with a very meaningful launch.
That'll do. 977, 135, and 1260 at 104. Nice 141 to 60 for keeping to the left-hand side of his lane, but Luke Hoskins goes through. 991, 134. And Alex goes 1190, 113.
Whoa, Colin moving about his lane once again.
He still wants that 760. I don't think he'll get it on this one, but yeah, 890 plays 888. Oh, one light there. Colin, nothing wrong with that.
Your number one qualifier, 888. That is a number that is very beatable. Well, 121, 60 foot from Rob there. Already doing 120 mile an hour at the 8th, goes over the line. 895 puts him in the number 3 spot and a 942. Very good, strong pass from Wayne. That sticks him in the number 4 spot.
Definitely, it's just I don't recall it. It's, probably find out he's been racing for 17 years and 49 weeks on top of that. But well, Andy's going to get there first with a 1087 at 120 and 1253 at 101 for Barry. So 10 cars in the first session of Outer Anglia as we move on to the Wild Bunch.
Four 1147 and a 1485. I think this is one of Bob's first runs ever in an altered. Bit of a double step from the short cab redemption car. Goes through with a 1054.
Well done, 1372 at 93 mile an hour, his first journey with the altered. I'm going to do a shout and I hope you enjoy your weekend here this weekend and obviously be a bit drier. So let's have a look at Dan Wilson and Rob Brown. 876 for Rob and 1030. Now, was it Rob? Because
I'm going to say no because there's Rob.
It was Pete. Unfortunately, Rory lost fire just before the tree ran. James Griffin, good looking run. He'll take that. 968, 130 miles an hour at the stripe. Very, very tidy run indeed. A little bit of ring rust here, so how quick he's going to be straight off the line. But nevertheless, that will all come good come race day. So John looking for 1065. Rick looking for an 11. 1117, 1134. Considering that's Rick's first run in about 3 years.
Oh, really?
1039.
Lots of wheel spin for both of them.
So 1023 breakout for Duncan, but 1046 on the 39 puts Andy into the Alan Huckle with the 65 Ford, and Dan Sanderson with the Mustang. Dan, I think he's now in his 3rd season with the Mustang. Debuted the car and put it in straight into number 1 qualifier at his first meeting, and got the award. It was Dragstalgia actually. He came and did that. Been chasing it ever since. $13.09 for Alan, goes 9. Dan Sanderson goes 14.29. Slots in at 17. In 10 flat. And it won't be a 10 flat, it's going to be a bit north of that, unfortunately. A bit of wheel spin off the line. Probably be about a 10.4. Oh, make it that 11.2 actually. Still got a good speed at the end there, 130, but did lose a fair chunk of time with the wheel spin off the line. Had to pedal it. Well, John Sleep was running the pickup truck last weekend in Super Pro. This weekend, it's got a Camaro. Well, the clock's having a good old think about it, and finally gives us a 971. Yeah.
Well, there's certainly no test passes, I'll tell you that much. Gary Hill with a very meaningful launch.
That'll do, 977, 135 and 1260 at 104. Nice 141 to 60 for keeping to the left-hand side of his lane, but Luke Hoskins goes through 991, 134, and Alex goes 1190, 113.
Whoa, Colin moving about his lane once again.
He still wants that 760. I don't think he'll get it on this one, but yeah, 890 plays 888.
Yeah.
Oh, one light there. Colin, nothing wrong with that.
Your number 1 qualifier, 888. That is a number that is very beatable. Well, 121, 60 foot from Rob there. Already doing 120 mile an hour at the 8th, goes over the line. 895 puts him in the number 3 spot, and a 942. Very good, strong pass from Wayne. That sticks him in the number 4 spot.
It's definitely, it's just I don't recall it. It's probably find out he's been racing for 17 years and 49 weeks on top of that. But well, Andy's going to get there first with a 1087 at 120 and 1253 at 101 for Barry. So 10 cars in the first session of Outer Anglia as we move on to the Wild Bunch.
Four goes 1147 and a 1485. I think this is one of Bob's first runs ever in an altered. Bit of a double step from the short cab redemption car. Goes through with a 1054.
Well done, Bob. 1372 at 93 mile an hour, his first journey with the Altered. I'm going to do a shout, and I hope you enjoy your weekend here this weekend, and obviously be a bit drier. So let's have a look at Dan Wilson and Rob Brown. 876 for Rob and 1030. Now, was it Rob? Because I didn't.
The two quickest cars at the end of that race each other for number one. Next two, third and fourth, and then everyone else gets to race as well. That is, of course, for the number one and number two trophies.
So Paul Dale went into the 7.7s on his last outing. And I do believe now it's the quickest 105E. Is that correct?
I think it was before.
Yeah.
And I think he's got even quicker.
Yeah, that's what I meant, yeah.
So Mick waiting patiently in stage. Here comes Paul to join him. Well, Mick's car sounded a little bit poorly. If I think Paul's off the power as well. Yeah, 876 and an 872. Not the runs each team wanted, but not a bad first outing. Sorry, for Mick. I'm not too sure what the issue was there for Paul.
Yeah, he was coasting at 1,000 foot onwards, basically. It's good straight. Oh dear.
I think we can call that celebrations for Keith owning a fresh new 8-second race car. He's been chipping away at it for a long old time now, through the nines,
Well,
deep into the
about
nines.
chipping away, he got a chainsaw and mullered his way into it in the end, didn't he? The chisels went. He goes, I'm going to get the axe out. And yeah, pulverised it in the end. Absolutely brilliant for Keith. I'll tell you what, one of the happiest crew guys ever was Martin. So, El Loco, Keith Freeman. I would have said low nines order of the day. But, you know, this is Keith Freeman we're talking about here. If he spots an opportunity to go quick, he'll take it. But I don't think I've ever heard of a half pass from Keith. It's all the way. A little bit of wheel spin off the line, but you do need some tyre rotation. Yeah, that's not going to be an 8 this time around. In actual fact, he has clicked it very early indeed. 988, 105.
So next up round the tower will be Robbie Grabban with Freddy's Revenge.
Oh, hold on tight. Let's see what the Robster has got for us then.
And he's going on up against the Purple Days Express. The new car to Gary and the team. Now Robbie is 100% up there for taking the event win this weekend, especially with the new format. We've been told to expect for a very low 7 if all else doesn't fail.
Now this would be the first run for this car, wouldn't it?
With this team, I believe, yes. As I think I'm right in saying that's the old butcher shop helmet.
Yeah, I think it is. Well, there's certainly not many of them about, that's for sure.
I don't think there's any with the panel. I think that was something that the old owner did.
So good to have the Purple Days team back with the new ride.
And if Freddy's Revenge goes straight, hold on to your hats, because it could be something quite spectacular. It usually is. Lots of wheel speed at 106. 760 foot as he bounces his way down the track.
Wow.
One of the straightest passes I've ever seen him do. It's a 7.02, 193 mile an hour. That's the way you start your season. And a nice checkout pass for Gary Parks in the other lane as well.
Wow. 702. 193 miles an hour. Quickest of the day from anybody, actually. If we manage a full pull, we will be looking for a very low 7. Exactly what they said.
Well, it was
exactly
as low of a 7 as I think you can get.
Yeah. It's almost a 6. Nicely done, Robbie and the team. Gary Parks literally just trickling through to a 1673 there. We know they're going to have a lot of fun with that vehicle.
So Mike Couch with the new power plant in the little Hemi Hustler. Looking to go even quicker with the slingshot in the Kestrel Beer lane. What a burnout for both of them there. I think Luke was getting just about as close to the blue as you want to get in the green 57.
Just watching the crew guy for Luke's going, go on, give it, Tom.
So Mike with the new LS power plant in the slingshot. He's looking to go as quick as physically possible. Decided he couldn't do that with the little Hemi.
Ah, nice to see Mick Taylor down there crewing with the Watts family this weekend.
Big wheelie from Mike in the slingshot. No issues at all for Luke. He's going to go all the way through, deep into the 8s. Goes 841, 157 mile an hour. Cracking opener. And what way to show everyone your new power plant, then hiking the wheels up at 60 foot for Mike in the other lane. And the hits keep on coming. I can see Brian Watson round the corner with the Famoso speed shot, slingshot. Getting ready to fire up. One of the most famous cars in drag racing, that is, because I'm sure you've all seen the picture of it sat in someone's living room.
Yeah, it's so cool. There's not many cars you could get away with having in your living room, but because of the proportions of it, obviously you need a big enough room to put it in as well. But yeah, it's one of the coolest looking cars. I think it's going to be joined by another slingshot, actually. Yes, it is. Roy Wilding. The Chariots of Fire slingshot dragster. Roy always likes to race every single year. And, you know, once he's done one, he said, that's it, I've raced this year. And there's a couple of instances where he thought, oh, I'm not going to get one in this year, but it always comes good at the end. But let's get one in early this year. I'll stretch the old throttle stop a little bit there on the burnout from Roy. Roy's probably one of these old school guys that, the throttle stop, I don't need one. I'll do how it feels.
So supercharged small block in the Kestrel Beer lane, supercharged Hemi in the Slitrix lane. PB of a 775. That's not right, surely, for Roy.
Oh, he's been lower than that.
He's been quicker than that. So both teams leaning into the cars, making sure everything is A-OK. Mark Gluten checking over Chariots of Fire car.
Lost fire. Oh no, it's okay. Just that cylinder, just puffing a little bit there. But Roy clears the throat out. Absolutely fine.
So side-by-side slingshots. What you would have seen back in the 1960s and 70s. I think Brian's rolled through.
I think Brian's rolled through stage. It's not too far.
So Roy just holding on a second.
Quickly recovered. Nicely done.
Roy double stepping it off the start line, but still all the way through. Going to be a low 727, 196 mile an hour, and a 784, 179 for Brian. In fact, they both did very, very similar. 60 foot's 124 to a 128.
Well, considering Roy had a sort of double step, but I don't think he double stepped the car. That's for sure. But nevertheless, cracking run, 727.
And there's still
a little bit more in it as well. So,
always.
Yeah.
There's still more to come. Bob Glasser with the bubblegum Capri. Did run it for a long old time as a nostalgia funny car, but
Well, this is a totally different car, obviously.
yes, yes. And I have a feeling Bob's about to have the shock of his life. Because round the corner
alongside.
becomes the Haggis Hunter. That is Mick Hanna from the heights of Scotland. Courteous short burnout. Yeah, I think Mick probably lives just about as far away as you physically can, but still being in the UK. Again, another one of these supercharged Hemi cars. Just waiting for Bob to go in. Nice soft launch for Mick. Still going to go all the way through. A little bit of a haze, a 765. That's not 6 mile an hour, I can tell you that much. And a 9 at 69, 143 for Bob. Cracking pass from the Capri. That does say 6 on our time of screams as well. I thought it was just an issue up there, but it's not.
No, that's an odd one. I don't quite. Obviously, one of the cells has failed or something. But yeah, he was certainly quicker than 6 miles an hour. It's fine.
Next up then, Dougie Hill with the Motor Mouth slingshot. Started to run it a bit more last season after acquiring the vehicle.
Yeah, but he drove it like he stole it, didn't he?
From the first hit.
From the yeah, phenomenal. Yeah, he's a young lad, but certainly not short on bravery or talent. It's got a natural feel for it, I think.
So the car has been into the 6s. Not with Doggy behind the wheel,
Oh,
but
he probably
he
will
won't-
by the end of the
I
weekend.
was going to say, it won't take him long. He's already been 1-0 to 60 foot in this car. That was on one of his familiarization runs.
Got him familiar pretty quick, didn't it?
Just holding Dougie back for a second.
Okay, so track is clear. So let's see what Dougie can do. His first outing of the year with the Motor Mouse Slingshot Dragster.
Loads of tyre shake, but Dougie actually drove through it. 108 to 60 foot. I think he's clicked the car off up there. Yeah, that was all of the tyre shake. That must have been so uncomfortable inside the car.
Well, considering he is sat right over that back axle, he would have felt every single one of those flaps of the tyres beating against the racetrack.
I can't believe how long he kept in it, though. He was trying to hold with it as best as he physically could.
That's just one of those classic brain versus foot arguments, isn't it? We've used the analogy before, but the brain says, right, lift. And the foot's going to go, oh, no way, I'm sticking with it.
No, we're going straight. We're holding with
we're
it.
going for it. Hold on for the ride. This sport is absolutely nuts sometimes, and runs like that prove it. Right, okay, so Dougie's actually stuck on the track towards the top end. He's very close to the first exit, so it won't take him long to get round the corner.
And that is the car of Mark Fairhurst we just heard click off. I'm very excited to see how this goes, actually.
Making its way down to the head of the lanes is the Spider-Man Jet Dragster. That'll be running just before 1 o'clock. Oh, Megan's been in touch. I missed this one a little while ago. And it's Hayton's birthday today. Can we please let everybody at Santa Pod know? Yes, no problem. Consider it done. Hayton, many, many happy returns indeed. So from pretty much everybody in Supercharged Outlaws and everybody here. So yeah, just getting Dougie hooked up to the tow vehicle at the top there. And we'll get him tucked around the corner. So tractor just popping out. I'll tell you what, just for a moment, we're going to give the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2. Take it back very shortly indeed when we continue, but just a little bit of a clean-up out there. Compared to Jack's 975. Big wheels up launch and the wheel wobble when it came back down. And that is a 991 1388. Supercharged at 12. Nick Martin 1150.
Yeah, Spencer running last weekend in Comp Eliminator and Nostalgia Superstock. Part of the MSA series. Just a quick look inside Nick Martin's
Yeah,
Duster.
I think something came off, but it's now been handed to the driver, so you're not a key component. Ah, no, it was a key component. Actually, it's been pushed back, but it was like a little clip or something. So yeah, I think you probably still get a run in the session though. So let's see how Spencer gets on then. So 11:12. to be close. 11.15, 300s off, that'll do. Nice opener there for Spencer. I know we've got the youngsters coming through, like the youth and exuberance, but the age and treachery will always come good in this class. They always do. Great playing field for all, level playing field for them all. Let's see.
So Pete looking for a 10.35. Goes over the line with a 10.65 and 11.77 for Gary Court, puts in the number 2 spot.
Glyn Dunford. Met Glyn and his good lady wife down there at the awards night. First time I'd actually met him. He was a spectator on the banking 2 years ago.
Nice.
Bought the car, joined in, having a great time. Oh, Gary reaching for the sky there. Oh, cracking launch, Gary. 11.16 the target. 11.13 breakout, a little bit too quick. Glyn goes to the right side though. 11.29 on that 11 flat goes number 4. And for Stuart Arthur this year with the Plymouth, going alongside Russo's Rat, Chris Goodale, 9.83 on the dial-in. Stuart dialing in 12.60. Chris, this car does twist when it launches. I wonder if he's managed to calm that down a little bit.
I'm loving the design on what'll it do.
I like that's a great name. That's a brilliant name. He's dialed out a lot of that twist. Just went up and forwards instead, which is good. So 9.83 the target then for Chris. 78, big breakout. And Stuart thought, if you can do, I can do it better. Brakes.
2 beautiful cars. Is Beavis new to the class?
No, but he ran last year.
Okay.
But the car used to have a supercharger on it.
It did, yes.
So obviously you can't run supercharger or can't run power adders in the class. So naturally aspirated, and he'd actually take a number 1 qualifier.
Oh wow!
So I can't remember if it was the Nostalgia Nats last year or. But yeah, good car. I think he ended up number 2 actually in that particular meeting, but nevertheless. He said it was like, I said, no, you make your own like that. 12.19. Rob, though, goes 12.35 on that 12.20. Goes to number 3.
So 10.12 the dial-in for Dan. Paul Singer looking for a 12.10. And in fact...
Roll was numbers reversed.
Yeah. I'd like to see how many cars in the class are stick shift. Because I know Dan's is now.
That didn't honk the front wheels up like it normally does. 147 60 foot though.
In fact, I think he's just lost a wheelie bar wheel.
So goes 10.17. Who lost the wheel?
I think Dan just lost a wheelie bar wheel. It's currently...
Yeah, they have spotted it because... Gonna hop over the wall.
So Howard
Excellent.
Holmes looking for an 11.90. Adrian looking for a 10.90. Should cross the line about a second apart. Oh, breakout by the smallest of margins.
They're dialing in 11.90. Oh, in the 11s now, Chris. Steve Lloyd dialing 11.20 with the ex-Williams Brothers Impala.
Missing in comp eliminator.
I think got some sort of fluid leak underneath the Impala.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of a trail.
Oh, 008 light there for Chris. Wide away club off the line. Now then, can he run 11.90? 12.23 at 108. Oh yeah, just a little bit of fluid. We can see it on the track there. Oh, away. I am so glad nobody's bought that car yet, which means Dave keeps running it. Cracking car though. The Dodge Challenger, 985.
Does he have anything else in the works? Do we know? Or are they secrets?
No idea.
Sound like it never shifted.
10.04, 135 goes to number 7 with that one. Fully capable of taking the number 1 spot as well.
Hearing all the straight cut gears were up.
Wow, big breakout, 1390. So Glenda just a little bit too quick. Pretty sharp off the line as well. Mind you, a little bit of ring rust here, so how quick he's going to be straight off the line. But nevertheless, that'll all come good come race day. So John looking for 1065, Rick looking for an 11. 11.17, 11.34. Considering that's Rick's first run in about 3 years.
Oh, really?
10.39.
Lots of wheel spin for both of them.
So 10.23 breakout for Duncan, but 10.46 on the 39 puts Andy into Alan Huckle with the 65 Ford, and Dan Sanderson with the Mustang. Dan, I think he's now in his 3rd season with the Mustang. Debuted the car and put it in straight into number 1 qualifier at his first meeting, and got the award. It was Dragstalgia actually. He came and did that. We've chased it ever since. $13.09 for Alan, goes 9. Dan Sanderson goes 14.29. Slots in at 17 in 10 flat. And it won't be a 10 flat, it's going to be a bit north of that, unfortunately. A bit of wheel spin off the line. Probably be about a 10.4. Oh, making that 11.2 actually. Still got a good speed at the end there, 130, but did lose a fair chunk of time with the wheel spin off the line. Had to pedal it to calm. Well, John Sleep was running the pickup. Well, here we go once again, and I didn't realise this car was hiding around the corner there, but it's here. It's the Hellfire Heavy, the beautiful 1930s Ford. So this is Jim Tucker. Just letting the burnout smoke out of the suicide doors.
So Jim with a big old Hemi hanging out the front of his 33 Ford.
528 cubes of it. That'll do. Well, that's as straight as one will ever go. 901, 152, shoot out in the shutdown area, and apologies, that's my front doorbell going again. It always goes, doesn't it? Oh dear. Okay, next up, I believe it will be the Spider-Man jet. In actual fact, yes, the tow truck is just moving forward. So, bang on schedule in Julian Webb. Now, Julian obviously ran for many years the split-second jet dragster, but that was more of a land speed car than a car aimed purely at a drag strip. So this car was commissioned, built by Hauser Race Cars, but predominantly by Scott. Did all the work on this. Obviously some input from Martin Hill as well, because he's not too dissimilar to Fire Force 5, but there's a few little tweaks, shall we say. to this car.
In fact, everyone out there on the grandstand and on the banking, give us a wave if you've ever seen a jet car before. Ah, see, that's only a couple of you. Right, so now give us a wave if you've never seen a jet car before.
Yeah, we got a few.
Right. So all the people who waved when they said you have, film the people who haven't. I want to see their reactions.
Do you ever get on an airplane and when they sort of get ready to take off, do you imagine Martin Hill doing afterburner flips and Julian like playing with the toggle switch on there? Anyway, start process. I always refer to this because Julian really helped me out quite a lot with this. But it's how they start a jet engine up. Basically, the first thing they do is arm all the electrical systems on the Dragster. Once everything is live, most of the teams, they put pressure into the fuel tank, and there's a little vessel that they connect to the car. That's what that's for. That basically helps the turbine feed fuel to the fuel control. Once the systems are armed and pressurized, the crew chief will spin the turbine over, and at the correct RPM, the driver will activate the igniters to add fuel to the motor. The turbine should spool up to the required RPM to keep the motor lit, and the driver will signal to turn off and remove the electric starter. So those are the basic steps of starting a jet dragster, which is obviously exactly what Julian and the team have just gone through down there. And the Spider-Man jet is up and running. So yeah, the jet dragster then, it's a Jeff Hauser chassis, or Hauser Raceway. Martin Hill took on the rest of the build, basically. And as Julian states, produced what he thinks is the most advanced and thought-out jet dragster ever built.
So Julian coming to the line with the thunderous booms coming from the afterburner of the Spider-Man machine. As it goes into stage.
Wow, 105 to 60 foot, that's hauling. So is 597 at 253 at the top end. 405 at 198 to the 8th. And I'll tell you what, I actually think he may have clicked that a little bit early. But yeah, nice run there, 597, 253. And yeah, I believe that is our lunch break actually for our start line crew as they take a well-earned rest. But when we come back, it will be Run What You Brung. And so we get a full 45-minute session of Run What You Brung, although we did manage to get a few Run What You Brung in first thing this morning. Obviously, we had to get the qualifying session done. So Run What You Brung will be directly after lunch, and a full-on 45-minute session from then we go back into quali. So, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, lunch break. We will see you in about half an hour. Nitro FM. If you could take over the airwaves, we'll catch up with you when we come back. points to dodge from. So I think
I'm going to guess a couple of 10s, I reckon.
71 dodge, I think that is.
Oh, just waiting for the treat. There we go, off and away.
Good to see that the live stream is on. Brett Cordell's just messaged in and said, got the live stream on, have a good weekend. Cheers, Brett. Hope you're keeping well, buddy.
Okay, I was slightly wrong. 12.66 from the Nova and a 13.47 from the Challenger.
Nicely away, 171 to 60.
Well, a 170 from the other lane. This should be pretty close to the top end. It's going to be really close to the top end. A couple of 10s, 10-1 and an 11-0.
Yeah. I think the aerodynamic. I've got to. He won't be tuned in, but I've got to give a shout out to Clive Charles, who took the championship in the 100E series last year. Now lives in Thailand. I'd see plenty of social media updates and everything. One of the most interesting characters I think I've ever met in my life. Anglia, let's have you into the pairing lanes, please.
Pair of Moggies then. I can tell that because one of them's got it written on the side of it.
Well, the Golf oil colours going. 12.96 at 102. 15.96, he's in.
Oh, he is in?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, that was a 121 to 60 foot. Having a bit of a wander about 300 foot out, but no issues at all as goes over the finish line. 8.25.
Oh, yes. Well, deep into the eights on that one. 8.25, 163. Not to be outdone, though. 10.93 at 116 in the Slick Tricks lane. But nice run indeed there, Matt. And if he runs that car to that form on Street Weekend, he's going to certainly be in the top 10% without a shadow of a doubt. God, that is so different. The way they riveted the wheel arches and everything on that. I love the mirrors.
Did you see the front end of it?
I sort of caught a glimpse of it. Oh, yeah.
It's not like a old Willis.
It is, yeah.
Half a smoke and goes to the fifth one.
Nice one, yeah. 12.24, 111.
Oh, it is a 4. Looks like a 9 on the scoreboard.
With the Gas Junkie taking on Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin. Now, the last time I saw Steve, he was reaching for the sky and running mid-9s pretty much on every single run. Ray Irish, normally low 10. Well, actually, I think the dialing's given it away now, actually. 10.04. Can tickle into the 9s. Steve Matthews dialing in 9.49 for his first pass here at the Nostalgia Nationals. A little bit of wheel spin off the line there for Steve.
Yeah, so he's looking for a 9.49.
Well, if Steve had gone with Ray's dialing, he'd be number 1. But 10.04. 40th anniversary here this weekend, as we've already mentioned. I don't know how old Harvey is. I think he's under 40. So one for the family album, this one. 10.85 dialing for Ray Turner. And actual fact, they both dialed 10.85. I wonder why. Well, we know Ray can hit it. I didn't realise Harvey had been that quick. 0.2 compared to 2.2 off the line. Oh, 10.85 on a 10.85, darling. That's how you take number 1 spot. Beautifully done. 10.97 for Harvey. They go 1 and 2, but yeah, to hit your number first time out, absolutely bang on.
Was that his
That's so cool looking though. Moon tank on the front now, looking really good. Oh,
Well, living up to his name is the jumping jalapeno.
I didn't see it, but I heard it.
Looking for 1070, he goes 1088, puts him in the number 3 spot. Not bad for a jumpy launch.
Cheeky little wheelie off the line there for Nick. That's looking good and strong, actually. Yeah, 88 on 82. Goes number 2. Adam goes 29 on a 12. All right, Patrick Holm, 1160 dialing, 1150 for Patrick. And a 99. Patrick goes 4, and Nick goes 8. We're a little bit, intense. Well, Rory Rat sounding good and strong. Dialing a 1025 then for Keith. Oh, bit of a car backfire. Get that restarted, no problem.
So, of course, the way this class works, you pick your own dialing, you go any quicker than it, it is disqualified, so you've got to go as close as you can to it, like Ray Turner did. Dial 1085, ran 1085 with a 5. Keith looking to beat that, so if he goes 1025 with a 4, he wins. He goes number 1 qualifier.
Oh, Simon Prest headed back to the pits. No idea why. I'll tell you what, for the stop-start on the start line, that is a belter of a run. 10:52, 126. Actually looked quicker. Did actually look quicker. So, car is normally pretty well sorted. Always up there in the points chase as well. Let's see what he's got then. 10:55 his target. 10:68 goes number 6. 64 Dodge. Nice cheeky wheels up launch. $11.22. What's he got? $11.49. And Christian goes through with a 13.56. Compared to Jack's 975. Big wheels up launch and the wheel wobble when it came back down. And that is a 991. 1388. Supercharged at 12. Nick Martin 1150.
Yeah, Spencer running last weekend in Comp Eliminator and Nostalgia Superstock. Part of the MSA series. Just a quick look inside Nick Martin's
Yeah,
Duster.
I think something came off, but it's now been handed to the driver, so not a key component. Ah, no, it was a key component. So it's been pushed back, but it was like a little clip or something. So yeah, I think you probably still get a run in the session though. So let's see how Spencer gets on then. So 11:12. It's going to be close. 11:15. 300s off. That'll do. Nice opener there for Spencer. I know we've got the youngsters coming through, like the youth and exuberance, but the age and treachery will always come good in this class. They always do. Great playing field for all, level playing field for them all. Let's see.
So Pete looking for a 10.35. Goes over the line with a 10.65 and 11.77 for Gary Cork, puts him in the number 2 spot.
Glyn Dunford. Met Glyn and his good lady wife down there at the awards night. First time I'd actually met him. He was a spectator on the banking 2 years ago.
Nice.
Bought the car, joined in, having a great time. Oh, Gary reaching for the sky there. Oh, cracking launch, Gary. 11.16 the target. 11.13 breakout, a little bit too quick. Glyn goes to the right side though. 11.29 on that 11 flat goes number 4. And for Stuart Arthur this year with the Plymouth, going alongside Russo's Rat, Chris Goodale, 9.83 on the dial-in. Stuart dialing in 12.60. Chris, this car does twist when it launches. I wonder if he's managed to calm that down a little bit.
I'm loving the design on What'll It Do.
I like that's a great name. That's a brilliant name. He's dialed out a lot of that twist. Just went up and forwards instead, which is good. So 9.83 the target then for Chris. 78, big breakout. And Stuart thought I could do it better. Brakes.
2 beautiful cars. Is Beavis new to the class?
No, but he ran last year.
Okay.
But the car used to have a supercharger on it.
It did, yes.
So obviously you can't run supercharger or can't run power adders in the class. So naturally aspirated, and he'd actually take a number 1 qualifier.
Oh wow.
So I can't remember if it was the Nostalgia Nats last year or. But yeah, good car. I think he ended up number 2 actually in that particular meeting, but nevertheless. He said it was like, I said, no, you make your own like that. 12.19. Rob, though, goes 12.35 on that 12.20. Goes to number 3.
So 10.12 the dial-in for Dan. Paul Singer looking for a 12.10. And in fact...
Roll was numbers reversed.
Yeah. I'd like to see just how many cars in the class are stick shift. Because I know Dan's is now.
That didn't hog the front wheels up like it normally does. 147 60 foot though.
In fact, I think he's just lost a wheelie bar wheel.
So it goes 10.17. Who lost the wheel?
I think Dan just lost a wheelie bar wheel. It's currently...
Yeah, they have spotted it because it's going to hop over the wall.
So Howard
Excellent.
Holmes looking for an 11.90. Adrian looking for a 10.90. Should cross the line about a second apart. Oh, breakout by the smallest of margins.
They're dialing in 11.90. Oh, in the 11s now, Chris. Steve Lloyd dialing 11.20 with the ex-Williams Brothers Impala.
Missing in Compliminator.
I think got some sort of fluid leak underneath the Impala.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of a trail.
Oh, 008 light there for Chris. Wide away club off the line. Now then, can he run 11.90? 12.23 at 108. Oh yeah, just a little bit of fluid. We can see it on the track there. Oh, away. I am so glad nobody's bought that car yet, which means Dave keeps running it. Cracking car though. The Dodge Challenger, 985.
Does he have anything else in the works? Do we know? Or are they secrets?
No idea.
Sound like it never shifted.
10.04, 135 goes to number 7 with that one. Fully capable of taking the number 1 spot as well.
Hearing all the straight cut gears were up.
Wow, big breakout, 13.90. So Glenda just a little bit too quick. Pretty sharp off the line as well. Mind you, a little bit of ring rust here, so how quick he's going to be straight off the line. But nevertheless, that will all come good come race day. So John looking for 10.65. Rick looking for an 11. 11.17, 11.34. Considering that's Rick's first run in about 3 years.
Oh, really?
10.39.
Lots of wheel spin for both of them.
So 10.23 breakout for Duncan, but 10.46 on the 39 puts Andy into the Alan Huckle with the 65 Ford, and Dan Sanderson with the Mustang. Dan, I think he's now in his 3rd season with the Mustang. Debuted the car and put it in straight into #1 qualifier at his first meeting, and got the award. It was Dragstalgia actually. He came and did that. We've chased it ever since. $13.09 for Alan, goes 9. Dan Sanderson goes 14.29. Slots in at 17. In 10 flat. And it won't be a 10 flat, it's going to be a bit north of that, unfortunately. A bit of wheel spin off the line. Probably be about a 10.4. Oh, making that 11.2 actually. Still got a good speed at the end there, 130, but did lose a fair chunk of time with the wheel spin off the line. Had to pedal it to calm. Well, John Sleep was running the pickup truck last weekend in Super Pro. This weekend, he's got a Camaro. Well, the clock's having a good old think about it, and finally gives us a 9.71. Yeah.
Well, there's certainly no test passes, I'll tell you that much. Gary Hill with a very meaningful launch.
Nice 141 to 60 for... I don't think you'll get it on this one, but yeah, 890 plays 888.
Yeah.
Oh, one light there. Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
Your #1 qualifier, 888. That is a number that is very beatable. Well, 121, 60 foot from Rob there. Already doing 120 mile an hour at the 8th, goes over the line 895, puts him in the #3 spot at a 942. Very good, strong pass from Wayne. That sticks him in the #4 spot.
Definitely, it's just I don't recall it. It's, probably find out he's been racing for 17 years and 49 weeks on top of that. But well, Andy's going to get there first with a 1087 at 120 and 1253 at 101 for Barry. So 10 cars in the first session of Outlaw Anglia as we move on to the Wild Bunch.
Four goes 1147 and a 1485. I think this is one of Bob's first runs ever in an altered. Bit of a double step from the short cab redemption car. Goes through with a 1054.
Well done, Bob. 1372 at 93 mile an hour, his first journey with the altered. I'm going to do a shout and I hope you enjoy your weekend here this weekend and obviously be a bit drier. So let's have a look at Dan Wilson and Rob Brown. 876 for Rob and 1030. Now, was it Rob? Because
I'm going to say no because there's Rob.
It was Pete. Unfortunately, Rory lost fire just before the tree ran. James Griffin, good looking run. He'll take that. 968, 130 miles an hour at the stripe. Very, very tidy run indeed.
There we go. That's a much better launch. Click second gear.
Well, that's straight and true. Wow, 1080. Get in there.
With the shootout as well. Look at that.
Yeah. Against a Dodge from sort of thing.
I'm going to guess a couple of 10s, I reckon.
71 Dodge, I think that is.
Oh, just waiting for the tree. There we go, off and away.
Good to see that the live stream is on. Brett Cordell's just messaged in and said, got the live stream on, have a good weekend. Cheers, Brett. Hope you're keeping well, buddy.
Okay, I was slightly wrong. 1266 from the Nova and a 13.47 from the Challenger.
Nicely away, 171 to 60.
Well, a 170 from the other lane. It's pretty close to the top end. It's going to be really close to the top end. A couple of 10s,
Oh.
10-1 and an 11-0.
Yeah. I think the aerodynamic. I've got to. It won't be tuned in, but I've got to give a shout out to Clive Charles, who took the championship in the 100E series last year. Now lives in Thailand. I'd see plenty of social media updates and everything. One of the most interesting characters I think I've ever met in my life. Let's have you into the pairing lanes, please.
Pair of Moggies then. I can tell that because one of them's got it written on the side of it.
Well,
So
the Golf oil colours
yeah.
going. 12.96 at 102. 15.96, he's in.
Oh, he's in?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, that was a 121 to 60 foot. I would a bit of a wonder about 300 foot out, but no issues at all. Is going to the finish line. 825.
Oh, yes. Well, deep into the eights on that one. 825, 163. Not to be outdone, though. 1093 at 116 in the Slick Tricks lane. But nice run indeed there, Matt. And if he runs that car to that form on Street Weekend, he's going to certainly be in the top 10% without a shadow of a doubt. God, that is so different. The way they riveted the wheel arches and everything on that. I love the mirrors.
Did you see the front end of it?
I sort of caught a glimpse of it. Oh, yeah.
It's done like a old Willis.
It is, yeah.
Half a smoker goes to the fifth line.
Nice one, yeah.
29.
12.24, 111.
Oh, it is a 4. Looks like a 9 on the scoreboard.
With the gas junkie taking on Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin. Now, the last time I saw Steve, he was reaching for the sky and running mid-9s pretty much on every single run. Ray Irish, normally low 10. Well, actually, I think the dialing's given it away now, actually. 10.04. Can tickle into the 9s. Steve Matthews dialing in 9.49 for his first pass here at the Nostalgia Nationals. A little bit of wheel spin off the line there for Steve.
Yeah, so he's looking for a 9.49.
Well, if Steve had gone with Ray's dialing, he'd be number 1. But 10.04. 40th anniversary here this weekend, as we've already mentioned. I don't know how old Harvey is. I think he's under 40. So one for the family album, this one. 10.85 dialing for Ray Turner. And actual fact, they both dialed 10.85. I wonder why. Well, we know Ray can hit it. I don't know Harvey has been that quick. 0.2 compared to 2.2 off the line. Oh, 10.85 on a 10.85, darling. That's how you take number 1 spot. Beautifully done. 10.97 for Harvey. They go 1 and 2, but yeah, to hit your number first time out, absolutely bang on. That's so cool looking though. Moon tank on the front now, looking really good. Oh,
well, living up to his name is the jumping jalapeno.
I didn't see it, but I heard it.
Looking for 10.70, he goes 10.88, puts him in the number 3 spot. Not bad for a jumpy launch.
Cheeky little wheelie off the line there for Nick. That's looking good and strong, actually. Yeah, 88 on 82. Goes number 2. Adam goes 29 on a 12. All right, Patrick Holm, 11.60 dialing, 11.50 for Patrick. And a 99. Patrick goes 4, and Nick goes 8. We're a little bit, intense. Well, Rory Rat sounding good and strong. Dialing a 10.25 then for Keith. Oh, the car backfire. Get that restarted, no problem.
So, of course, the way this class works, you pick your own dialing, you go any quicker than it, it is disqualified, so you've got to go as close as you can to it, like Ray Turner did, dialed 10.85, ran 10.85 with a 5. Keith looking to beat that, so if he goes 10.25 with a 4, he wins. He goes number 1 qualifier.
Oh, Simon Prest headed back to the pits, no idea why. I'll tell you what, for the stop-start on the start line, that is a belter of a run. 10.52, 126. Actually looked quicker. Did actually look quicker. So, car is normally pretty well sorted. Always up there in the points chase as well. Let's see what he's got then. 10.55 his target. 10.68 goes number 6. 64 Dodge. Can't beat a bit of Jerry Rafferty and Baker Street. Still sounds so good after all those years.
I almost didn't want to interrupt it, but we are racing again.
Okay, it is Run What You Brung, and I hope that's Simon DeVos, actually. Yes, he is Simon DeVos with the Frankenstein. That wicked Chevy going alongside Ain't No Saint, Lee Johnson. Two of the coolest vehicles around ever. Now that you'll see, certainly on Ain't No Saint, I'm hoping Simon is the same. Yeah, they've all got 00 designations.
Yes.
Okay, it's a new group.
Okay.
And I will have all the full details tomorrow. But basically, it's a group of racers that come together. The likes of Phil Malls with the Willis. Obviously, these guys here. There's about 16 of them here. And they've all got their pitting along the side of the fence. They will have a dial-in eventually.
Okay.
And it's just a great way of going racing. Cool. So, yeah, let's see how this goes on. But I say, I will have full details tomorrow.
And
so
of course, if you
Lee has been into the 9s.
You could actually own the car in the Citrix lane, just go buy Hot Wheels.
10.19, nice open of him. 10.88 for Simon. 123.
So any car with a 00 designation is in that class, I assume?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Well, the little Opus 1. So we were talking about this earlier. 50 years it's been racing. Absolutely fabulous bit of kit.
I like the way we've he's come up and he's given us a massive information sheet, and he's written down the best time it ran in the 1990s was a 1683, and the best time it ran in the 2000s was a 1503, with a new engine, of course.
Oh, one of the blocks had. I didn't see anybody get any near it. So it must have just fallen over. So the Lawson Anglia and the Sidwell Opus. $14.68 and $16.30.
And I think the Opus has lost his blower belt as well. You can see it skating on down there at the bottom end.
Yeah. Just past the stripe on the right hand side. And the quad from the top end comes down to collect it. So, Chris Skinner with the small block Chevy powered Fiat 126 and different power plant. We were just discussing this, weren't we?
Have a guess. Have a guess what you reckon is in the one in the Kestrel beer lane.
Well, I know, but yeah. So this is Mark Skinner with his 126. Yeah, LS powered.
Single turbo LS powered as well.
So even though Chris has got a small block Chevy in there, it's still a 406 cubic inch motor in there, and he has got a shot of nitrous as well, just for fun. I mean, it'll run mid 9s.
You could see the boost coming in for the orange Buddha car. He's going to go the line first. Goes 11.43 at 129 mile an hour and a 10.0 at 135.
Just missed the 9. 10.03, 135. Good run, though.
So I can see another 00 designation here. With a dial-in. That's a 12.12 dial-in. Up against a proper Bonnie and Clyde villain car, that is, isn't it?
Yeah, you just expect them, the side, the running boards to have a couple of characters with machine guns, don't you? That is so cool.
A little bit of wheel spin as
Oh,
well.
it's a passenger ride left-hand lane.
Oh yeah.
That's a nice run, actually. 1274, 111, and 1604 at 91. So the Rolling Gold 56 Chevy. Don't see enough of this car. I think I basically only see this twice a year. Absolute beautiful vehicle. Oh yeah, just put that on my transporter, please. Really cool car. Going alongside, that's Kev Preston with the Austin pickup, a 434 cubic inch twin turbo, small block Chevy in there.
Where? It doesn't.
Oh, it's in there.
It doesn't fit.
Goes 1222 at 108 and 1217 at 109. If that was a race, there was just 0.01 of a second between the two of them at the top end.
Oof.
Well, I mentioned him earlier. You see another one of the 00 designations. This is Phil Moores. And I'm hoping it's Loz. It is, yep. Father and daughter match up here.
Nice.
Now, basically, Loz built that car herself. A little bit of input from Dad, but not much. So basically, Loz has done all this herself. Well, Phil, if it's really going well, it'll be in the mid to high nines. If it's a normal checkout pass, it'll be in the tens, and that is a normal pass, 1097, maybe a little bit off where he'd like it to be, but nevertheless, I think that's one of his first runs of the year. Loz goes 1791 at 73. Funny thing I've got to tell you about Loz, right? The car runs 18s like clockwork.
Okay.
And I had to tell her that she ran a 17, and she had to then go back through the feed to find out. She thought she had never run a 17 before. I said, no, you did one. And then eventually we found it. And she goes, oh my God. That's a great story, that. But she thought she had never ran one. Oh, it was a while ago, but it was quite amusing, that. And I know she'll play the live feed back later on. So lots of love, Loz. Love you forever. 14.55 and 15.55 for the two miners, as we now look at the full tilt Willis.
So he's entered this class as well, John Dalrymple.
Oh yeah,
Usually races in
you don't
Pro
miss
ET.
you don't miss anything. does
No.
John? This is the man that came to Dragstalgia when he didn't have a Willis, and made a hardboard Willis cutout and stuck it on the side of his car to make it look like a Willis. Now, any given race day, John will be in the nines, and comfortably so, hopefully. 10 flat on that particular pass. 150, 60 foot. I think he lost a little bit there. That should be a little bit quicker than that. But he'll be in the nines on his next pass. Looking into lanes to see who's going to flinch next. Oh, that's the belly tank. This is a full ground up build actually. Again, such a cool vehicle. I'll have to reference my my book of words.
It's not a book of wisdom, it's just a book of words.
Yeah. The trouble is, it's just like my life. It's not in order at all.
All of the wheel spin from the belly tank. I can actually see he spun it all the way out to 60 foot there. No issues at all for the Golf Moggy. 1262 and a 15.19. Do we know what engine's in the belly tank?
I'm just looking for it now because I know I've got it all noted. Trouble is, I'll find all the details when it's way too late. Mind you, I've just found the Ralph Speed Shop details, so I know when the 32 comes round. I've got all the details ready for that one.
So we have the other glass up.
Yeah, this is Matt.
Gorgeously turned out split bumper Camaro. Ian has spotted something, but not too sure what. Up against a lovely pot.
Yeah, that's one I don't recognise, I must admit.
So, a solo for the pot. I like the fact we've got times for the Run What You Brung. The only issue is, technically, Julian Webb with the Spider-Mans in it. So he goes over the line with a 12.58. So Matt with the Camaro. Not too sure where he runs. Looks like a 10-second runner to me.
Yeah, I was going to say it'd be somewhere in the 10s, maybe a little smidge quicker.
Easing on the power nicely. 2.2 seconds, 60 foot. Goes over the line with a 13.32. Not a bad opening run.
Michael D'Souza. Finally, after all these years coming to events, be it a nostalgia event or a lifestyle event or street eliminator, I finally caught up with him on my first chat with him in the lunch break. Really good to have a chat. Now then, for the first time ever, he's running nitrous on this pass.
Okay.
So it's only a 100 shot, just to see what it's all about, and obviously that's in their quest to go quicker.
Well, he's obviously getting ready for the main event. Tell you what, he's got a good race on this one from the Time Lock racing car in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Going to be a 1083 and a 1095. Good side-by-side run from them two.
Yeah, they'll take that.
Can we please have Gasser Circus into the pairing lanes, please? Gasser Circus for your next round of qualifying, which is going to be a tight one for the man here in the Kestrel Beer Lane as he races in it. So a solo for the Warbird as he leans off the line. 2.2 seconds, 60 foot.
Right, don't forget, keep your eyes skyward. The Battle of Britain Memorial flight due in any moment, actually. Well, I'll say about any moment, 2 minutes. about 1 minute looking at the timing, so keep your ears and eyes peeled, as we do expect the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Spitfire and Hurricane to be coming in very shortly indeed. If you see them, just point, because I can't see everywhere. That's quite handy actually, because the tractor's just gone out to do a little bit of sledding. And what we'll do, we won't commentate during the flyby itself, so you can just listen to those beautiful World War II planes.
There they are. I know they're birds.
You stupid boy, Mike.
I think I made everyone look.
Callum's got a good view. Where are these planes, Callum? Can you see them?
Can you see everyone in the tower searching frantically? So we've still got plenty of cars in the pairing lanes. We're just searching at the minute.
Well, we haven't heard that they're not coming, so that's very unusual. They're actually ready for them. we haven't got them.
Go on, Max, where are they? They do have a tendency to sneak up on us, that's the only issue.
Okay, so we continue with the racing. Obviously, we'll let you know if we see them.
So, the Ralph Speed Shop car.
Aha, right, okay. So they come from Norwich. Is where they're from. And it's the Smith family. So I told you I had all their details and I lost the page. Typical. Absolutely typical.
So, ran into the 10s on the last run. What can you do on this one? 1068 and a 1097 for the Firebird.
Oh, that was backup Bob, but not in his backup car.
Okay.
Yes, just go back. That was Pete Lane in the Firebird.
Okay, yes.
And backup Bob is the Barracuda that he ran at Doorslammers and made the.
And won.
Yeah, no.
Oh, did he win? Or did he not win?
Final.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, that's. But that was backup Bob. But the Firebird is his main race car, which is really good to see that one back out again. Okay, next up then, you have Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger. And for company, he's got Darren Brown with the MG Magnet.
I don't think I've ever seen one of those cars on the road before.
Well, not looking like that.
What? No.
Well, Dave on his way to a 9. Oh, 10-10. Darren just pulling over to the right-hand side, just going underneath the gantry at the top in there at 36 mile an hour, so he'll take the first exit.
Doing the correct thing, I might add, by pulling over to the side as well. Thank you very much.
One of the coolest blokes around I know, actually, and I mean that as a sheer compliment. Paul Hammond with this Ford. When Paul debuted this car, he goes, oh, I don't know what he's going to run, 13s. You look underneath the... you said, you reckon that's going to run 13s? By the end of the day, he was in the 10s. And, yeah, such a nice guy. That's probably ruined all his street cred because he's hard as nails, but without a top bloke. And I tell you what, I think he's going to open his account with a very strong 10-second pass here. Well, it's in the 10s, 10.99. Well, it's strong. 119 mile an hour. 1377, 104 for the Tri-Chevy.
That was a gorgeous 57 as well.
Yeah, lovely. But it's nice to see the show cars stretch their legs as well. It just goes to show that they are go as well as show. It makes a huge amount of difference. Right, this is Dominic Sharp with the Firebird. Going alongside Julian Davison with the 100E.
Lots of wheels been off the line for the Firebird.
Well, got it hooked eventually. That's a good looking run. 10.08, 136. Dominic will take that one. Problems with 100E off the line for Julian. But Dominic, well, actually the 5th quickest of the day.
Here we go. The Battle of Britain
Hey,
Flyover
they're here.
Memorial is here.
Just a little bit off schedule, but yeah, good to see the fly past. Don't know where they've gone. Right, Ian Smith goes through with 1170. 117 miles an hour. Well, if you look towards the top end gantry, then towards the main gate, you'll see our memorial flight coming in. And I tell you what, we'll be quiet just for a moment as the plane heads up the quarter mile. So as the traditional wing waggle of the plane as it went up the quarter mile, or coming towards us I should say, lets us know that they're heading off to their next port of call. So good to see them. We'll see that one here anyway. So next up, Graham Scrivens with the Anglia. And another one of our beautiful black Tri-Chevys.
come back soon.
Can we have Nostalgia Superstock into the lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock into the lanes. Graham gets there first with a 12.48. And a 14.73 from that beautiful black Chevy.
The Husky. He must have been the car I could hear with the nitrous then.
Yeah, Colin Wood. My wheelie bar's got longer, but it looks like it. Going alongside Doug Harwood with the Barracuda. Doug's already been 10.09. $10.23, $10.75.
Now, looking around the back of the tower, I can see Adam Clayton with a firecracker. A newly winged, I can see as well. That front wing's very purposeful.
The last time I saw that car, that was on two wheels. And it wasn't the back two. Mental car, that. That was at Dragstalgia when he went up on his side. The header pipe stopped it from going over. Mad.
A cracking save as well. I think, did he get driving job?
He
with the-
did, yeah. Entertainment with a capital E. Okay, so the engine is fired up. Stays lit.
This is when we say get cameras and phones out to film this one, because it's quite exciting. Not too sure what the plans are on this one.
Just get it down the track. First run of the year. Still looking as calm and composed as ever. But it is. It's just an earthquake on wheels. It really is. That is so evil looking. Well, one thing you can say about Adam, he's not shy of the right pedal.
You know you've got a cool race car was when you hit the throttle for the burnout and you get a Mexican wave of people reaching for their ears.
The thing with these types of cars, there's no point in trying to have a gentle pass because they like to be driven hard, and that's when they work their best. That's what they were designed for. And fair to say, Adam was designed the same way. just go for it. And if anything happens on the run, he'll deal with it. And that's the way you got to drive a fuel, an altered like this.
So Adam Clayton with the first run of the year. Heading up the quarter mile. Nice and soft launch. Sound like a high gear launch as well. Clicks it just after the 8th mile. Still goes 9.49. Well done, gang. Good, strong opening pass.
Well, one thing's for sure, the engine is developing a huge amount of power. As you say, the settings sounded a little bit soft, but A to B gets it down there, get it back to the pits, and then the fun starts. It really does. But yeah, that was good to see. Really, really good to see. And such an evil-looking car. Well, we're still in Run With Your Brung at the moment. Oh, God, look at Willis. this. That's gorgeous. I think that's Chris Coburn's car. That's back in the days when car designers had a free hand to do what they want. Just beautiful cars created back in the day. Now, unfortunately, well, yeah, there are a few good-looking cars these days, but nothing like that. It's just so cool. Apologies if it's not Chris Coburn, but I'm going with it.
Look at that for a burnout. Another 00 designation.
God, this car's got some stories to tell over its years, being down the quarter mile.
It's been around racetracks as well, around corners.
And lived to tell the tale. As I say, I will be in the pits with the 00 gang. Makes it sound like a secret agent, doesn't it?
It does.
But as I say, I will have all the information ready for tomorrow from the 00s. Right, the Chevy Nova. All I got is John. Well,
Lots of wheel spin instantly for the Nova. No such issues for the Challenger. They're going to go through pretty much side by side, 12.97 and 13.28. So I assume that's what a scamp should look like.
as long as they're at the drag strip, it doesn't matter what they look like. Cool though.
So I was wrong earlier. The Nova is actually a twin turbo LS, not a single turbo. I got corrected by Kieran, so thank you, Kieran.
Well, Thomas Parry with this Nova has been 10-12 already today.
Talk about a meaningful run from the car in the Kestrel beer lane. They're both on him.
Oh. Well, Thomas goes 10.04, 141, 10.13, 127. As Matthew Southcott comes out once again. Alongside Billy with a pickup. Managed to get into the 11.6s last weekend.
And Matt, you'll be happy to know you're currently the fastest Robert Ubrunger. Well, beyond the jet car.
Yeah, 8.25, great opener for Matt. Obviously quickest car at the moment, quickest of the Outlaw Street as well. Looking forward to seeing this on the road though, doing street weekend. It's going to be the most bizarre convoy if we go in convoy. You know, it's all these outrageous vehicles. That's what I can't wait for. Matt's bumped through stage. Whoa, yeah. Bill's almost spun out in sympathy then. Well, Matt came very, very close to the wall. He bumped through stage and then thought, oh, I'm just going up the track. And yeah, got a little bit left on that one. So I think a run both of them want to forget.
So just a little bit more run to go. I can see the Gasser Circus starting to fill the front of the lanes now. Can I see a Jensen Interceptor as well?
Where?
Just behind the Moggy.
I can't see because there's somebody stood in the way there, but I think it could be right.
Very cool if it is. Look at that for a Camaro.
Ooh,
Proper.
That's one I haven't seen before. Well, if I have, I haven't seen it in that guise.
That's giving me proper nostalgic pro stock vibes. It says Robinson Race Cars on the back, so...
Yeah, but it's not Andy Robinson.
No, of course not.
That is a beautiful build. Beautiful paint job. That's a good looking car. And it goes. Oh boy, does it go. 127 to 60 foot. Oh, clicked it early.
I think that
Or
was gear
issues on the
selector
run,
issues.
actually, yeah.
Outlaw Anglia to the pairing lanes, please. Outlaw Anglia to the pairing lanes.
That is one beautiful Camaro. I will be looking for that in the pits later on.
So like, that is gorgeous.
That is gorgeous. I do like it when a car comes along and surprises us and go, whoa, I haven't seen that. But yeah, that's lovely.
Well, it was 370 to 330 foot.
Yeah, but it's 127 to 60 that got me. I mean, that, wow. That's hauling. Right, Matt Glassup. And is that the Aussie Falcon, actually? Oh, that's what phone's pinging like mad. Ah, thank you, Dan Sharp. Thanks ever so much indeed. The Cameron, slight typo, Dan, but I know what you mean. It's Charlie Seward.
Okay.
So thanks ever so much indeed for sending that one in. I will make a note of that one. Cheers, Dan.
So Matt off and running.
It's Nick Stevenson's old Camaro, the Bracketeer. Right. See, you mention it, and your followers help you out. Love that.
And off goes the Falcon, making it all the way to the centre line. Trying to find second gear. No, giving up. Giving up on second, he's put it in third. All back in first. 1797 at 61 mile an hour. They probably would have thanked me for not mentioning that.
So thanks to Nathan Holks for the info on that one, by the way, and Dan.
Yeah, I'm not too sure who's driving the car in the Slick Tricks lane, but I'm going to call you Clyde from now on. Because you're 100% one of Boddy and Clyde. Lots of wheel spin from the Moggy and a belt's come off of it, so I'm not too sure what that is. Some
Probably
sort of auxiliary belt.
Or probably alternator. So there won't be many other belts on it.
11.1. And a 14.7 from Clyde. Now that is... Oh, is that a Jensen or is it a Bristol? That looks a bit like a Bristol to me.
Well, no, I would say that was a Reliant Scimitar myself.
Oh, it could be.
It's Scimitar back end.
Yes, I think you're right.
Don't see many of those around anyway. Phil Bulls and Loz as well. Let's see what they've got for us this time round. So Phil went into the high 10s on his last pass. And 1070 this time round. I don't think Loz is going to get into the 17s on this one.
Yeah, you're most definitely right. I think that is a scimitar.
Yeah, 22.61 at 49. $19.72 that Reliant scimitar. Ah, right, okay. Now then, you notice the Simon DeVos's team there. They've now got the pink shirts on. Now, they mentioned to me that I wasn't expecting them to come around that quick. There's going to be a chance to catch up on the social media on this. So they are basically running under, raising awareness of brain tumour research, as very sadly a good friend of theirs passed away. So the pink shirts are in their memory, and it was such a shame that Simon, his run wasn't going to happen this time. So I tell you what, I hope that they come back down again. So to Simon and the team, we'll see you back out again a little bit later on. Put the shirts on again. And continue to raise awareness for brain tumour research. Ain't no saint, the Volvo. Little did we know that when Lee and the family entered their car into a Hot Wheels competition, thought, oh yeah, well, let's have a go at that. Did they ever think that they would actually win the whole thing and have their car immortalised as a diecast? But they did. They won it. Global competition.
It was global as well.
Yeah, it was global.
Every single continent they went to.
1016, 133. And as I say, and that car, along with a whole host of others, we got an announcement coming up, probably in about a month or so, where that car will be appearing. Say no more for the time being. Yeah, there's a teaser for you. But as you know, I work on quite a large event in the summer, and along with a good friend of mine, Tim, we put a few cars and bikes together, and Ain't No Saint is on our list this year. So the Golf Miner goes through with a 1261 at 104. Went slightly quicker earlier. Right, as we look into the lanes, it is all race cars. It's Gasser Circus and it is Nostalgia Superstock. It will be Gasser Circus next time round. And, well, what a way to celebrate your 40th anniversary with your car is by go #1 qualifier and hit your dial-in first time. Stout run from Ray Turner with Green Onions. Lining up alongside Harvey Turner, I think, once again, with Nurse Stoner. Harvey has driven Green Onions, but now he's got his own car. So I think, yeah, the Bluebird just getting ready to go and put some extra traction down to aid these racers to get the good times down there. So I'll tell you what, let's take a breather from commentary at the moment, get a tune on, and then we'll take it back. We continue with all the fun here at the Nostalgia Nationals.
So ran into the 10s on the last run. What can you do on this one? 1068 and a 1097 for the Firebird.
Oh, that was backup Bob, but not in his backup car.
Okay, one of those cars on the road before.
Well, not looking like that.
What? No.
Well, Dave on his way to a 9. Oh, 1010. Darren just pulling over to the right-hand side, just going underneath the gantry at the top in there at 36 mile an hour, so he'll take the first exit. That's probably ruined all his street cred because he's hard as nails, but no, top bloke. And I tell you what, I think he's going to open his account with a very strong 10-second pass here. Well, it's in the 10s, 10.99. Well, it's strong. 119 mile an hour. 13.77, 104 for the Tri-Chevy.
Lots of wheel spin off the line for the Firebird.
Well, got it hooked eventually. That's a good looking run. 10.08, 136. Dominic will take that one. Problems with 100E off the line for Julian. But Dominic, well, actually the 5th quickest of the day.
Here we go. The Battle of Britain
Hey,
flyover
they're here.
memorial.
Right, Ian Smith goes through with 11.70. 117 miles an hour. Can we have Nostalgia Superstock into the lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock into the lanes. Graham gets there first with a 12.48 and a 14.73 from that beautiful black Chevy. $10.23, $10.75.
Now, looking around the back of the tower, I can see Adam Clayton with a firecracker.
An altered like this.
So, Adam Clayton with the first run of the year. Heading up the quarter mile. Nice and soft launch. Sound like a hide gear launch as well. Clicks it just after the 8th mile. Still goes 9.49. Well done, gang. Good, strong opening pass.
Well, one thing's for sure, the engine is developing a huge amount of power. As you say, as I say, I will be in the pits with the 00 gang. Makes it sound like a secret agent, doesn't it?
It does.
But as I say, I will have all the information ready for tomorrow from the 00s.
Lots of wheel spin instantly for the Nova. No such issues for the Challenger. They're going to go through pretty much side by side, 12.97 and 13.28. Talk about a meaningful run from the car in the Kestrel beer lane. They're both on him.
Oh. Well, Thomas goes 10.04, 141, 10.13, 127. Well, Matt's bumped through stage. Whoa, yeah. Bill's almost spun out in sympathy, man. Well, Matt came very, very close to the wall. He bumped through stage and then thought, oh, I'm just going up the track. And yeah, got a little bit left on that one. So I think a run both of them want to forget.
So just a little bit more run to go. I can see the Gasser Circus starting to fill the front of the lanes now.
That's a good looking car. And it goes. Oh boy, does it go. 127 to 60 foot. Oh, clicked it early.
I think that was
issues
the
on the run,
issues.
actually, yeah.
Outlaw Anglia to the pairing lanes, please. Outlaw Anglia to the pairing lanes. Well, there's certainly no test passes, I'll tell you that much. Gary Hill with a very meaningful launch.
That'll do. 977, 135 and 1260 at 104. Nice 141 to 60 for keeping to the left-hand side of his lane. But Luke Hoskins goes through 991, 134. And Alex goes 1190, 113.
Whoa, Colin moving about his lane once again.
He still wants that 760. I don't think he'll get it on this one, but yeah, 890 plays 888.
Yeah.
01 light there. Colin, nothing wrong with that.
Your number one qualifier, 888. That is a number that is very beatable. Well, 121, 60 foot from Rob there. Already doing 120 mile an hour at the 8th, goes over the line. 895 puts him in the number 3 spot and a 942. Very good, strong pass from Wayne. That sticks him in the number 4 spot.
It's definitely, it's just I don't recall it. It's probably find out he's been racing for 17 years and 49 weeks on top of that. But well, Andy's going to get there first with a 1087, 120, and 1253 at 101 for Barry. So 10 cars in the first session of Outlaw Anglia as we move on to the Wild Bunch.
Kicking us off for the second qualifier. Ray sits beautifully in the number 1 spot. Sticking with the 1085 dial-in. The 1080 for Harvey.
I've just had to go down the other end of the tower to have a chat with a couple of guys, and I got all the information on that Camaro.
Okay.
And oh boy,
Yeah.
yeah. So Jim, I'll get that call out in a minute for you. Let's get this pair go down the track and put the call out for part we're looking for. Well, wide awake club off the line for both of these two. Done it again.
That is 2 in a row.
Well, the car is dialed 1085 again on a 1085 dial-in, 1095 for Harvey. Yeah, game on. Right, Simon Prest actually went back to the pits. Didn't get his round 1 running. Going alongside Nick Hewison. Simon dialing in 11 flat. Nick dialing in 986.
Well, Nick currently sits in the number 2 spot. He's going to have to run a 9.86.5 or better. Simon deciding that trees don't matter anymore.
Oh, 985 with a 7 on a 986. And unfortunately for Simon Prest, still hasn't got a number because he, as you say, he went before the tree ran. So, yeah, no time.
Yeah, waiting for trees are for the losers anyway. Steve Matthews with a cracking burnout then with Honky Tonkin.
As I say, he's adjusted the dialing as well. 9.49 this time round. Ray Irish 10.14. Realised that was on the heat.
Wheel spin again,
Whoa.
still wheel spinning past 60 foot for Steve Matthews, lifts nicely. Ray Irish looking for a 10.14, goes 10.44, stays in the number 9 spot. Yeah, Steve essentially just did another burnout.
Right, a call out then. Sort of Jim Seward, Charlie Seward of that beautiful Camaro. They're looking for an inlet valve 202 for a small block Chevy. So if you know of one or got one in your spares, Jim and Charlie Seward would really do one of those. So it's an inlet valve 202 for a small block Chevy. Find them in the pits towards the top by the fence, or just look out for that gorgeous Camaro, and you'll find the team there. Right, next up, Nervous Nick with that wonderful little pop going alongside Adam Krasinski with a not so mellow yellow Chevy 210.
So Adam looking for an 11.12, currently sits at number 7 spot. Not bad, sitting in the number 12.
So 11.40 on 11.12, 12.28 on 11.60. No major movements for those two. Right, Andy Cobb, bad to the bone. Old school Ford. Proper old school, that is. Going alongside the governor, Keith Bartlett, with Roaring Rat, 57 Chevy. Dial in for Keith is 10.31. Andy Cobb moved, Keith went with him, I think, is the way.
Well, Keith's already got
Well,
around him.
Keith's on an absolute flyer here. 10.45, that moves him up from 10 to 7. Andy Cobb, 11.48 on a 10.56, slots in at number 14. But nice move there for Keith. Jason Hollenby with the jumping jalapeno. And Patrick Hobbs with the Falcon. Patrick dialing in 11.55. Jason 10.75. Well, Jason's going to get there first. 10.77, nice move. Up the way to number 2. And a 65 on a 55. Patrick stays number 5, but the mover there, definitely Jason. Sean Milsom and the 8, misbehaving. Dialing in 10.06. And Billy Jones with the Willis then, 10.64. Sean's first run of the day. And obviously Billy's second. Where's the day going? It's just gone 2:30 already. It just feels like it's just like 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's mad.
Nice wheels up launch for Sean.
$10.19 breakout for Billy. Oh, 10.63 with a 5 on a 10.64. We've seen quite a few breakouts by less than a hundredth today.
Yes.
So Brian Gibson taking on Chris Layram, your next pair. Chris dialing in 10.10, Ryan 11.35. Oh, actually gorgeous day out there today. Bit of a headwind, but not much.
So Brian looking for an 11.35. And Chris looking for a 10.10.
Anytime, like this weekend or Monday, so. Cool. Okay. Yeah, we just did the pair of
Nice wheels up launch for Brian then as well. $10.28 and 11.41. Brian moves up to the number 4 spot. Chris comes in at the number 12. That was his first run of the day. He is never going to lose his car again, is he? No matter where you park that, you're finding it. That is Sam Glenn in the straight shooter.
Oh, just rolled the beams just a little bit there.
Of course, no time because he went before it even staged, actually.
Oh, there weren't the beams there to roll in the first place then. Right, okay.
So, little bit of glue going down as we get ready for the next round of Nostalgia Superstock.
And there's a lot of them. Oh, I look forward to this. Muscle car heaven for everybody down there. And can we have supercharged outlaws into the pairing lanes, please? Can we please have supercharged outlaws? Ah, right, quick shout out then, actually. The Grabham family could do with some help. And that just disappeared as quick as it appeared. Right, let's get it back on screen. Where's it gone? Ah, here we go. Can we put a shout out? Anybody could weld Freddy's Revenge aluminium fuel tank as they have a crack. Oh dear. Right, aluminium welders out there. We could really do with this. Freddy's Revenge has got a crack in their fuel tank, and that does need welding. They will empty the fuel tank first. But yeah, joking aside, we need that done, please, folks. So if anybody can weld aluminium on site, go and see the Freddy's Revenge team. Right, Williams Brothers to the fore. Well, one Williams Brothers and one teammate, actually. Dan Williams with a Chevelle, looking for a 10-12, and Spencer Tram. Actually, these, after all that qualifying, these were 1 and 2. So Spencer ended up number 1, Dan number 2.
Are they sticking with their dial-ins? I know Spencer definitely is. So Spencer looking for an 11.15. Dan looking for a 10.12.
Bizarrely, Dan's in a position where he doesn't mind if he breaks out, because that means the tuning that's been in his car is working. Better launch this time for Dan. Oh, 10-11 with a 5. Spencer goes to 11-15. Oh, so close.
Yeah, I noticed then Dan's got a unique issue of having 3 pedals and 2 feet. Because he needs to stand on all of them.
Yeah.
Because I noticed the car just slightly rolled as he went on the 2-step.
Right, next up then, Dan Sanderson and Royden Mitchell. 1382, place 1375. Oh, perfect ET, Royden Mitchell. You ain't going to get any better than that. 1375 with a 0 and a 3 tagged on the end for good measure. Perfect ET. That's your number 1 qualifier. Great, great pass. All right, Jack Bishop and Stuart Arthur. Barry the Barracuda against What'll It Do? My favourite race car name of the weekend so far. Now, I'm not quite sure why Stuart had a red there, but anyway, he's getting no time or speed. Jack looking for a 982, gets a 988, moves up from 10 to 5.
How many cars we had qualified in that first session, Colin?
29.
Okay. How many are entered, do we know?
Over 40.
Okay.
Interesting one here. Rob Cawthorne and Jake Cawthorne. I missed that earlier on. Tenuous link. So Rob currently number 10, dialing in 1220. Jake currently number 19, dialing in 1080. Jake almost rolled the beams there, but held it back. The result was an 03 light. 1080 is the target, 1118 is the number. Oh, 1221, Rob Cawthorne. Just 100th off his dial, goes up to number 2. I tell you what, this pack has been shuffled now. And Nick Martin with the Downtown Duster was number 1. He's slipping back now. We thought it would happen. But then Nick Martin is still to run in this session. Next up, Pete Christmas, John Sleeth. Pete, 1040. John, 965. Just wait for the top end to clear. There we go, round the corner, and the next pair set off. $9.71 for John. Pete goes $10.73. No help, they stay firm. All right, Steve Lloyd with the Blue Pearl going alongside Andy Bossenworth.
So a quick double check underneath Steve's car, given the all clear. Steve looking for an 11.18, Andy looking for a 10.3. He currently sits in the number 9 spot.
Oh, 002 light. $10.39, 11.35. So, Boss goes to number 3. Steve Lloyd goes in at number 11. Nick Martin now 4th. Next up, Howard Holmes and Chris Tyhurst. Howard, 11.73. Chris, 12.05. 1186 and 1214 moves for both of them. Chris up to 10. Howard up to number 12. Glenda Thompson broke out by a measly 100th last time. Going alongside the Yorkshire heavy himself, Dave Bilodeau. Sticking with his 985, darling. Glenda, 1389. Good strong wheels up launch once again there for the Dodge. Certainly going to get there first. 986. That's going to move Dave up. Now then, Glenda looking for 1389, gets 1398, wrong way round. But Dave up to number 2, Glenda up to number 11. Paul Singer and Gary Cork, your next pair. Paul 1237, Gary 1172. Oh, 1174 for Gary Cork goes up to number 5. Paul Singer, 41 on a 37. He moves up as well. He goes to number 7.
So Chris Goodale with Russo's Rat. He's looking for a 9.80 up against Adrian Portelli with the bid red 6. Looking for a 10.88. Lovely wheels up launch from Chris. Adrian had a perfect ET last weekend. Breakout for Chris and 10th off the pace for Adrian, unfortunately. But no improvement for him.
Yeah, well, Adrian broke out, if you remember, by 3 10,000s, I think it was, on his last run. Right, Beavis Allen and Gary Carr. Well, all the ones for Gary, 1111, darling. And Beavis, 12 flat with the Impala.
Proper chassis twisting launch from Beavis.
Oh, 11-12 for Gary Carr. Beavis Allen, though, 12 flat with a 6 tagged on the end. He goes up to number 2. Gary Carr goes up to number 6. I'll tell you what, this pack has been well and truly reshuffled now. Right, Phil Hobson, Rick Denny, next pair. These two are 27 and 23 coming into this one.
Phil currently in the 27th spot. Rick in the number 23. Rick looking for an 11.28, goes 11.28 with a 6, bumps Beavis down to number 3 spot. He goes into number 2. Phil improves as well, goes up to number 15 with a 12.17.
I'll tell you what, you give them 2 goes in it, and the numbers are just insane at the moment. You got, well, we got the perfect ET from Royden. We got a couple on 00, all of that on 1s. Very, very tight indeed. Right, next up, John Davison, Alan Huckle. So John going to get to the top end first. 10.65 his target. Oh, 10.65 with a 3. Alan Huckle breaks out. John Davison moves up to number 2. This is just amazing. It really is. Right, let's see how the Glyns get on then. Glyn Dunford and Glyn Boardman. The Death Trap Chevy, the Nova, going alongside the Watch Shop Oldsmobile Omega. They're 24 and 27 at the moment. They'll probably end up with like 3 and 7. You know. Right, you got 11 flat against 10 flat.
Be good if it's a bracket race. We could work that one out quite easily.
Right, Glyn, 10.09. 11.14. Well, the movements, 18 for Glyn now, 23 for the other Glyn. So Glyn Boardman up to 18, Glyn Dunford up to 23. And still the hits keep coming. Going to see Lee Charles in a moment. He hasn't put a run in yet. And there's still cars arriving as well in the Nostalgia Superstock. Matthew Dowdy dialing in 11.14 with an over. Going alongside the Governor, Duncan Watts, in the Watts Shop Dodge, dialing in 10.14. So 10.14 plays 11.14 here.
Yeah, Matt was struggling with traction issues last weekend in Pro AT and Nostalgia Superstock, but hopefully no issues at all this weekend. Just a quick look under Duncan's car, being told to click off,
Ian spotted something straight away.
Solo for Matt. Currently number 15.
.25 there for Matthew Stace, number 15. There, Duncan just being pushed back. Right, next up then, Lee Childs with Child's Play, the Valiant. And he's got the tractor himself. Now, he hasn't put a run in yet.
Which means he's about to go bang on.
Well, yeah, stranger things. This guy knows how to race. Winner of Doorslammer's big bracket. Winner of the Nostalgia Superstock Championship in the past. Knows how to race, knows how to put numbers on the board. Let's see what we've got for a second. Nice, strong launch. Right, it'll be a 9.8, but what flavour? Oh, it's a 9.9, 9.93. So he slots in at number 20 with that one. Okay, so I think that is a wrap for Nostalgia Superstock for that one. So, top of the shop, Royden Mitchell now from John Davison, Rick Denny, Beavis Allen, Dave Billadou, Rob Cawthorne, Andy Robinson, sorry, Andy Bossenworth, Gary Cork, Spencer Tram. And that's now 31 cars that have put numbers on the board.
Yeah, top 4 have all ran bang on their number.
That's mad, isn't it? Brilliantly done, but Royden has got the perfect ET. I was just saying, it can't be beaten, but yeah, there is. There's a little window of opportunity right there. Stranger things have happened, and sometimes does. Right, a little bit of track prep because it is out of Wrangler. In actual fact, now's the perfect opportunity to call this because there's no engines running. Gary Hill and Kelly Hill, they're going to be round very shortly indeed. Please can we have a shout out to Georgia and Brad. They are missing from crew duties this weekend, as they are looking forward to welcoming their first baby on Monday. Congratulations. Love you and miss you. So there we go. Managed to get that out without engines running. So hopefully everybody will have heard that one. And yeah, so to Gary Hill and Kelly Hill, we really do wish them all the best as the family expands. It could be tomorrow. It might not be Monday. It could be tomorrow. And if that's the case, then they can get up here for Monday. But we'll see how it goes. But yeah, we'll call that one out again when Gary Hill comes round. But yeah, all the best to Georgia and Brad. Right, so whilst the tractor is doing its thing, I'm going to give the airways over to Nitro FM just very briefly, and I think it will be briefly. We'll take it back in a moment. Simon dialing in 11 flat, Nick dialing in 986.
Well, Nick currently sits in the number 2 spot. He's going to have to run a 986.5 or better. Simon deciding that trees don't matter anymore.
Oh, 985 with a 7 on a 986. And unfortunately for Simon Prest, still hasn't got a number because he, as you say, he went before the tree ran. Realised that was on the heat.
Wheel spin again,
Whoa.
still wheel spinning past 60 foot for Steve Matthews. Lifts nicely. Ray Irish looking for a 10.14, goes 10.44, stays in the number 9 spot. Yeah, Steve essentially just did another burnout. So Adam looking for an 11.12. Currently sits in number 7 spot. Not bad sitting in the number 12.
So 11.40 on 11.12, 12.28 on 11.60. No major movements for those two. Right, Andy Cobb, bad to the bone. Old school Ford. Proper old school, that is. Going alongside the governor, Keith Bartlett, with Roaring Rat. Heath is 10.31. Andy Cobb moved, Keith went with him, I think, is the way.
Well, Keith's already gone around him.
Keith's on an absolute flyer here. 10.45, that moves him up from 10 to 7. Andy Cobb, 11.48 on a 10.56, slots in at number 14. But nice move there for Keith. On Monday. Huge congratulations, not just from the Hill family, but from everybody here. We love you and miss you. So there we go. The shout out done once again, and we really do wish Georgia and Brad all the best.
And there is the man himself, Gary Hill, taking on Ben Montgomery. Your number 10 and 5 qualifiers. I think we're running all heads up this weekend, aren't we? There's no
there's no bracket.
So heads up field, first to finish line will win the race on Monday. At the minute we're just qualifying, so the fastest time, speed is not counted. So any improvement on a 977 for Gary, and any improvement on a 12.60. 971, that is an improvement. The 1210 improvement for both. Ben moves up to number 9. Gary stays still in number 5. Wayne Power currently in the number 4 spot, taking on Luke Hoskins with Let It Be.
See the start line dance, just making sure we don't get stuck to the stuck to the racetrack. So Wayne has already run a 9:42. Luke has already run a 9:91. Obviously out here to try and improve on that. Wind has dropped a bit.
Well, that was a much more tame launch from Wayne there. In fact, Luke is out ahead. Luke goes 9:68 and a 10.0, no improvement for Wayne. But Luke moves up to number 5. That can only be one start.
That can only be Ben.
Thank you very much for Katie for messaging in and telling me that Ben's quickest ET is actually an 871. So, if he goes quicker than 871, expect some very large jumps on the start line. He's taken on Andy Bloomfield with the widest forward pop I think I've ever seen.
That's a lovely launch there from Ben.
Yeah, 133, 60 foot. Brings it back from the centre line.
Yeah, just
Off the
coasting
power.
up the strike there, 9:68, 103. Andy goes 10:94, 122.
Colin Miller and Barry Danby. Colin still looking to run 7.60. He's the number 2 qualifier at the minute. Ben Kennedy is still in number 1. Colin did a great job of running the Super Cup number of 8.90. That was with a big old wiglet. The 8th mile. Colin's still just looking to dial in the 760 tune for a couple of weeks' time at the Doorslammers, where he is entered into 760 heads up. And Barry is trying to get off the number 10 spot. Lovely launch. Colin moves over towards the wall, but reels it back in perfectly. Still under power over the line. It's going to be a 773, 169 mile an hour. Getting closer to the 760. Barry goes 12.55.
Yeah, that's really good to work with, actually. 773. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Rob Brindle and Alex Strike with the Turbo Turtle. Rob looking to improve on the 895 he ran on the last pass. Alex currently in the number 8 spot with an 11.90. Any improvement and he will be happy. To be fair, 1190 with a 9 is a good run for a car on street tyres. I can see he hasn't got the big meaty slicks on like Rob does in the Slick Tricks lane. In fact, I can see Rob's facing Kenzie Taylor down there on the side of the wall. Of course, no issues at all. Alex hazing the tyres a little bit past 60 foot. Rob goes 892, does improve. Alex goes 12.26, no improvement for him, unfortunately. So Rob stays number 3. Colin Miller is your number 1. And Ben Kennedy, number 2. Brian Nixon making his first pass in Outlaw Anglia this weekend. He's looking just to get into the field. Nice looking 158 60 foot. Goes 7 flat to the 8th mile. Over the finish line goes 10.99. Sticks him straight in the number 8 spot. So that is it for Outlaw Anglia. As we move into the Wild Bunch, we've got a pair of slingshots up first. I can see Skippy down there with the chasing time. And that is Pete Brown inside Rebel once again. The real Mrs. Brown's boys chipping away at the tune, trying to get as quick as physically possible and maybe win a couple of trophies in the meantime. Issues for Skip, unfortunately, so I believe it's going to be a solo for Pete. It's of course the Wild Bunch. Another set of time trials. They're just testing on the first day of the year for the class. Of course, that is the nostalgia round. So brother Rob at the back. Soon to be sister-in-law at the front of the Rebel Slingshot. Car has been into the 8.3s before on a number of occasions as well, into the 160s, but a new combination they're just chipping away at. Nice 119 60 foot. That's a bit more like it. Goes all the way through. It's going to be an 8. 68, much better from them. And you can see Rob's happy down there as well. Well done, gang. 152 mile an hour, getting right back where they want to get. I can see Father George really happy with that one as well.
Papa George. There we go. Oh, dear. Right, I have news.
Okie dokie.
I have news.
Hit me.
Because you got Wild Bunch running now, to be followed by Supercharged Outlaws, to be followed by 2 ridiculously powerful Supercharged Outlaws, i.e. the 2 top fuelers.
Oh, okay.
They are in the lanes. We managed to get Duncan down from 30,000 feet. He's here. So, yeah, the 2 top fuel dragsters will be following Supercharged Outlaws. And talking to Supercharged, Ian Wild with a little Supercharged straight 6. 4.2 litre Jag engine in there.
It's quite something just to strap a supercharger to the side of your engine, isn't it? Much better run
I
from him.
wonder why he favours the right lane. Oh dear.
1193. James Griffin then. Taking his first run up the quarter mile. Issues for Skippy, unfortunately. Issues changing gear for James, but he holds it well. Gonna run it all the way through. Clicks into third gear, goes 11.28, 117.
Right, a correction on this. That's not James Griffin. It's actually WB501. It's the car's been loaned to him by James.
Okay.
All right, so it's the Holdfast Topolino.
Yeah.
But I didn't get the name, unfortunately. But yeah, that's not James in the car. James is running his own car.
Okay.
And that's his name.
That's a brilliant
We'll wait
name.
for that to come around a bit later on. Right, it is the antique toy of Dan Wilson, the little slingshot down there. Going alongside Rory Hart with Braveheart, the little Opel GT funny car.
Cracking run from Rory in the first qualifying session. Well, say qualifying session, first time trial session.
Yeah.
Conked out, unfortunately, on the first attempt. The second attempt went much better. Dan, of course, your reigning Wild Bunch champion, wears the number 1 on the side of the car, nice and proud. See, there's a thing with how nostalgic you can go with a dragster, and Dan's pretty much there. You go more nostalgic than that as a dragster, you're going back into being a door car again. Lovely launches for the pair of them. In fact, they're glued together going up the track. Dan's going to get there first. He's got his nose ahead. Goes 10.31 and a 10.94 for Rory. Hello, this is a new one. I've not seen the car in this Kestrel beer lane before.
The Rowell Rail, yeah. Isn't that the ex-Sonic dragster?
The X-Sonic Attack, you mean?
Yeah.
No.
No, cage looks familiar.
The Sonic Attack car is much longer than that.
Yeah.
But that is, of course, Peter Whitfield with the Rowell Rail. Taking on Paul Tarry. Now Paul's car we've seen before. That is Trigger's Broom.
Oh, the Rail does, that's a tongue twister, isn't it? It does have a PB of 11.19.
Okay.
Paul Tarry's best is a 10.72.
Well, Pete's off away well.
That is a good looking run, actually. 11.10. Just set a new PB there. Very
Hey.
nicely done. 122 miles an hour.
Yeah, not entirely certain what came out of the car, but it's sat about 200 foot out. Looked like a bolt. Oh yes, Bob Hawkins has made it down for this time trial with the nitro burning slingshot. First taste of nitro this weekend, and it comes at courtesy.
And it won't
Bob
be your
Hawkins.
last in this section,
No.
will it?
Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Hawkins with the Time Traveller 2. Good morning, Bob. Did you have a nice off-season? Taking on Andy Roy with the Shaw Crank Redemption. Oh, get a smell of that.
Oh,
Filled the tower with the fumes of nitro. Oh, he clicked it, unfortunately. No, he didn't. I thought he had. I couldn't hear him, but I can hear him now. He's got it in reverse. He's coming back. This is a 6-second slingshot, been down into the 6.6s before. Over 200 mile an hour.
his PB outside of Wild Bunch is 6:51.
Was that done in the Slingshot Showdown?
Yeah, I think it was, yes. 6:60 is his quickest in Wild Bunch.
So Andy waiting nice and patiently in the Kestrel beer lane. Spraying de-icer on the bug catcher. As he hunts his way to the line. Ian spotted something on the front of the engine. Thankfully, we're given the all clear. So this is Bob's first run of the year, don't forget. But knowing Bob can be anything from a 60 foot to a full pass. What's he got for us? Lots of tyre shake. That has got to be the most violent tyre shake I've ever seen from a slingshot. Turned the car hard towards the centre line. Bob did a wonderful job of keeping it in his own lane. Andy goes through with a 10.87. Bob with a 12.39, and probably the best driving job I've ever seen from a slingshot that didn't involve crossing the centre line at all.
Seriously good driving. Wow. The tyre marks tell the story there, because one tyre was chattering before the other. And you could see how the car was pulled over to the left, as the right tyre had more grip than the left. And that was obviously what made the car turn left with more power to, well, more traction, I should say, to the right tyre. Very well held, Bob. Good driving.
Yeah, how he managed to keep that in his own lane, I don't know, because the whole car was facing the tree.
Yeah. Well, he's been doing it a long time. He knows what he's doing behind the wheel of a car. Extremely experienced.
I tell you what, if I put Bob in a lineup with 100 other people and told you one of them drives a Nitro slingshot, you're not going to point to Bob.
I would.
That's because you know him.
No, it's because you have to be. No, you have to be of a certain disposition, I think. And Bob fits the bill of a Nitro slingshot driver perfectly. Love him to bits, actually, our Bob. I had the joy, and it was a joy, actually, when we went to the Wild Bunch dinner last year. I was on Bob's table.
Oh, yeah?
And sat next to Bob and Tom and the team, just chatting all night. And it was brilliant conversation all the way through. We just did not stop talking.
Give a round of applause to Bob's team. There they go in the truck. Gave it everything they could on that one.
But yeah, I know what you mean. You wouldn't associate Bob with being a driver of a 6-second dragster. I totally get where you're coming from. But that is the mistake that everybody makes with drag racing. You do not judge a book by its cover. You look at, okay, as an example, John Force. Yeah, he's in his 70s. Still, everybody says, "Oh, you got to stop. You got to stop." Why? Why? No, that's just what's all he's done, and he's still racing as hard as he can, fighting for championships and event wins in his 70s. I'll take my hat off to people like that. There's no ageism in drag racing. There's no
any isms.
There's no gender bias in drag racing. It's just get your machine, be it car or bike, as quickly as you can down that quarter-mile drag strip, cut a good light, and just wring its neck. And that's why we all love it so much. Best thing in the world. I'll tell you what, we've got a few disciples out there which will totally agree with it.
Oh, exactly.
100%. 100%. And I'll tell you something else we agree with today, and that's the weather. Lovely day out there. Finally get a chance to sit on the banking and not have muddy stains everywhere. Might be a bit soft in a few places, but I think that young lad rolling down the banking maybe... well, you're not regretting his decision at the moment, but Mum's going to love putting all his clothes in the washing at the end of the weekend.
See, I was happy earlier to see someone not wearing a jumper or a jacket.
Yeah.
I'm now seeing people wearing shorts.
Yeah, well, that's pushing it a little bit, but no, if it's out there, then you go for it. And as I said to a few people, the month of April that we've just had, with what came out of the skies in the way of the wet stuff, if the payoff is global warming, which is what we want, racetrack warming, then I'll take it. I'll totally take it. I will never forget the European finals last year. Okay, forget about the rainstorm on the Sunday afternoon, but Thursday, Friday, Saturday, European finals last year, just the best time ever.
Running all the way into the night as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
On all days.
Playing badminton at near midnight in street eliminator pits, just nuts. But yeah, that's what the sport does to you. And if it's miserable out there, everybody locks themselves up in their caravans at 7 o'clock in the evening and it's game over. But if it's nice out there, everybody's chilling out.
Yeah.
And Fuelers Bar becomes alive. It doesn't close till silly o'clock anyway. So, yeah, it just makes it all worthwhile. And then you realise why this place offers such good value for money, because it's not just about the action during the day, it's your night time as well. And for the average of what, 35 quid a day over the main event, I think it's 140 quid for a 4-day pass.
Is it?
That's including your camping. You show me another site where you can camp for 135 days or whatever it is for 4 days and get this entertainment thrown in for nothing.
Exactly.
I rest my case, my lord. Right, let's carry on. James Old with the Little Faust Dragster about to appear in the Kestrel Beer Lane. And there he is. Nice 12.6. Nice 12.6 for him a moment ago. And that's Rob White with Happy Days.
Team that epitomises just coming out and having a good time. In fact, both of these cars.
James goes in a little bit deep on the stage, but still a no 8 line, so no matter. He's looking for a 12.6 again, I think. Rob White. Where's he going to be? In the 12s as well? 12.10 he goes at 12.60 for James. Well, I said 12.6 and that's what he did. Dan Boone with American Pie. Missed the first session, but he's here for the second.
One of the absolute best looking British slingshots. Car looks like it's straight out the 60s, but it's actually relatively new.
It would look even better if it comes back. Oh, I think he may have lost fire. As he ain't moving. Right, so you got Bob Main down there with a Spider-Man Model T Ford Altered. He shuts off in because he's going to wait.
Yeah, issues unfortunately. Well, of course, first runs of the year, the first jump runs for a couple of years for Dan Boone. They're just going to pull him back to the start line. This car, of course, is one of the cars that has run the Sweet Nectar. It is nitromethane. Not too sure if he's running it now. In fact, they're pushing both cars back. Nice and slowly. At least you get a good long old look at the American Pie Dragster. It's going to be one of the longest slingshots anywhere around at the minute as well. Really, really long old wheelbase on that thing.
So just a reminder, after Wild Bunch, it will be Supercharged Outlaws and then the two Top Fuel Dragsters that are here testing this weekend. they will be putting their first runs in. Well, perfect headwind at the moment, arrow straight down the track.
I'm going to have a quick look online. I want to know what the air density is in a minute, because it's warmed up quite a bit.
Well, I say Dan's out of the car now, so let's see how the Bobster gets on with that Spider-Man altered.
Okay, so we're up at 1,000 feet at the minute. Thing is, I'm looking at 1,000 foot air and going, oh, the air's all the way up at 1,000 feet. Of course, it's not a lot compared to what you get at most other tracks. So Bob, second run in the Spider-Man. Feathering the throttle all the way up the track. What's he run? 12:31 at 99 mile an hour. Still got a couple more wild bunch to go. I can see Ian Jackson around there with the Hammerman Econorail. I can see the front end of a slingshot as well, but I can't see which slingshot it is.
What, the other side of the Volvo?
No, just behind the tower.
Oh, right, okay.
I think that's Rich Butcher. It is indeed.
Yeah, just creeping forward.
I can hear the Hammerman has fired up as well.
Very distinctive, isn't it? Very, very distinctive indeed.
So Rich coming around the corner. So is Ian Jackson. Ian doesn't really do a burnout. He sort of just brings the car forward into stage. Hopefully they can keep it alive this time. Rich Butcher and Ian Jackson. Ian's going to get a time this time. Goes 11.71 at 115 and 13.87 at 100 for Rich. Just a quick shout out, because I know you're probably watching if you're not here already. Keith Crampton, I know you've just put your car somewhere it shouldn't have gone, and that's called not in your garage. So, if you're watching or if you are listening, hello. Hope you're doing well.
Right, well, unfortunately Dan Boone heads back to the pits with American Pie. Fingers crossed, Dan, we can get that sorted and get you back down here and get some runs in. But as I say, so good to see the car back. Good to see you back as well. But as you say, it is a great looking car. It just works for me, that one.
So up next, Supercharged Outlaws. Hopefully we should see a couple of more of them this time as well.
Yeah, well, it's definitely going to be Mick Check It Out first. Mick Check It Out first. Oh dear, sorry.
Looks like he's going to be match racing against Paul Dale this time as well. I can see Paul's crew getting ready.
Yeah. Don't forget, folks, after Supercharged Outlaws, it will be the two top fuel dragsters here testing this weekend. Suzanne Callan and Duncan Micallef in preparation for round one of the FIA European Championships at the end of May. That is looking like it's going to be a cracker of an event. Pro mods are plenty, pro stock back on force. It's going to be a belter.
So we've already got one fired, just getting the second one fired up as well. Paul Dale makes his way around the corner. Mixed cars all fired up and well. Two supercharged, methyl injected small blocks, one in an Anglia, the other in a slingshot once again. Paul into the sevens once again at the start of the year. He went 7 sevens for a new personal best and record, being the quickest Anglia. Mick's been down into the 7.2s before, but he's not been out for a couple of years now, but missing action. Lovely to see him back.
Well, we know the Fadster will be tuned in right this moment, so a very good afternoon to you, Andy. Hope you're keeping well, mate. And look forward to seeing you soon.
Well, Paul made a move to the wall. He's still under power as he goes over the finish line. Goes 8.16, 166 mile an hour. Mixed car not sounding exactly as it should. He goes 13.6 and 47. Emma's still smiling though.
I've never known Emma not to be smiling, to be honest.
Just as quickly as that pair goes down the track and off the end of the half-mile shutdown, teams behind the tower getting ready to go again.
So a quick time check, 3:30 in the afternoon here at Santa Pod on a bank holiday weekend. It's the Saturday, first day of 3 here for the Nostalgia Nationals. And we are in Supercharged Outlaws at the moment. After Supercharged Outlaws, I say I did mention the two top fielders, and then it'll be into Run What You Brung up until 5 to 5, when the Spider-Man jet will be putting its second run in. There will be a dinner break for our track crew, pure reason being because we're running until 8 o'clock tonight, so it's only fair that we give our track crew a moment to get themselves refreshed.
So the tractor just going to do a couple of laps.
I'll tell you what, we'll take a breather just for a brief moment up here in the tower whilst the tractor's out there. Nigel FM, if you could take the airways over, we'll take it back when we continue the fun here at the Nostalgia Nationals. Well, thank you very much indeed to Nitro FM for filling the gap there as we awaited our next pair to come around the corner. And the engines are fired up for Paul Watts and Mike Couch. Proper burnout there. Oh, sorry, it's Luke Watts, not Paul Watts. Apologies.
So Mike with the new power plant in this weekend. Supercharged LS in the slingshot.
Oh, that was a pop and... good. Got to go again.
So Mike with a big wheelie in the last run. Try to keep the nose down this time. Never mind, he thought he'd do it twice. No issues at all for Luke. He's going to run on through to a 869 at 154 mile an hour. Not too sure what came off Mike's car there. But he's still rolling.
We were saying a moment, you know, we were talking about age of racers and stuff like that. I didn't actually realise it was John Force's birthday today.
Was it?
Yeah, bizarre one that. But 75 today.
Oh, wow.
So there we go from everybody in the UK and from the pod. Many happy returns indeed to the GOAT, as everybody likes to refer him as, John Force. 75 today.
What have we got there, Jim? It's a cap of something, I reckon.
I was to say, it is Supercharged Outlaws, and although I can't see them in the lanes, they could probably top around there somewhere, but two top fuel dragsters due to put in their first passes as well. Then, of course, back in to Run What You Brung. Okay, next pair being signalled to fire up. It is, of course, the one and only El Loco of Keith Freeman. And Carl Bergfield with Purple Day.
Go on, Keith. So, unbeknownst to us, Keith last time did that cracking burnout with a passenger on board. So, hopefully, Ben, you enjoyed it. I also know that apparently you asked Keith to drive the car, and that went just about as well as you thought it probably was going to. And shout out to Keith's sponsor this weekend as well, sponsored by the King Alfred Inn in Boroughbridge, Somerset. Taking on Carl Bergfield, co-owns the car with Gary Parks. That is the Purple Days Hillman in the Slitrix racing lane. He's just going to do a second gear launch on this one. As when Gary drove it on the last pass, it went sort of up instead of forwards. So let's see what they can do on this time. Carl has driven cars down the track before, but nothing this quick. Still picks the wheels up in second gear. Keith is off and running on a cracking pass. What's going to be a low 9.40 at 144 mile an hour. And Carl goes across the line with a 13.50. Great first pass.
So Jim Tucker with a Hellfire Hemi, 33 Ford Coupe. 528 cubes in front of him there, nestling between the chassis rails. Well, the mission has to be to get into the 8s on this pass. We're at 9:01 on his earlier run. Much better launch. That will do. 885, 153. So comfortably into the 8s there. Nicely done.
And in the constant battle between youth and exuberance and age and treachery, here is youth once again. Dougie Hill, he's had some paracetamol after the tyre shake of the first pass.
Went to see his dentist. Got a gum shield.
Yeah, apparently everyone in the pairing lanes was psyching him up on this one. So let's see what Dougie can do. He's been 1-0 to 60 foot before. Loads of tyre shake on that last pass. Not what you want when you're sat between the wheels. No issues at all. 107 to 60 foot. Just double steps it as he gets around 300 foot out. But a cracking second pass.
Tiny bit of shake, but not too much. But yeah, that's looking strong. Nice one, Dougie. I can see the two top fuelers in the lanes now. They're making their way forward towards the head of the lanes. Still got a few more to go before then. But I would have said a couple of pairs, maybe 3, and then the two top fuelers will be round. Oh, I see what you mean about the crash hat. Wow, that is awesome.
That is, of course, Aaron Windridge with the Grim Reaper.
Love it.
He will be alongside Roy Wilding with the Chariots of Fire. You want to see a burnout?
He's been told not to go silly on burnouts.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Whoa, making the car move right over towards the wall.
Not verging on silly, but still goes up to the 8th mile. But he has been further on the burnout because at the Dragstalgia he went to the 1,000-foot blocks. He was looking for a petrol station on the way back. He went so far.
Yes. Well, Roy's burnout wasn't bad either.
No, he's very strong.
He was going for it.
Roy's looking for a quick fit tyre specialist after that one. Oh dear. So the Grim Reaper altered, the T-Bucket, going alongside the slingshot of Roy Wilding, Chariots of Fire.
So the dry hops up to the line. Mimicked by Roy in the other lane. What can they do then? Aaron Windridge, Roy Wilding. Aaron moving around the lane, backs off, but it keeps the foot in further down the track. Roy's going to come past him. 7:41 and a 7:47 PB for Aaron Windridge. 178 mile an hour for the altered and 197 from Roy. Only a 10th in it at the finish line. That's what we want to see.
Well, he's just taking a 10th of his PB. Well, 1200s actually. Nicely done.
That's a 10th off the PB with a pedal as well.
Yeah. It's obviously the Tiki Crash helmet that helped. Okay, so I think this is Bob Glasser. And then we got two top fuelers. So if you're nowhere near a viewing place, now is the time to get set. So Top Fuel Dragster will be next.
I know you can't see it, Colin, but I'm looking at one of the best looking cars in the world. I can see the Whitfield and Tubb High Spirits altered round there.
Oh, hello.
And I can see a team ready to fire it up as well.
So the calm before the storm, literally.
Yeah, just a quick track check at the top end in the Slick Tricks lane.
Right. I think KB is in this situation at the moment with happy wife, happy life. Because at last, Suzanne is going to get a chance to get that Slick Tricks top fueler down the quarter mile. Well, 1,000 foot, I should say. Not quarter mile. And obviously Duncan Micallef on the other side of the racetrack. I think we've still got Bob with the Capri down below us.
We do indeed. Also, as I said before, got the Whitfield and Tubb High Spirits Oscar. New class going to be coming out very, very shortly indeed. A few of these cars being built at the minute.
So the idea, bearing in mind, we've got to bear this in mind, it is their first run of the year, the two top fuel cars. Well, that's right, we'll mention it after Bob does his run. Matt's going to get towed behind the car then. Trying to get the parachute pin out. So here we go then. Bob Glasser with the Bubblegum Capri. 964 in his first run.
Nice 137 to 60 foot. It's going to be a low 9 or a high 8. Looking more like a low 9. 937, 143 miles an hour.
Now we are really spoilt for choice round the corner now. Yeah, as I say, we've got two top fuelers down there. We've also got the Whitfield and Tubb High Spirits Oscar, I think is the correct terminology for that car. That beautiful little nitro altered. And, oh, wow! Didn't see that coming. The grey Vegas Willis. Oh, that is just poetry in motion. It really is. It's been a while since we've seen this car.
I don't think we've ever seen it with this engine in it.
No, we haven't. This is the engine that used to be in the Slingshot. So now running in supercharged Atlas. Mark Bishop. Had a good catch up with Mark about a month or so ago. And he was telling me all about what they're trying to achieve, and obviously this combination that they're running now. Obviously the grey Vegas Slingshot, as it was, has now been sold, and we hope to see that make an appearance at some stage. It's still in the process of being put back together with obviously a different engine, because the engine that was in that Slingshot is now in this car. The Willis of Mark Bishop.
Well, it's still black tracking. It's spinning the wheels all the way.
Run out of gears, but 978, 133. Shoot out the top end. I'll tell you what, they'll take that. First pass, excellent job, well done. It's when you put all pieces of the jigsaw together, will they all fit? And I'll tell you what, they pretty much did then. We've still got some more Supercharged Outlaws making an appearance. This is Simon Boot with a bootlegger. And then I would hope it's, yeah, I can see the starter attached to the High Spirits car. Oh dear. You've got to love a burnout, haven't you?
You don't need a smoke machine when Simon's around, do you?
No. Well, if you want warm and sticky tyres, pop around and see Simon. He's got a pair on there at the moment. So 10:41 is earlier pass today, but let's see. We want him in the low nines and get him into the eights, be even better. A little bit of a pedal. Looking good. Should be in the low nines. Oh, what am I on about? 866. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Excellent job. 162 miles an hour. Oh, cracking pass. 866 from Simon Boot. And I think he did pedal that a fraction just off the line.
I think that was a little bit more than a fraction.
Well,
yeah, that was quite a big pedal.
Yeah. Well, I'm making him sound good. Because he'll play it back. All right, okay. It is the Whitfield and Tubb High Spirits Altered coming at you.
Actually, I'm going to stop talking so you can just listen to this thing as it comes around the corner. It sounds absolutely beautiful.
Especially when it goes into the burnout. It's not exactly shy on the revs front, is it? Here we go. That's just so short.
Whoa! Hold on tight. Oh,
Nice.
Just stinks the wall after the burnout. I thought he had it.
Oh.
Yeah, you can see the burnout
Yeah,
marks. It just turns hard right. He's out of the car,
Brian's
ladies and gentlemen.
absolutely
Give him a round of applause as he climbs out. He can hear you.
Well, it was just a glancing blow, but as I say, it was hidden by the smoke. But the most important thing is obviously Brian is just hopped out the roof, and he's still got four wheels on his wagon. They'll get there back to the pits. They'll get it fully checked out. Obviously, with a side swipe on that chassis is the first thing that we'll be looking at. But what a shame.
Yeah, as you said, it is just so short. Cars like that notoriously leery at the best of times.
Well, an insanely well-built car as well. One of the best looking cars I think I've ever seen.
In fact, I think I can see the car builder down there on the start line anyway. So no doubt that would be towed round to the gate probably before even the day's up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the car's still rolling, which is a really, really
Yep,
good sign.
good sign. Very, very good sign indeed. And obviously we'll catch up with Brian a little bit later on. But he's absolutely fine. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, you can see him now. He's walking back to the start line, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a round of applause. He did his absolute best to hold on to that.
Full respect there, Brian. Full respect, mate. Okay, well, coming round next, it will be the two top fuel cars, I believe. But obviously, Ian will just need to go and do a little bit of track prep in the Slick Tricks lane. Obviously, where that advertising hoarding has been half ripped off the wall, that needs to be fully removed. And there will be a tiny bit of debris down there to sweep up as well. So don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to hand the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2. We will take it back when the two Santa Pod top fuel cars, when I say Santa Pod, they're based here for Runefield, when Suzanne Callin and Duncan Micallef put in their first passes of the season in preparation for the main event on the 2nd May bank holiday. It's only 3 weeks away before they go into full-blown competition. We expect probably 8th mile passes from them on their first runs. Certainly no further, but it's one of those where we just got to see how they get on. But as I say, it's their first runs of the year. They're not going to go and run threes first time out. That is not what these cars are about. You just build up to it. Okay, so Nitro FM, as Brian makes his way back down this way, and he's got a little memento there, I think, as well. We will come back to you shortly when we continue the fun here at the Nostalgia Nationals.
So any improvement on a 977 for Gary, and any improvement on a 12.60. 971, that is an improvement. The 1210 improvement for both. Ben moves up to number 9. Gary stays still in number 5.
Improve on that. Wind has dropped a bit.
Well, that was a much more tame launch from Wayne there. In fact, Luke is out ahead. Luke goes 968 and a 10.0, no improvement for Wayne. But Luke moves up to number 5. With the widest forward pop I think I've ever seen.
That's a lovely launch there from Ben.
Yeah, 133, 60 foot. Brings it back from the centre line.
Yeah, just
Off the
coasting
power.
up the strike there, 968, 103. And he goes 1094, 122.
Lovely launch. Colin moves over towards the wall, but reels it back in perfectly. Still under power, over the line. It's going to be a 773, 169 mile an hour. Getting closer to the 760. Barry goes 1255. Alex currently in the number 8 spot with an 11.90. Any improvement and he will be happy. To be fair, 1190 with a 9 is a good run for a car on street tyres. I can see he hasn't got the big meaty slicks on like Rob does in the Slick Tricks lane. In fact, I can see Rob's facing... In fact, Rob's facing Kenzie Taylor down there on the side of the wall. Of course, no issues at all. Alex hazing the tyres a little bit past 60 foot. Rob goes 892, does improve. Alex goes 1226, no improvement for him unfortunately. So Rob stays number 3. Colin Miller is your number 1. And Ben Kennedy, number 2. He's looking just to get into the field. Nice looking 158, 60 foot. Goes 7 flat to the 8th mile. Over the finish line goes 1099. Sticks him straight in the number 8 spot of the Rebel Slingshot. Car has been into the 8.3s before on a number of occasions as well. Into the 160s, but a new combination they're just chipping away at. Nice 119, 60 foot. That's a bit more like it. Goes all the way through. It's going to be an 8. 68, much better from them. And you can see Rob's happy down there as well. Well done, gang. 152 mile an hour, getting right back where they want to get. I can see Father George really happy with that one as well.
And talking of supercharged, Ian Wild with a little supercharged straight 6. 4.2 litre Jag engine in there.
It's quite something just to strap a supercharger to the side of your engine, isn't it? Much better run
I
from him.
wonder why he favours the right lane. Oh dear.
1193.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the 2 top fuel dragsters are just coming underneath the tower now. They'll be put into position, and once everything is ready, the 2 cars will then fire up. It is, of course, the Maltese Lion, Duncan Micallef. Flew in today, and obviously will be here for the course of the weekend. A bit bizarre, especially as he was racing at Hull Far this weekend, but he's come over to the UK. But I say he needs to get a few passes in before the main event. Likewise, so does Suzanne Callin with the Slick Tricks Santa Pod Dragster down there in, of course, the Slick Tricks lane. Now then, we know Suzanne was literally chomping at the bit. She was desperate to get behind the wheel of this. She was so eager to get behind the wheel of race car. She sat in Patrick Purr's funny car last weekend. I don't think she's going to switch to funny car, but nevertheless, really, really good. Good afternoon to you, Rory. Actually, just look at the crew. Rory was running his car in Wild Bunch earlier. Now he's down there with the Slick Tricks team. So Runa will be crew chief on Duncan's car. Laurie Bamford, crew chief on Suzanne's car. Just the final checks on tyre pressures on both cars. So, ladies and gentlemen in the stands, put your hands up if you've never seen Top Fuel before. There must be a few that have never seen it. They come to the hot rods and the chilled out meetings, but have they ever seen Top Fuel? I think it's one of the first times we've seen Top Fuel cars at this event. But likewise on the banking, show of hands if anybody's not seen Top Fuel before. Oh, we have a few up there. Good stuff. You'll enjoy this. A little bit loud. I think fair way to say that. But as I say, we are expecting at the most 8th mile passes. They will not be full bore runs, especially as their first runs of the seasons. We must warn you, though, that these cars you don't necessarily hear them, you feel the noise. You have got somewhere north of 10,000 horsepower per car here. These cars can accelerate 0 to 100 miles an hour in less than 1 second. They hit that 100 miles an hour in less than their own car length. The numbers are insane. The fuel pumps deliver enough fuel. It's like the equivalent of 8 power showers on full bore, and even that probably wouldn't keep up with the fuel that these things guzzle.
Yeah, they've essentially got 2 arc welders as their ignition system.
That's right.
144 amp mag isn't enough, so they've got 2 of them.
They are the fastest engine-driven accelerating vehicles on the planet. And we love them. So just checking in with the teams down there. Looks like Suzanne's ready. Just a final check on actually the tyre pressure on one of the rear slicks on Suzanne's car. I think Duncan's is pretty much ready.
So they're just going to turn the engine over for a second. Then they'll arm the mags, give the nods to both teams. Here we go then. Top Fuel for the first time here at the Nostalgia Nationals. First time Top Fuel Dragsters this year for Suzanne and Duncan.
Fuel bottle going in. The change to nitro, that happens a few seconds after the engine is started. Obviously they don't start them directly on nitro, that will just basically grenade the engine. So different procedures with the 2 cars, even though they're going to be running side by side. Suzanne has done a burnout, Duncan now fired up. And now Duncan coming forward as Suzanne reverses back. Oh, the smell of nitro in the air, really getting a good gulp of that at the moment. Okay, so the burnout's completed for both of the fuel cars. They inch forward and then it will be preparation for the run itself. They remove the sock from the front of the car. That's basically where the fuel intake is, if you like. It needs air to go into the tank to replace the fuel that's been taken out. There's no pressurized fuel systems on these cars. Final check of the wheelie bar height. Final adjustments. There's little air holes on the supercharger, making sure that they're happy with the settings that they've got, or everything else would have been preset in the pits. But here we go then. As I say, we're not expecting full passes. It could be just launches, but the maximum they'll go is the 8th mile. But our first dose of Top Fuel Dragster here at the Nostalgia Nationals. Hold on tight, folks, because here we go. And pretty much as expected, actually, that was just launches. Goodness me, Suzanne just went 0.87 to 60 foot. There was nothing wrong with that. But say they both clicked off very early indeed. Duncan, 0.11. He was wheel spinning off the line, literally. But, yeah, we felt the earth move there.
How was that, ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, we like that.
It was only a 60 foot, but that's a taster. Even if you like that, come back in a few weeks' time for the main event. You'll have a whole lot more where that came from.
Let's just get this right a minute. Suzanne just hit the 1,000 foot in 9 seconds, and she was doing 59 mile an hour when she got there. I mean, unbelievable. But yeah, it's the launch, and the car did hook up fairly well, but as you see the tyre marks, well, you can't see it, but we can from the tower. We look at Duncan's tyre marks. They went hourglass very, very quickly indeed. In other words, the tyre track just went very, very thin and lost the traction there. There goes the Slick Tricks team to go to the top end to collect Suzanne. In actual fact, both cars have cleared the track already. Now, that I wasn't quite expecting. On National Road, I think Duncan's car is right at the end of the shutdown area, but it won't take long to turn around the corner. Suzanne's car has disappeared around the corner there. But Suzanne got past the 60 foot under power, but the tyres started to go a little way, and probably about 150 foot out, you could see where the tyre tracks stopped, and that's when she was off the gas. But planned launches, good to get that one out of the way.
Yeah, good 60 foot from Suzanne as well, 0.87. That is seriously, seriously quick.
Well, that's very low fours, possibly tickling the threes if it goes all the way through. So, yeah, very, very good early numbers indeed. Right, just a little bit of sweep up out there as we get ready for Run What You Brung. That's what's coming at us next. Going to take us up to 5 to 5 when Julian will be back out with Spider-Man Jet. So all of our Run What You Brungers down there. And actually, looking at a lot of them, they've already had runs as well. There's one or two newbies down there, but some of them have already got runs in today, which is really good to see. Michael D'Souza is down there with that beautiful old school Ford, and even older Ford of Paul Hammond. And I can see, I think that's Stuart Flitton down there with the 100E. Good mix of vehicles. This is what this event is all about. Don't forget, track is running until 8 o'clock this evening, all being well. The only thing that will stop us will be a dew point, but I can't see that happening today, to be honest, which is really, really good news. And, of course, it won't be getting dark until later than 8 o'clock this evening. So, again, that is good news. Maybe, just maybe, things are on the turn and we start to enjoy these lighter evenings. Boy, I'll tell you what, it's been a long time coming, isn't it?
Definitely. So just a little bit of a clean up in the Slick Tricks lane. I can hear cars running in the pairing lane, so we shouldn't be too far away.
Well, they have, you know, although some of them have pushed down and driven down, they've been there a little while, so yeah, they want to put some heat into the engines. Don't want to make the mistake of, but also you need to put heat into everything else, like transmission fluid and stuff like that. You can find out it can be a rather expensive error if you just come down cold.
Yep.
As I'm not saying that was what hurt my car, but I wish I'd warmed it up more than I did when everything went a little bit wrong. And yeah, it's an expensive one, that. But that's racing.
Yep.
You what's the word? If you can't afford to break it, then don't do it. In a funny sort of way. And that's why it took me 2.5 years to come back. Oh dear. Yeah, you got to save up for the bits. Yeah, it's got to be the one of the coolest pairing lanes ever when you have a run with your brother at a nostalgia drag racing event. You don't know what's going to appear around the corner and in what order. I mean, a lot of the cars we have seen before, you get the odd one that slips in and you think, oh, hello. And then they run numbers that you don't expect. And, it's a real eyebrow raiser. But yeah, the lanes are chock-a-block down there at the moment. And the suggestion, I think, is if you're ahead of the lanes, you get a run in, hot lap it if you can, and try and tag on the back of it again, because this session is going to be about 40 odd minutes.
Well, here we go. We're going to kick off with 100E. That's if I've guessed right, of course. Nope, guessed wrong. Michael D'Souza with the old school Ford, running nitrous for the first time this weekend, taking on the 32 Roadster. Already in the 10s.
This is actually a good matchup because, as you say, already in the 10s. Michael D'Souza, we know, tried 100 shot of nitrous on that earlier pass. Is he going to put a little bit more in? Or is he going to stick with the 100 shot? He's not obviously now not going to not run nitrous.
Yeah, in fact, I think he went 1083 in the first section and then 1090 for the Roadster.
Well, we know Paul can go way quicker. It's such a well-sorted little car, that. Normally we see Paul, and I'll give him a shout because I bet he's tuned in, Brian Savage, who's got that beautiful black Ford Coupe, runs in the 10s all the time.
Yes.
But unfortunately had an argument with a hay bale, and Star is on the process of getting everything back together. And look forward to seeing you back at the track soon.
So there should be a good side-by-side 10-second matchup. In fact, look at that, glued together as they go off the track. Michael's going to get there first, 1060, what is that?
1066, yeah.
And a 1085. Improvement for both. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, so the Hastings number then for Michael D'Souza. Oh dear, check your history for the reference there. 1085 for Paul Hammond.
I'm loving this 57, proper show spec car. He's got the 00 designation on the back, so he's running with the class. Of course, 100E running with the 100E challenge. Goes over the line with a 1061 and a 13.0. Okay, so Clyde's back with the villainous old school Ford in this Litrix lane, and another old school Ford, but not quite as old school, with the Mustang. Now, is this the one that came up for sale recently?
Pass. I'll have all the info on all the 00 cars tomorrow.
If it runs at sort of like a 1090, we know it is. He's run the 00 designation as well. In fact, he had 1150 on the boot and he ran an 1153. 1479 for Clyde. to Moggy in the slick tricks lane. And I believe that's a scamp. And it sounds like it's a stick shift car as well. If it is, that'd be mighty impressive because he is properly bank shifted it down the track. 9.99 at 136 mile an hour.
Ah, Joe Stevens. We were going to see this one make the appearance.
I like what he's called the car. He's called it Call Me Out.
That's right, yeah.
Now, has he got a new combination in this thing?
Well, no, it's the engine and everything out the stiletto.
Is it?
No, but without the... No, I need to double check that. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I could be totally wrong.
Just without the turbos, you mean?
Yeah. $11.60, 129, plays $12.50 at 105.
So, Corvette Stingray. That looks like a T-top to me.
So yeah, 72 Corvette. Tracy Ralph. That is a good looking Corvette, that one.
Oh, it looked like it jumped out of gear then. Nice run from the pot. Goes 12.53.
Well, the vet gets on through with a 22.09 at 49. Right, Julian Davison with the 100E going alongside Colin Wood with the Husky.
His wheelie bars are that low, they're actually already on the floor. Just waiting for the Corvette to get off the track. Taking it on down to the second exit. Nope, gone past the second exit. There we go, just pulling off the end of the track now.
Very gingerly as well, actually. All right, Julian just inching into stage. There he goes.
Husky off and running.
10, 13, 135. And it took a little while for the car moved and then it kicked in. 163, 60 foot. There is at least 1500s there on that 60 foot, at least.
Now another new car to the Rumpy Brung. It's this one in the Slitrix lane. Gorgeous. Looks to be a Plymouth GTX for me. Could be wrong.
Oh, it's a Plymouth Satellite, 1972.
Nice.
And straight out of 1939, a car in the Kestrel lane. And I missed what it was. Okay, looks like we may have, yes, a little bit of a clean up in the Slick Tricks lane, actually. So they're out there with the squeegees.
I think that's more condensation out the exhaust than anything, because they are just squeegeing it and it is evaporating.
So still to come at you today. Obviously, we do have the Spider-Man Jet Dragster scheduled to run about 5 to 5. And then there will be a half-hour dinner break on track for our track crew. And when they come back, it'll be Supercharged Outlaws, Wild Bunch, Outlaw Anglia, Gasser Circus, and Nostalgia Superstock. And then it will be Run With Your Brung to take us up to the end of the day at 8 o'clock. But it's not the end of the day on site, of course, because Fuelers Bar and all the catering and everything will all be open. And there will be all sorts of entertainment going on down there, either provided by the patrons that go down there to have a drink, or the entertainment at Fuelers Bar. Take your pick.
So I can see a few good cars in the pairing.
They are
lanes.
all good cars.
They are. You're right. They are all good cars.
And if you have a look, yeah. Sport for choice around there at the moment, really are. Got the two Taz Fiat 126s. Got Doug Harwood's with Barracuda. Got Dave Cherritt's Dark Revenger. Got the Austin pickup. You got everything down there. But in front of us now, Matthew Southcote, who is actually the quickest Run With Your Brunger so far this weekend.
Quick, Colin, find the information.
Yeah, it's Simon Smith. There we go. 483 cubic inch engine in that car. So they're based in Norwich. So I was right with the Norfolk connection.
Cool.
Managed to get that bit right. As I say, their normal plan, unless they've changed since they told me before, is that they do get an Airbnb and stay there, and they just drive it into the track each day.
Nice.
Good way of doing it. Now that's the sort of car that should be on street weekend. If they can drive it from Norwich to here, no problem.
Oh, exactly.
That should be doing street weekend.
Next year.
Next year. It could be in, I don't know. I can't remember every single car that's in it. But how cool would that be?
That'd be super cool.
Yeah.
There's a multitude of classes as well in the street weekend, so you don't just have to be the quickest overall.
Right, we had 8.25 earlier on from Matt. Goes 8.37 this time round. Simon goes 10.66 on 126. And that's his quickest of his run so far.
Am I right in saying that Matt's car used to be a nitrous car, and now it's turbocharged?
I am not sure.
Because I don't know how to
If it's,
scoop on it
if it's
before.
a turbo car, that's going to be a lot better suited for street stuff, because obviously you're not going to be running it on boost.
True.
You know, when you're driving around, but you bring it to the racetrack.
Just shut the wastegates.
Bit of laptoppery.
Yeah.
Yeah, and off you go. Right, Dave Cherritt with a Dark Revenger. Now, so far he's been 10.10. I am going to hazard a guess that they're aiming for 990 because he likes to have a little dabble in super gas these days. If he uncorks it completely, it'll run mid-9s, no problem at all. Nice launch there for Dave. .982 and 13.12. No improvement. Did run 12.97 earlier in the Slick Tricks lane.
Two of the Taz racing machines then. Austin pickup with a twin turbo power plant, or the single turbo LS of Buddha.
Yeah, Kev Preston and Mark Skinner.
Kev getting a little bit out of shape at the top end.
Yeah.
No issues at all for the orange Fiat 1030 and 1095.
Yeah, both of them with their quickest runs of the day, not the straightest run of the day for Kev. So Bill Wilson then with the pickup. Running in Pro ET last weekend. And Doug Harwood with the Barracuda. Doug's going pretty well at the moment. 10.09. Looking to get into the nines again.
A little bit of rev limiter, but he got it into the gear anyway. It's not going to be a 9 this one, but it is a 10.62 and 11.59 in the other lane.
Oh, 13.59.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, not entirely what Bill wanted there.
You've got 2 tracks there. No. Taz, number 1, small block Chevy power plant in the red Fiat.
Boom. 10 seconds dead. 135. Place at 1382 at 107. Right, first time we've seen Scott Collin with the Adrenaline Rush going alongside one of my favourite vehicles, Brickyard Shaker. Dave Mott. Unbelievably, both of these two are in the 100Es. But yeah, you got the van and you got all two. Going to be a solo then for Dave. With a 1381 at 103, well, commiserations to Scott. Obviously no idea why he couldn't make the run. Not for the want of trying, that's for sure.
So the belly tank's back out in the Kestrel beer lane, and Time Lock Racing back out with, I believe that's
I was just trying to find some info on that. I haven't got any data on it.
Now, if I'm right, I think I know what it is. Because Time Lock Racing used to race with the Wild Bunch.
Yeah, Gary Atkinson.
That's the one.
Yeah.
I believe that's them.
Well, just went 1080. Quickest run of the day. Belly tank goes 1292 at 107. Quickest of the day as well. All right, Chris Coburn with the Willis. And that lovely black Chevy down there.
Tell you what, that 55's got some chunky tyres on the back, isn't it?
Yeah. 1227 plays a 1328.
John Dalrymple with 9.90 on the back. And Matt Glassett with the Camaro. Leaning to the 13s. Sure, car can do much quicker than that, but he is just slowly chipping away at it. John getting very close to the centre line. Well, his arrow straight now goes 10.21. Matt goes 13.26. So Thomas Parry with the twin turbo Nova in the Kestrel beer lane. Taking on the black and orange 100E. Nice and easy off the line for the Nova, but rakes into power at the top end. He's going to go 10.05, 141 mile an hour. 13.48 for the 100E. Hey, look at this. Little slingshot in the Kestrel beer lane. That is a supercharged, looks like a 3-cylinder to me. Good news for us, it's got Wild Bunch stickers on it, so that means hopefully it'll be in Claire's notes.
It's not, no.
Oh.
I was looking at the race number, but it's not on there.
That is a gorgeous little car. I'd like to know where you got the front wheels from, because they are particularly small. Hey, hiking the wheels up as well off the launch. Issues for the Rat, unfortunately. The MR2 powered Fiat. And the little slingshot goes 20.3 at 57 mile an hour. Got a lot left in it. I can hear it because he was on and off the throttle all the way down the track. Turning lane still chock-a-block. In fact, I think I can see some gases rolling in the back as well. Believe I can. I can also see the Claytons with the firecracker back in the pairing lanes to make another pass. Not too sure what came out of the Rat there, but there's a nice big trail of it coming down the back. Yeah, unfortunately the other car being told to click off. It looks like to me like that's coolant. But as I said before, I can see plenty of cars still to come in the pairing lanes. I can see Rolling Gold beneath us. I can see Ain't No Saint as well. Yeah, interestingly, they're leaning into the front of the Rat, but the engine's in the back of it. So definitely something like a coolant hose or something to that extent. Nice to see Scott Cullen hasn't given up either. He's still in his car around the back of the tower as well. So just running the one car for now. Rolling gold. The B gas 377 cubic inch powered 56 Chevy Nomad. I'm going to say it's a Nomad because it's a two-door. One 76 to 60 foot. Nicely down the track. Crosses the line to a 12.00. You can see Ain't No Saint behind the towers. Yeah, I actually own two Ain't No Saints.
Likewise.
I'm still holding out for the gold one though. Of course, winner of the Hot Wheels Legends Tour a couple of years ago. A global competition. Not just drag cars, any car. If Hot Wheels think you're cool enough, you then get put through the next round and the next round and the next round, which Lee did. And he won all of it. So we're just holding off for a little bit of track prep. In fact, Ian doing laps of the Volvo. I'll tell you what. Let's see if we can get Nitro FM to do a couple of...
Yeah.
Let's see
I'm
if we-
just scouting through all of my notes from various events, and I know I've got various vehicles written down, but unless I had another book running, I just can't. Yeah, that's really bizarre. That really bizarre. Found some other things out there.
It's always handy, isn't it?
Yeah, a few that we're missing this weekend. You know, people like sort of Jamie Faulkner with the Crossfire
Yes.
Camaro. Would love to have seen that here. The Rambling Man Dodge. I'd love seeing that car here. Well, you know, maybe here tomorrow. Who knows? Is Chris Coburn in that Willis, by the way? I can now confirm that one.
Cool.
I have to check back through my various notes that I've got here. We normally see, and we haven't seen it yet, the Fright, the little Austin.
Yes.
The Austin Healey. No idea why it's not here. It could be here tomorrow, but so it's one of those vehicles that normally always appears at this event, and we haven't seen it yet. We also haven't seen yet. And I'm looking for it now. It's the blue Mustang. That's not the Smurf tank, was it? It's not Whiffy Smith's one. I'm not sure. It might.
know.
It might be that one. I've seen Alan Rimmel drive around the pits, around the roads, and he's got the gold Willis with the hearse on the side.
Yes.
I haven't seen that on track yet. So there's a few cars that you would normally expect to see out on track that we haven't yet, but hopefully they will get their opportunity, if not today, tomorrow onwards. So that's just looking back at some of the other runners and riders that we normally get at this event. As you say, Scott Collin heading back to the pits. Hopefully he can get that sussed out. Also, we haven't seen the Morgan. That's normally always here.
Yes.
Paul Riley, normally see that car around, but again, we still might. Right, so this is Simon Devos with the Frankenstein going alongside the perennial pairing. Good. They have got the pink shirts back on again. Once again, well done, guys. Well, one of them has. This was a brain tumour research in honour of dearly departed friend. So let's see how Lee Johnston with Ain't No Saint and Simon Devos gets on with the Frankenstein Chevy.
Well, lots of wheel spinning for Frankenstein.
Come on, Lee into the lines. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, 1018, 134. Simon goes through with a 1216 at 84. Can't believe in all the years I've been commentating, it was the first time I met Simon Devos at lunchtime in the pairing.
Oh, was it?
It's one of these guys that I've just never caught up with. But yeah, finally, tick that box. The thing is, though, you go around the pits chatting to people and you end up chatting to one person for ages.
Yeah.
And no disrespect to them, but you want to try and chat with everybody, catch up with them all, and you just don't get an opportunity. So that's why I'm really looking forward to tonight, going to have a chat with the 00 gang, because there's loads of them there.
Yes.
And I'll get loads of information. So, and apparently a burger or two. So that's me sussed out for tonight. Right, anyway, let's concentrate. So the
one-wheel peel.
Is that
Keep
a one-wheel
going.
peel?
Yeah, it is. Keep going. Keep going. Well, the Warbird one-wheel peeling all the way up the quarter mile. Go on, there's
I
8
think
mile.
I think that's rubbing. I don't think that's wheel spinning all the way up there. Can't be.
It was spinning.
What, 76 mile an hour? No.
I
Anyway,
can-
it was
I can see
impressive.
I can see a tyre track.
Yeah. Well, the Nova goes quicker than it has done previously today. 12.76 at 107. Well done, John. All right, let's have a look into the lanes. Aha, that gorgeous blue crowd. Actually, it was really good, actually, because got loads of information on that Camaro. Charlie Seaward is the driver. Charlie Seaward is the guy who's got the E-Type drift car.
Oh, okay. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
same car. You know the one I'm talking
yeah.
about. So that's his. Many thanks indeed to Darren Huxley for messaging that particular info. But that car has been around a while, but good to see it in Charlie's hands. And thanks to Jim and the team for coming up and having a chat about it. So you got the Lawson 100E and whoa, the little Opus. That's very rare. You can see they get out of shape, but it did a little wiggle then. Wow, 1506. That is a good little number for the Opus. Thought he was going well. Ah, right. Oh, that was the target.
Okay.
But nevertheless, 1506. Nice
Whoa,
one.
who did that? Sorry, I look back up again and I can't see anything.
Now, this is the Smurf. Is it the Smurf Tank Mustang? I will find out a bit more later on. I'm not sure if it is. Go 1195 at 108. Okay, so then Charlie Seaward. They've had the car for 9 years. It's got a 555 cubic inch Jeff Bull engine at the front of that. The aim for the car is, well, it's got to be low eights. It's where it's got to be heading. Now, at the moment, well, let's just see how this run unfolds. Going alongside Graham Scrivens with the Anglia. Unfortunately, rolled the beams a little bit there.
Yeah, so this run won't be representative, but it's still
I know,
going to be fast.
it's still off and running. You should go north of 150 here. Oh, nearly 140. 940 at 140. That'll do nicely. Plenty more to come.
You probably find that was about a 9.2 with the double step on the line.
Yeah, 154 to 60, so they lost 2/10 there. So 920. Yeah, that's knocking on the door of the 8s already. Very nice. Graham Scrivens goes 1050 at 132. He'll take that. Nice pass indeed. Well, as they say, the hits just keep on coming. You got this Scimitar down there. Again, member of the 00 bunch of racers that have all got together this weekend. I think there's over 16 of them.
Okay.
So
do we know?
I'll know everything tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to have a good old chat with Phil Mills tonight. It's a group in its infancy,
Yeah.
but it will go places, put it that way. Looking forward to seeing how that develops. So 12.54 at 106 and 17.14 at 77. Well, you got Adam Clayton down there with the Altered. He's not far away. Looks like Keith Bartlett is down there. Either that or Nick's bringing somebody else up to the line. No, it is Keith going alongside. As I say, you know, the Bonnie and Clyde old. That is just so cool. I do like that.
Yeah, I'm really sorry I don't know your name, but I am calling you Clyde.
Well, it's a 1932 Ford. Going alongside the 57 Chevy, affectionately known as Roaring Rat. Well, KB wringing its neck. 10-2. 10-4, 129. And 14.39 at 93.
Bit of a match race now. Two of the guys running in the Gas Circus this weekend, coming out for a little bit of testing.
Yeah, they're in the Run What You Brung as well.
I'm loving the stance of the not so mellow yellow. The front wheels are really, really tucked in.
Tucked in, yeah, yeah. That's Adam Krasinski and young Mr. Glenn. Well, one of them was wide awake off the line. 10.69, 126, nice pass. Very tidy pass. Well, the Spider-Man jet is not far away at all. Obviously, Adam Clayton is down there as well. As we approach 5 o'clock, I would have thought we're going to get these Run What You Brungers through and run Adam, then the jet, then it will be dinner break, and then obviously when we come back it will be qualifying once again for our race classes, and then to round the day off it will be Run What You Brung once again. I've got a shout out to the Caminator, who has joined us here all the way from Florida. Nice one. Ah, nice. Brian Savage got in touch. Thanks for the shout out, Cole. Car coming together slowly, waiting parts from the States. Brian, I feel your pain, mate. But as I say,
Story as old as time, mate.
look forward to seeing you when you come back. Bang.
How about that for a launch? Flames out both sides of the Husky, then wheel spinning, and then gripped up. We go to line 10.61 still. Steve Matthews with the honky tonkin, taking on RV Turner with
Nice.
the Nurse Stoner.
Yeah.
Another little match
You'd
race.
have thought this was Gas Circus, but it's not. It's actually still Run What You Brung. John Spord got in touch. Thanks, John, for your kind words. Appreciate that one, mate. Do wish you were here.
So can Steve pick the wheels up? He hasn't done it yet. No, not quite.
Yeah, but you don't want to waste too much full momentum going up. If you can get it into the 9.4s, you'll be happy.
A little close.
Well, that'll do. 9.52 and 11 flat. Right, let's have a nose in the lanes. I can see, what's that, 3 cars down there? 4 cars. I haven't classed Adam Clayton in that because he's an Alton. That's not a car, that's just a missile. And then we have a proper jet-powered missile in the shape of Julian Webb with the Spider-Man jet. So I think the idea is to run this lot through and then go on dinner break, and then when we come back, as I say, continuation of our race classes.
So the belly tank and the satellite.
What I was
up
scouting
to the
for
line.
earlier, because I took a screenshot of the belly tank with all the details, and I've lost it.
Oh.
That's what I was scouting for. Such a cool vehicle. It's actually a hand-built. It's not a converted belly tank. It's a hand-built car.
Okay. Just in the style of.
Yeah.
Still going to go 1291 at 106 mile an hour, and the satellite goes 16.75.
If you award cool points,
Yeah.
the belly tank is always going to be very near the top.
All of the cool points.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's such a great car.
Matt Glassett underneath the tower with the Camaro. Gorgeously turned out machine. There's a lots of looks around the front of Buddha.
Yeah, so I can see Ray Irish down there with the gas junkie. I think
that's short
Shaw
fuse.
Milsom. I think I'm not quite sure. Can't tell from the front end from this distance, unfortunately. I know we got Adam Clayton down there.
It's definitely a pop. I can see it looking out the window. I'm cheating.
Ah, it could be the short fuse. That's the one.
So Matt being brought forward now. So Matt consistently in the 13s now.
So Ray Irish. Ah, Nick Hewison. There it was.
So they're both after the Sportsman tree.
Yeah, it's the car that I was going blind. I couldn't recognise it from the front. And then you see it coming. Oh yeah, Nick Hewison, of course. So a couple of Gas the Circus cars in Run What You Brung. .988 plays a 10.19. Right, Adam Clayton with the Firecracker coming around the corner. I'm not too sure if the Taz 126 is going to be making it round the corner, but the only other vehicle down there and making its way forward is Julian Webb with the split second jet. That'll take us nicely into our half-hour dinner break. That is such an awesome looking car.
Sounding exactly as a blown altered should.
Hard as nails. Oh, that's leaning out. Is it?
Yeah,
thought
it was a little bit, but then he caught it.
Caught it. That's what he's doing. So 9:45 on his run earlier on today. We know it can go way quicker. See if everything engages to the max this time round.
Still nice and soft. Takes it up to the 8th mile with a 5:48. Goes over the line with an 8:52.
Second quickest of the day, actually. Run what you brung. Shoots out. Blossom beautifully in the shutdown area. And it's a vehicle that I will be quite happy to watch all day long. Oh dear, I absolutely love it. Right, okay, to take us into the dinner break then, Julian Webb with not split second. It was a jet dragster that we've always known him for driving, but this, his new one, the Spider-Man jet. Makes you wonder what the thought process is of running it, of like getting into jet dragster driving. We know Martin Hill's been doing it for donkey's years. Well, to be fair, Julian has been doing it a fair old while. But to sort of like to run the split-second jet dragster in the mid-60s consistently.
Yes.
I mean, that went as fast as it could go.
Yeah.
It wasn't going to go any quicker. But the thought process to build a new jet and to put all the know-how that Martin has garnished over the years and put his expertise into that one, and obviously the chassis building expertise of the houses, and to put this jet together and the few little design tweaks that went along the way, and has resulted in this amazing jet car. And Julian, comfortable in the fives. Obviously, he would like to go quicker and quicker and quicker, but also there is this continuity thing as well. It's an exhibition vehicle, and always puts on a cracking show.
Always. So, long old startup procedure for the jet dragster.
Yeah, it's not exactly like Terminal 4 at Heathrow when you get pushed back and you go through that process. But you just love it if your pilot says, "I'm going to minute, I just want to do a flame show," like the Afterburners. But no, that would be so cool. Any drag racers on the plane would go, "Yeah!" Everybody else go, "What the hell's that?" But here we go then. The Spider-Man jet. Don't forget, folks, after this run, it will be a half-hour dinner break. Your chance to go and have a wander, get yourself a coffee, have a comfort break. But make sure you come back, as we will then be continuing our qualifying for our race classes and then rounding the day off with a Run What You Brung up to 8 o'clock this evening.
So Julian turning up the jet just that little bit more. Blowing stuff off the shelves up here in the tower. Everyone give Julian a wave as he brings the car into full stage, looking for a low 6, maybe a high 5. Well, at 104 to 60 foot, he's well on his way to a low 591, 260 mile an hour.
Yeah, that's a little bit quicker than it went earlier. It went 597, and this time 591. Okay, folks, half-hour dinner break. Chance to get yourselves fed and watered and a comfort break, and we will bring it back up again at 20 to 6 and we will continue all the fun, all the excitement, and everything that goes here at the Nostalgia Nationals. It's day 1 of 3, and let's hope it continues like this. We're going to hand the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2. We will take it back when we continue with our qualifying. Against a Dodge from so I think
I'm going to guess a couple of 10s, I reckon.
71 Dodge, I think that is.
Oh, just waiting for the treat. There we go, off and away.
Good to see that the live stream is on. Brett Cordell's just messaged in and said, got the live stream on, have a good weekend. Cheers, Brett. Hope you're keeping well, buddy.
Okay, I was slightly wrong. 12.66 from the Nova and a 13.47 from the Challenger.
Nicely away, 171 to 60.
Well, a 170 from the other lane. This should be pretty close to the top end. It's going to be really close to the top end. A couple of 10s, 10-1 and an 11-0.
Yeah. I think the aerodynamic. I've got to. He won't be tuned in, but I've got to give a shout out to Clive Charles, who took the championship in the 100E series last year. Now lives in Thailand. I'd see plenty of social media updates and everything. One of the most interesting characters I think I've ever met in my life. Anglia, let's have you into the pairing lanes, please.
Pair of Moggies then. I can tell that because one of them's got it written on the side of it.
Well, the Golf oil colours going. 12.96 at 102. 15.96, he's in.
Oh, he's in?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, that was a 121 to 60 foot. I had a bit of a wander about 300 foot out, but no issues at all. He's going to the finish line. 8.25.
Oh, yes. Well, deep into the 8s on that one. 8.25, 163. Not to be outdone, though. 10.93 at 116 in the Slick Tricks lane. But nice run indeed there, Matt. And if he runs that car to that form on Street Weekend, he's going to certainly be in the top 10% without a shadow of a doubt. God, that is so different. The way they riveted the wheel arches and everything on that. I love the mirrors.
Did you see the front end of it?
I sort of caught a glimpse of it. Oh, yeah.
It's not like a old Willis.
It is, yeah.
Half a smoke and goes to the pit line.
Nice one, yeah. 12.24, 111.
Oh, it is a 4. Looks like a 9 on the scoreboard.
With the Gas Junkie taking on Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin. Now, the last time I saw Steve, he was reaching for the sky and running mid-9s pretty much on every single run. Ray Irish, normally low 10. Well, actually, I think the dialing's given it away now, actually. 10.04. Can tickle into the 9s. Steve Matthews dialing in 9.49 for his first pass here at the Nostalgia Nationals. A little bit of wheel spin off the line there for Steve.
Yeah, so he's looking for a 9.49.
Well, if Steve had gone with Ray's dialing, he'd be number 1. But 10.04. 40th anniversary here this weekend, as we've already mentioned. I don't know how old Harvey is. I think he's under 40. So one for the family album, this one. 10.85 dialing for Ray Turner. And actual fact, They both dialed 1085. I wonder why. Well, we know Ray can hit it. I didn't realise Harvey had been that quick. 0-2 compared to 2-2 off the line. Oh, 1085 on a 1085, darling. That's how you take #1 spot. Beautifully done. 1097 for Harvey. They go 1 and 2, but yeah, to hit your number first time out, absolutely bang on. That's so cool looking though. Moon tank on the front now, looking really good. Oh,
well, living up to his name, is the jumping jalapeno.
I didn't see it, but I heard it.
Looking for 1070, he goes 1088, puts him in the #3 spot. Not bad for a jumpy launch.
Cheeky little wheelie off the line there for Nick. That's looking good and strong, actually. Yeah, 88 on 82. Goes #2. Adam goes 29 on a 12. All right, Patrick Holt, 1160 dialing, 1150 for Patrick. And a 99. Patrick goes 4, and Nick goes 8. We're a little bit, intense. Well, Rory Rat sounding good and strong. Dialing a 1025 then for Keith. Oh, bit of a car backfire. Get that restarted, no problem.
So, of course, the way this class works, you pick your own dialing, you go any quicker than it, it is disqualified, so you've got to go as close as you can to it, like Ray Turner did, dialed 1085, ran 1085 with a 5. Keith looking to beat that, so if he goes 1025 with a 4, he wins. He goes #1 qualifier.
Oh, Simon Prest headed back to the pits, no idea why. I'll tell you what, for the stop-start on the start line, that is a belter of a run. 10:52, 126. Actually looked quicker. Did actually look quicker. So, car is normally pretty well sorted. Always up there in the points chase as well. Let's see what he's got then. 10:55 his target. 10:68 goes #6. Dodge. Nice cheeky wheels up launch. $11.22. What's he got? $11.49. And Christian goes through with a 13.56. Compared to Jack's 975. Big wheels up launch, and the wheel wobble when it came back down. And that is a 991. 1388. Supercharged at 12. Nick Martin 1150.
Yeah, Spencer running last weekend in Comp Eliminator and Nostalgia Superstock. Part of the MSA series. Just a quick look inside Nick Martin's
Yeah,
Duster.
I think something came off, but it's now been handed to the driver, so not a key component. Ah, no, it was a key component, so it's been pushed back. But it was like a little clip or something, so yeah. I think he'd probably still get a run in the session though. So let's see how Spencer gets on then. So 11:12. It's going to be close. 11:15. 300s off. That'll do. Nice opener there for Spencer. I know we've got the youngsters coming through, like the youth and exuberance, but the age and treachery will always come good in this class. They always do. Great playing field for all, level playing field for them all. Let's see.
So Pete looking for a 10.35. Goes over the line with a 10.65 and 11.77 for Gary Corp. Puts in the number 2 spot.
Glyn Dunford met Glyn and his good lady wife down there at the awards night. First time I'd actually met him. He was a spectator on the banking 2 years ago.
Nice.
Bought the car, joined in, having a great time. Oh, Gary reaching for the sky there. Oh, cracking launch, Gary. 11.16 the target. 11.13, breakout a little bit too quick. Glyn goes to the right side though. 11.29 on that 11 flat goes number 4. And for Stuart Arthur this year with the Plymouth, going alongside Russo's Rat, Chris Goodale, 9.83 on the dial-in. Stuart dialing in 12.60. Chris, this car does twist when it launches. I wonder if he's managed to calm that down a little bit.
I'm loving the design on what'll it do.
I like that's a great name. That's a brilliant name. He's dialed out a lot of that twist. Just went up and forwards instead, which is good. So 9.83 the target then for Chris. 78, big breakout. And Stuart thought, if you can do, I can do it better. Brakes.
2 beautiful cars. Is Beavis new to the class?
No, but he ran last year.
Okay.
But the car used to have a supercharger on it.
It did, yes.
So obviously you can't run supercharger or can't run power adders in the class. So naturally aspirated, and he'd actually take a number 1 qualifier.
Oh wow!
So I can't remember if it was the Nostalgia Nats last year or. But yeah, good car. I think he ended up number 2 actually in that particular meeting, but nevertheless. He said it was like, I said, no, you make your own like that. 12.19. Rob, though, goes 12.35 on that 12.20. Goes to number 3.
So 10.12 the dial in for Dan. Paul Singer looking for a 12.10. And in fact...
Roll was numbers reversed.
Yeah. I'd like to see how many cars in the class are stick shift. Because I know Dan's is now.
That didn't honk the front wheels up like it normally does. 147 60 foot though.
In fact, I think he's just lost a wheelie bar wheel.
So it goes 10.17. Who lost the wheel?
I think Dan just lost a wheelie bar wheel. It's currently
Yeah, they have spotted it because going to hop over the wall.
So Howard
Excellent.
Holmes looking for an 11.90. Adrian looking for a 10.90. Should cross the line about a second apart. Oh, breakout by the smallest of margins.
They're dialing in 11.90. Oh, in the 11s now, Chris. Steve Lloyd dialing 11.20 with the ex-Williams Brothers Impala.
Missing in Compliminator.
I think got some sort of fluid leak underneath the Impala.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of a trail.
Oh, 008 light there for Chris. Wide away club off the line. Now then, can he run 11.90? 12.23 at 108. Oh yeah, just a little bit of fluid. We can see it on the track there. Oh, away. I am so glad nobody's bought that car yet, which means Dave keeps running it. Cracking car though. The Dodge Challenger, 985.
Does he have anything else in the works? Do we know? Or are they secrets?
No idea.
Sound like it never shifted.
10.04, 135 goes to number 7 with that one. Fully capable of taking the number 1 spot as well.
Hearing all the straight cut gears were up.
Wow, big breakout, 1390. So Glenda just a little bit too quick. Pretty sharp off the line as well. Mind you, a little bit of ring rust here, so how quick he's going to be straight off the line. But nevertheless, that'll all come good come race day. So John looking for 1065, Rick looking for an 11. 11.17, 11.34. Considering that's Rick's first run in about 3 years.
Oh, really?
10.39.
Lots of wheel spin for both of them.
So 10.23 breakout for Duncan, but 10.46 on the 39 puts Andy into them. Alan Huckle with the 65 Ford, and Dan Sanderson with the Mustang. Dan, I think he's now in his 3rd season with the Mustang. Debuted the car and put it in straight into number 1 qualifier at his first meeting, and got the award. It was Dragstalgia actually. He came and did that. Been chasing it ever since. 13.09 for Alan, goes 9. Dan Sanderson goes 14.29. Slots in at 17. In 10 flat. And it won't be a 10 flat, it's going to be a bit north of that, unfortunately. A bit of wheel spin off the line. Probably be about a 10.4. Oh, making that 11.2 actually. Still got a good speed at the end there, 130. But did lose a fair chunk of time with the wheel spin off the line. Had to pedal it to calm. Well, John Sleep was running the pickup truck last weekend in Super Pro. This weekend, it's got a Camaro. Well, the clock's having a good old think about it, and finally gives us a 9.71. Yeah.
Well, there's certainly no test passes, I'll tell you that much. Gary Hill with a very meaningful launch.
That'll do, 9.77, 135 and 12.60 at 104. Nice 141 to 60 for keeping to the left-hand side of his lane, but Luke Hoskins goes through 9.91, 134, and Alex goes 11.90, 113.
Whoa, Colin moving about his lane once again.
He still wants that 760. I don't think he'll get it on this one, but yeah, 890 plays 888.
Yeah.
01 light there. Colin, nothing wrong with that.
Your number 1 qualifier, 888. That is a number that is very beatable. Well, 121, 60 foot from Rob there. Already doing 120 mile an hour at the 8th, goes over the line. 895 puts him in the number 3 spot and a 942. Very good, strong pass from Wayne. That sticks him in the number 4 spot.
It's definitely, it's just I don't recall it. It's probably find out he's been racing for 17 years and 49 weeks on top of that. But well, Andy's going to get there first with a 1087, 120, and 1253 at 101 for Barry. So 10 cars in the first session of Out of Anglia as we move on to the Wild Bunch.
Four goes. 11.47 and a 14.85. I think this is one of Bob's first runs ever in an altered. Bit of a double step from the short cab redemption car. Goes through with a 10.54.
And well done, Bob. 13.72 at 93 mile an hour, his first journey with the altered. I'm going to do a shout and I hope you enjoy your weekend here this weekend and obviously be a bit drier. So let's have a look at Dan Wilson and Rob Brown. 8.76 for Rob and 10.30. Now was it Rob? Because
I'm going to say no because there's Rob.
It was. Unfortunately, Rory lost fire just before the tree ran. James Griffin, good looking run. He'll take that. 9.68, 130 miles an hour at the stripe. Very, very tidy run indeed.
There we go, that's a much better launch. Click second gear.
Well, that's straight and true. Wow, 1080. Get in there.
With the shootout as well, look at that.
Yeah. Pretty typical.
So ran into the 10s on the last run. What can he do on this one? 10.68 and a 10.97 for the Firebird.
Oh, that was backup Bob, but not in his backup car.
Okay, one of those cars on the road before.
Well, not looking like that.
What? No, of course.
Well, Dave on his way to a 9. Oh, 10.10. Darren just pulling over to the right hand side, just going underneath the gantry at the top in there at 36 mile an hour, so he'll take the first exit. That's probably ruined all his street cred because he's hard as nails, but without a top bloke. And I tell you what, I think he's going to open his account with a very strong 10-second pass here. Well, it's in the 10s, 10.99. Well, it's strong. 119 mile an hour. 13.77, 104 for the Tri-Chevy.
Lots of wheels been off the line for the Firebird.
Well, got it hooked eventually. That's a good looking run. 10.08, 136. Dominic will take that one. Problems with 100E off the line for Julian. But Dominic, well, actually the 5th quickest of the day.
Here we go. The Battle of Britain
Hey,
flyover
they're here.
memorial.
Right, Ian Smith goes through with 11.70. 117 miles an hour. Can we have Nostalgia Superstock into the lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock into the lanes. Graham gets there first with a 12.48 and a 14.73 from that beautiful black Chevy. $10.23, $10.75
Now, looking around the back of the tower, I can see Adam Clayton with the firecracker.
An altered like this.
So, Adam Clayton with the first run of the year. Heading up the quarter mile. Nice and soft launch. Sound like a high gear launch as well. Clicks it just after the 8th mile. Still goes 9:49. Well done, gang. Good, strong opening pass.
Well, one thing's for sure, the engine is developing a huge amount of power. As you say, as I say, I will be in the pits with the 00 gang. Makes it sound like a secret agent, doesn't it?
It does.
But as I say, I will have all the information ready for tomorrow from the 00s.
Lots of wheel spin instantly for the Nova. No such issues for the Challenger. They're going to go through pretty much side by side, 12.97 and a 13.28. Talk about a meaningful run from the car in the Kestrel beer lane. They're both on him.
Oh. Well, Thomas goes 10.04, 141, 10.13, 127. Well, Matt's bumped through stage. Whoa, yay. Bill's almost spun out in sympathy, man. Well, Matt came very, very close to the wall. He bumped through stage and then thought, oh, I'm just going up the track. And yeah, got a little bit left on that one. So I think a run both of them want to forget.
So just a little bit more run to go. I can see the Gasser Circus starting to fill the front of the lanes now.
That's a good looking car. And it goes. Oh boy, does it go. 127 to 60 foot. Oh, clicked it early.
I think that was
issues on the run, actually, yeah.
Outlaw Anglia to the pairing lanes, please. Outlaw Anglia to the pairing lanes.
That is one beautiful Camaro. I will be looking for that in the pits later on.
So will I. Name, but I'm going to call you Clyde from now on. Because you'll 100% want to body in Clyde. Lots of wheel spin from the Moggy and a belt's come off of it, so I'm not too sure what that is. Probably some sort of auxiliary belt.
Or probably alternator. So there won't be many other belts on it.
11.1 and a 14.7 from Clyde. Now that
not for us this time round. So Phil went into the high 10s on his last pass. And 1070 this time round. I don't think Loz is going to get into the 17s on this one.
Yeah, you're most definitely right. I think that is a scimitar.
Yeah, 22.61 at 49. So they are basically running under, raising awareness of brain tumour research, as very sadly a good friend of theirs passed away. So the pink shirts are in their memory, and it was such a shame that Simon, his run wasn't going to have their car immortalised as a diecast, but they did. They won it. Global competition.
It was global as well.
Yeah, it was global.
Every single continent they went to.
10.16, 133. And Simon dialing in 11 flat. Nick dialing in 9.86.
Well, Nick currently sits in the number 2 spot. He's going to have to run at a 9.86.5 or better. Simon deciding that trees don't matter anymore.
Oh, 985 with a 7 on a 986. And unfortunately for Simon Prest, still hasn't got a number because he, as you say, he went before the tree ran. Just realised that was on the heat.
Wheel spin again,
Whoa.
still wheel spinning past 60 foot for Steve Matthews. Lifts nicely. Ray Irish looking for a 10.14, goes 10.44, stays in the number 9 spot. Yeah, Steve essentially just did another burnout. So Adam looking for an 11.12. Currently sits at number 7 spot. Not bad sitting in the number 12.
So 11.40 on 11.12, 12.28 on 11.60. No major movements for those two. Right, Andy Cobb, bad to the bone. Old school Ford. Proper old school, that is. Going alongside the governor, Keith Bartlett, with Roaring Rat. Heath is 10.31. Andy Cobb moved, Keith went with him, I think, is the way.
Well, Keith's already gone around him.
Keith's on an absolute flyer here. 10.45, that moves him up from 10.7. Andy Cobb, 11.48 on a 10.56, slots in at number 14. But nice move there for Keith. Jason Hollenby with the jumping. Well, Jason's going to get there first. 10.77, nice move. Up the way to number 2. And a 65 on a 55. Patrick stays number 5, but the mover there, definitely Matt.
Nice wheels up launch for sure.
$10.19 breakout for Billy. Oh, 10.63 with a 5 on a 10.64. We've seen quite a few breakouts by less than a hundredth today.
Yes. So Brian looking for an 11.35. And Chris looking for a 10.10. Nice wheels up launch for Brian then as well. $10.28 and 11.41. Brian moves up to the number 4 spot. Chris comes in.
Just roll the beams just a little bit there.
Of course, no time because he went before it even staged, actually.
Oh, there weren't the beams.
No, Spencer definitely is. So Spencer looking for an 11.15. Dan looking for a 10.12.
Bizarrely, Dan's in a position where he doesn't mind if he breaks out because that means the tuning that's put in his car is working. Better launch this time for Dan. Oh, 10.11 with a 5. Spencer goes 11.15. Oh, so close. perfect ET, Royden Mitchell. You ain't going to get any better than that. 13.75 with a 0 and a 3 tagged on the end for good measure. Perfect ET. That's your number tenuous link. So Rob currently number 10, dialing in 1220. Jake currently number 19, dialing in 1080. Jake almost rolled the beams there, but held it back. The result was an 03 light. 1080 is the target, 1118 is the number. Oh, 1221, Rob Cawthorne. Just 100th off his dial, goes up to number 2. I tell you what, this pack has been shot. 5. Just wait for the top end to clear. There we go, round the corner, and the next pair set off. $9.71 for John. Pete goes $10.73. No help, they stay firm.
So a quick double check underneath Steve's car, given the all clear. Steve looking for an 11.18, Andy looking for a 10.3. He currently sits in the number 9 spot.
Oh, 002 light. $10.39, $11.35. So, Boss goes to number 3. Steve Lloyd goes in at number 11. Nick Martin now 4th. Next up, Howard Holmes and Chris Tyhurst. Good strong wheels up launch once again there for the Dodge. Certainly going to get there first. 986. That's going to move Dave up. Now then, Glenda looking for 1389, gets 1398, wrong way around. But Dave up to number 2, Glenda up to number 11. Oh, 11.74 for Gary Core, goes up to number 5. Paul Singer, 41 on a 37. He moves up as well. He goes to
Russo's Rat. He's looking for a 9.80 up against Adrian Portelli with the bid red 6. Looking for a 10.88. Lovely wheels up launch from Chris. Adrian had a perfect ET last weekend. Breakout for Chris and 10th off the pace for Adrian, unfortunately. But no improvement for him.
Yeah, well, Adrian broke out, if you remember, by 3.
Proper chassis twisting launch from Beavis.
Oh, 11.12 for Gary Carr. Beavis Allen, though, 12 flat with a 6 tagged on the end. He goes up to number 2. Gary Carr goes up to number 6. I'll tell you
In the
what.
27th spot. Rick in the number 23. Rick looking for an 11.28, goes 11.28 with a 6, bumps Beavis down to number 3 spot. He goes into number 2. Phil improves as well, goes up to number 15 with a 12.17.
So John going to get to the top end first. 10.65 his target. Oh, 10.65 with a 3. Alan Huckle breaks out. John Davison moves up to number 2. You end up with like 3 and 7. You know. Right, you got 11 flat against 10 flat.
Be good if it's a bracket race. We could work that one out quite easily.
Right, Glyn, 10.09. 11.14. Well, the movements, 18 for Glyn now, 23 for the other Glyn. So Glyn Boardman up to 18, Glyn Dunford up to 23.
Just a quick look under Duncan's car. Been told to click off,
Ian spotted something straight away.
Solo for Matt. Currently number 15.
.25 there for Matthew Stace, number 15. So a pure checkout pass, nothing more for Joe. Drive it to feel comfortable. Just a note of interest, yes, there's a little bit of a breeze out there, but the wind turbines have given up the ghost. Obviously, the National Grid's got enough power in it at the moment, so they've tethered the blades not to rotate.
So this car has been down into the 6.2s now. But as Colin said, this will just be a checkout pass. Had an unfortunate incident last year, and this is their first time back on track since then. Nice to see the full body back on the car.
Yeah, it looks proper, doesn't it?
Well, to be fair, it looks proper no matter what's on the car, let alone full body or not. So Joe Bond, his first run of the year in the methanol slingshot. Supercharged Hemi combination. Whoa, car makes a hard move to the centre line, brings it back, holds it beautifully as the car goes up on 2 wheels. There's a reason he sat behind the seat. He certainly knows how to handle a car. Still goes over as a 12.57.
Heart in the mouth moment, but gathered it all back up. Good stuff. 107 to 60 foot. What hanging about off the line. And, but yeah, the car just taking the first exit. So well on, Joe. Welcome back.
Yeah, baptism by fire after what you after what
the thing is with these cars, there's no point in being soft with it.
No.
You've got to launch it hard, got to see where the car is. But at the instance it's not quite right, get out of it.
Well, you could see the front wheels were in the air.
Joe wasn't going to do a full pass anyway.
No. But the front wheels were in the air, and he was still turning them, going, come on, any second now they'll touch down, and they didn't, so he had to back out of it.
As you say, that's why the nut holding the wheel's a good one there. Okay, let's have a look in the lanes to see Mick Checkett about to come round the corner with Robbie Grabham. Now, they've managed to get the fuel tank fixed. It's not a permanent fix, but it's good enough. Another low 7, the order of the day, basically, for Freddie's Revenge. Very happy with that 702 they ran this morning.
That's a much better burnout from Mick as well that time.
Yeah, sounded good. Emma's running after a man. Why don't you come back, Mick? Shorten the distance. That's it.
Hopefully whatever issues have been plaguing Mick has been fixed in the first 2 rounds, because we'd love to see a set of side-by-side 7s on this run. Both cars more than capable. Supercharged big block in the Topolino in the Kestrel beer lane. Supercharged small block in the Slicktrix lane. Freddy's Revenge taking on Flame Game.
No messed about for me. The team, very good start line procedures for both. Coming up to the beams already.
So 1 torque converter car, 1 clutch car. .703 and a 760 side-by-side 7s for the first time for both of these drivers. 703, 193 Freddy's Revenge, 760, 167 mile an hour. Off speed for Mick. As we call Gasser Circus into the pairing lanes, please. Gasser Circus into the pairing lanes.
So Robbie has done 702 and 703, having a little bracket altered there, like it. Keith Freeman, El Loco. Simon Boot. I went and walked around the lanes actually, and the supercharged outlaw was down there. And Simon come up. Well, you sat in his car. But he said to me, he said, "He'd be taking the mickey out of me." I said, "You what, man? Listen, that was an epic run." Now, basically, Simon before this weekend, his PB was 8.9. He went 8.6. He's taken 0.3 off his PB. And he was really happy to tell me that the reason that's happened, he's got a new back axle.
Okay.
And so obviously it's now got a 40 spline in there. He's done a lot of modifications over there. So super, super happy. And there is more to come. And going alongside Keith Freeman, ran his first ever 8 last time out. I have a story to add to that one in a moment. Let them do their runs.
Well, lots of wheel spin and tyre shake for Simon, but he's under power again. It's going to be an 8.
891 placed 940. Well, before his run earlier, he would have taken that 891. 161 mile an hour going Keith Freeman 940. Keith Freeman, when before he did his 8, he went 902, I think it was. And they had to go and check with the timing crew just to make sure it was right, because they couldn't believe it. But when they looked at all the numbers and everything, yes, 100% correct. And then obviously he knocked his 8 on the next run, and yeah, party time for them. Very, very happy indeed. Okay, the Hellfire Hemi against the new incarnation of Purple Days.
So they're swapping and changing drivers on the Purple Days team. Is Gary back in the car this time?
That's one thing coming out of a rather successful and rapid 7-second altered to put it into a Hillman van. But there we go, that's what they've done. Oh, I fancy a roof. I fancy a tailgate. That's exactly what he's ended up with. Going inside Jim Tucker, obviously the Hellfire Hemi. The 33 Ford. Getting the thumbs up from it. So we're going to send these two on their way. Try and keep the front wheels down then for Gary. Not too bad. Yeah.
Good looking run from Jim Tucker as well. It's going to be deep into the 8s. 883 and a 10-1 from Gary Parks. Needs to run a 990 or quicker to be able to be in the points. But he's chipping away at it nicely. Not bad for the third ever pass that they've had with that car.
Yeah, that's potential with a capital P. Without a shadow of a doubt.
That was actually a second gear launch as well that time.
Yeah, well, that's helped keep the front end down, didn't it?
Yeah. Mike Couch up next, going alongside Aaron Windridge. Mike loving his new combination. He says it's a lot lighter now, hence why it's hiking the wheels in the air.
I like the extra detail on Aaron's car, the white detailing on it. That was a burnout. He goes, no, okay, that's far enough. And then his foot changed. He said, no, I'm going to go a bit further.
Don't you go in again. Aaron must think, if I don't make it to the 8th mile, I've not done it properly. In fact, the back flap's just flipped up now in the...
air brake.
Yeah. Hang on a minute, does that say the dialing on it? Oh no, it's his race number.
Just too cool for school, that. Okay, so Aaron has already been 7:47, a new PB for him earlier on today. Mike Couch went 11:65. We know there's a lot more in that little slingshot.
Yeah, Mike said he's just going to roll off the line, try to keep the nose of the car down. And Aaron's doing the other thing. He's going to launch off the trans brake, so he's going for an even better PB. Whoa, moving all the way up to the wall. Driving it like he absolutely stole it. Mike's getting close to centre line as well. Aaron goes through with an 8:42 and a 9:47 from Mike. There was actually so many things going on then, I didn't have time to commentate over any of it.
Can you take Aaron over to the med centre, get him psychologically checked out? Because there's something wrong in his head. There really is.
He was actually back on the throttle before the rear wheels were back on the floor.
I know. He is. Well, I know we've got one certifiable nutter in Tony Higgs, but I think we've got another one there in Aaron Windridge. Oh dear, entertainment. He's just barking mad.
The fear part of his brain, he obviously left that back in the pit.
Yeah. What's it called? A frontal lobotomy, isn't it? Part of your brain's gone missing. He's probably got that front part of his brain in the return road. He puts it back in. That's what the flip top is at the back. It's a chiller.
Yeah.
And that's where
he puts his brain.
Oh dear. God, I love drag racing.
When you speak to him, he's so calm, collected.
Yeah.
He's a madman behind the wheel.
Yeah, he's very good on computers and things like that.
Yeah.
Well, whatever Aaron can do, Luke can do just as well with the Chevy.
There's, of course, Luke Watts with the 57, previously named Agamemnon.
Ooh, pretty good. How long have you been rehearsing that?
In the mirror every day, coming up to this.
Good lad. Good lad. Yeah, the car previously known as Agamemnon. So you always have to get the name check done, don't you?
Have to. So Luke coming to the line. A strong 8:41 last time out.
The shortest route from A to B is a straight line, and that's exactly what that was. 8:67, 154. I'll start dialing in the performance in the car, but it sounded good and strong. I think there's a bit more to come out of that. All right, is that Mr. Glassup coming round next?
He's up against another certifiable nutter.
Oh, there's plenty of them.
Mick's the only person I know who's had fuel squirt in his face during the run, lift, and then go, oh, it's cleared itself, and then gets back on it again. There's, of course, Mick in the Haggis Hunter coming around the corner now.
That's a beautiful car.
Oh, and taking on Brian Watson as well.
Which is another beautiful car. Oh, you're getting treated here.
Just look at the flex in the chassis of Brian's car. Two beautiful slingshots.
Well, let's say 2 7-second slingshots. Brian Watson on his pass went 784. Mick Hanna went 765.
I think that's a new PB for Brian on the last pass.
Very good afternoon to the Fadster. I know he's tuned in. He's been ducking in and out of the live feed today, so good afternoon to you, mate. Actually, it's almost evening, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Good evening. Can we please have Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock. Let's have you into the lanes, please.
So, Brian Watson, Mick Hanna. Issues for Mick. They're going to let him back up.
That's good, because Brian wasn't up on the rev, so...
Not entirely certain what went on there with Mick, actually, because it sounded like a trans brake issue, but it was holding the RPMs down. Oh, lots of tyre shake for Mick. No issues at all for Brian. He's going to go on through to a deep number, close to centre line. Whoa, 798 that is. And just about as close as you can get to the centre line block without actually hitting it.
Did it fall over in sympathy? That's what I need to check,
don't
because he was very, very close. I think it flinched.
Well, the quad's going out.
Well, the quad's going to have a look at it.
Nope, it's obviously okay. He's just driven past it. Got to go see Mick. Yeah, lots of tyre shake for Mick, unfortunately. I think that's what clicked the car off, actually.
But no, the block did not move. Actually, the block, what he did, it jumped out of the way. Goes, nah, missed. Just got back on station. Yeah, so obviously Mick Hanna going to be towed back to the pits. Well, looking in the lanes, we can see the Chariots of Fire slingshot of Roy Wilding down there. You can see the Bubblegum Capri of the Glassups. It'd be Bob behind the wheel, and then all the Wild Bunch are down there. And head of the lanes there is James Ord and Paul Tarry. So they'll be the ones that will be following the Supercharged Outlaws. Well,
interestingly, I can see Dougie Hill down there as well, but he's not in his car. He's just doing the best hand speaking I've ever seen in my life. So just towing Mick off the top of the track. I'm sure the car is A-OK, just a bit of tyre shake. Click the car off. Can Doug hear me?
So, as I say, give you a
No,
time
they don't
check. It's
count.
now 6:10 in the evening. Got just under a couple of hours to go. Need to get all of our race classes through, and then to wrap the day up with some Run What You've Brung, and the signal's been given to fire up the last of our Supercharged Outlaws.
That will be Bob Glassop and Roy Wilding.
That Capri looks awesome.
I think that's what Samuel Jackson would have called his Capri. That's what that is.
So Bob, what did he run earlier on? 9:37 on his first pass. Roy Wilding went 7:27.
Yeah, that's a good strong pass from Roy.
Well, I know he'd love a 6 at some point. I know he'd love to go over 200.
We're seeing something we've not seen for a long old time at these events, is the cars shaking the tyres. Means there's a lot of grip in the track if you can get it.
There is a lot of grip out there, actually. Aided, no doubt, by obviously the glue, but also Ian going out with a counter rotator over, certainly past the 8th, almost up to 1,000 foot. Just giving the track a fresh coat of nice rubber.
Well spotted by Ian. Roy's straps just fell off his hands device, but it's all fixed now. Bob Glassop, Roy Wilding, your last Supercharged Outlaws of the day. Roy rolled the beams, but he's still going to get a time. Hugging the centre line all the way down the track, goes 7:12, 198 mile an hour.
I'll tell you what, that would have been quicker if he didn't actually roll the beams a bit there, because we went 27 to 60 foot, still went 7:12. Wow, 198.99 miles an hour. That was on the verge of a 6 at 200 miles an hour.
I hate to say it as well, it was on the verge of it. 200. I was so close. 100, well, as near as makes no difference, 199 miles an hour. What a cracking session from the Supercharged Outlaws then. As we move on to the Wild Bunch. The Little Faust. James Ald coming around the corner first. He's going to be on solo on this one. So this is just testing for the Wild Bunch today.
Right, now James Ald went 12:62 and followed up with a 12:60. And now in Wild Bunch, it's all about consistency. So if he can hit 12:60 again, that'll be very, very nice indeed.
Car with a lot of history in British drag racing. Been around for a long time.
Huge amount of history.
Running nowadays with a Rover V8 in the back. James, of course, wears the number 3 proudly on the Little Faust Dragster. He's had it for quite a while now, is James. As I said before, he's one of these people who likes to flick around different motorsports. He's done pretty much everything you can, whether it be 2 wheels or 4. And an 04 light there. Not bad on a Pro Tree.
Well, especially you went deep.
I've noticed he's done that every round now.
Yeah, it just rolls forward though. Right, 1260 is the target. 1257. That's all right, because his first was a 62, a 60 and a 57. You average it out. It's nearly 1260. Right, Ian Wild in his favoured right lane. Well, he's done every run he's done. He's been in the right lane.
Well, he could go in the left lane, but because he's got a shiny scoop, he'd just be staring at himself.
Yeah. Yeah, good point.
So 1.760 foot, a much better run from him from what we've seen. Obviously getting the handle on the new combination. Going to go through with an 11.47, 116 mile an hour.
Well, his PB coming into this event was 11.81. Let's just say the supercharger is working rather well. 0.34 of an improvement. No improvement on speed yet, but he got there too quick to build up any speed. 11.47. Nice one, Ian.
Now I'm loving the paint job on the new to James Griffin car. That is Hold Fast Racing's new car. So he's entered it as Hold Faster. However, our sheet says something else.
Yeah. Kiss my gas.
Ooh, I can see a nitrous bottle being turned on now. And that is a lovely paint
nice
job.
little purge. Yes. Ah, Paul Tarry is stuck. Oh no, he's coming back. Good.
He's got it.
He'll come back a bit quicker as well. Nicely done, Paul. James Griffin has been as quick as 9.15.
So Paul just tightening up his harness. Well, I'll have a guess when the nitrous came on.
Yeah.
Slow 60 foot, but he's going to go through with a decent number. It's going to be a 9.54, 139 mile an hour. And an 11.89 for Paul. I tell you what, a 9.50 with a 1.5 60 foot.
Yeah, that doesn't compute entirely, does it?
I think it's because all the nitrous came in past 60 foot.
Yeah, he wanted 2 hits at the tree instead of it all at once. All right, Pete Whitfield with the Rowell Rail. Going alongside Rich Butcher, 4th dimension.
Try and say that 5 times quickly.
5 times quickly, 5 times quickly.
I couldn't say Rowell Rail. I'm liking the headers on it. It's like what you see on the drag boats. Ooh, lots of smoke out of the exhausts. Rich Butcher goes through with a 12.53.
That's expired, unfortunately. Not part of the plan. Rich Butcher, as you say, goes through with a 12.53, but the Rowell Rail pulling over to the left-hand side, but that did go pop, unfortunately.
Yeah, he did the right thing to pull over to the left-hand side. I feel like he would have done it sooner, but he had 2 massive smoke machines blowing smoke in his face. Yeah, and luckily as well, I think all the smoke was coming out of the exhaust rather than somewhere else in the engine.
Yes, agreed. I'll hook up the quad and tow him through the first exit. Track crew obviously going to have a look and see if there is anything left behind. but nothing blatantly obvious. But then obviously we're not down there, we're up here.
Yeah, we're also 1/8 of a mile away.
Yes, and the rest. So I think Ian is heading towards the tractor, and our track crew just taking a breather at the moment.
Car makes a hard move to the centre line, brings it back, holds it beautifully as the car goes up on two wheels. There's a reason he sat behind the seat. He certainly knows how to handle a car. Still goes over it.
Very good start line procedures for both. Coming up to the beams already.
So one torque converter car, one clutch car. .703 and a 760. Side-by-side sevens for the first time for both of these drivers.
8 last time out. Got a story to add to that one in a moment. Let them do their runs.
Well, lots of wheel spin and tyre shake for Simon, but he's under power again. It's going to be an 8.
891 plays 940. Well, before he's run earlier, he would have taken that 891. Not too bad. Yeah.
Good looking run from Jim Tucker as well. It's going to be deep into the 8. 883 and a 10-1 from Gary Parks. Needs to run a 990 or quicker to be able to be in the point. Try to keep the nose of the car down. And Aaron's doing the other thing. He's going to launch off the trans brake, so he's going for an even better PB. Whoa, moving all the way up to the wall. Driving it like he absolutely stole it. Mike's getting close to centre line as well. Aaron goes through with an 842 and a 947 from Mike. That's it. Roy Wilding, your last Supercharged Outlaws of the day. Roy rolled the beams, but he's still going to get a time. Hugging the centre line all the way down the track. Goes 712, 198 mile an hour.
I'll tell you what, that would have been quicker if we didn't actually roll the beams a bit there, because we went 27 to 60 foot. Still went 712. Wow, 198.99 miles an hour. That was on the verge of a...
So any improvement on a 977 for Gary, and any improvement on a 12.60. 971, that is an improvement. The 12.10 improvement for both. Ben moves up to the number 9. Gary stays still in number 5.
Improve on that. Wind has dropped a bit.
Well, that was a much more tame launch from Wayne there. In fact, Luke is out ahead. Luke goes 968 and a 10.0, no improvement for Wayne. But Luke moves up to number 5 with the widest forward pop I think I've ever seen.
That's a lovely launch there from Ben.
Yeah, 133, 60 foot. Brings it back from the centre line.
Yeah, just
off the
coasting
power.
up the strike there, 968, 103. And he goes 1094, 122.
Lovely launch. Colin moves over towards the wall, but reels it back in perfectly. Still under power, over the line. It's going to be a 773, 169 mile an hour. Getting closer to the 760. Barry goes 12.55. Alex currently in the number 8 spot with an 11.90. Any improvement and he will be happy. To be fair, 11.90 with a 9 is a good run for a car on street tyres. I can see he hasn't got the big meaty slicks on like Rob does in the Slick Tricks lane. In fact, I can see Rob's facing... In fact, Rob's facing Kenzie Taylor down there on the side of the wall. Of course, no issues at all. Alex hazing the tyres a little bit past 60 foot. Rob goes 8.92, does improve. Alex goes 12.26, no improvement for him, unfortunately. So, Rob stays number 3. Colin Miller is your number 1. And Ben Kennedy, number 2. He's looking just to get into the field. Nice looking 158, 60 foot. Goes 7 flat to the 8th mile. Over the finish line goes 10.99. Sticks him straight in the number 8 spot. Of the Rebel Slingshot. Car has been into the 8.3s before, on a number of occasions as well. Into the 160s, but a new combination they're just chipping away at. Nice 119, 60 foot. That's a bit more like it. Goes all the way through. It's going to be an 8. 68, much better from them. And you can see Rob's happy down there as well. Well done, gang. 152 mile an hour, getting right back where they want to get. I can see Father George really happy with that one as well.
And talking of supercharged, Ian Wild with a little supercharged straight 6. 4.2 litre Jag engine in there.
It's quite something just to strap a supercharger to the side of your engine, isn't it? Much better run
I
from him.
wonder why he favours the right lane. Oh dear.
1193. Issues changing gear for James, but he holds it well. Gonna run it all the way through. Clicks into third gear, goes 1128, 117.
Right, a correction on this. That's not James Griffin. It's actually WB501. It's the car's been loaned to him by James.
Okay.
All right, so he's
Lovely launches for the pair of them. In fact, they're glued together going up the track. Dan's going to get there first. He's got his nose ahead. Goes 10.31 and a 10.94 for Rory. Of course, Peter Whitfield with the RAL rail. Taking on Paul Tarry. Now Paul's car we've seen before. That is Trigger's Broom.
Well, the rail does. That's a tongue twister, isn't it? It does have a PB of 11.19.
Okay.
Paul Tarry's best is a 10.72.
Well, Pete's off away well.
That is a good looking run, actually. 11.10. Just set a new PB there. Very nicely
Hey.
done. 122 miles an hour.
Ian spotted something on the front of the engine. Thankfully, be given the all clear. So this is Bob's first run of the year. Don't forget. But knowing Bob can be anything from a 60 foot to a full pass. What's he got for us? Lots of tyre shake. That has got to be the most violent tyre shake I've ever seen from a slingshot. Turned the car hard towards the centre line. Bob did a wonderful job of keeping it in his own lane. Andy goes through with a 10.87. Bob with a 12.39, and probably the best driving job I've ever seen from a slingshot that didn't involve crossing the centre line at all.
James goes in a little bit deep on the stage, but still at no 8 line, so no matter. He's looking for a 12.6 again, I think. Rob White. Where's he going to be? In the 12s as well? 12.10 he goes at 12.60 for James. Well, I said 12.6 and that's what he did.
So Bob, second run in the Spider-Man. Feathering the throttle all the way up the track. What's he run? 12.31 at 99 mile an hour. Still got a couple more wild bunch to go. I can see. So there we go, Rich Butcher and Ian Jackson. Ian's going to get a time this time. Goes 11.71 at 150. Well, Paul made a move to the wall. He's still under power as he goes over the finish line. Goes 8.16 at 166 mile an hour. Nick's car not sounding exactly as it should. He goes 13.6 at 47. Emma's still smiling though.
I've never known Emma not to be.
So Mike with a big wheelie in the last run. Try to keep the nose down this time. Never mind, he thought he'd do it twice. No issues at all for Luke. He's going to run on through to a 8.69 at 154 mile an hour. Not too sure what came off Mike's car there. But he's still rolling. So let's see what they can do on this time. Carl has driven cars down the track before, but nothing this quick. Still picks the wheels up in second gear. Keith is off and running on a cracking pass. What's going to be a low 9.40 at 144 mile an hour. And Carl goes across the line with a 13.50. Great first pass.
Much better launch. There we go. 8.85, 153.
No issues at all. 107 to 60 foot, just double steps it as he gets around 300 foot out. But a cracking second pass.
Tiny bit of shake, but not too much. But yeah, that's looking strong. I can see the two top fuelers in the lanes now. They're making their way forward.
So the dry hops up to the line. Mimicked by Roy in the other lane. What can they do then? Aaron Windridge, Roy Wilding. Aaron moving around the lane, backs off, but it keeps the foot in further down the track. Roy's going to come past him. 7:41 and a 7:47 PB for Aaron Windridge. 178 mile an hour for the Altered and 197 from Roy. Only a 10th in it at the finish line. That's what we want to see.
Glasser with the bubblegum Capri. 964 in his first run.
Nice 137 to 60 foot. It's going to be a low 9 or a high 8. Looking more like a low 9. 937, 143 miles an hour.
Willis. Mark Bishop.
Well, it's still black tracking. It's spinning the wheels all the way.
Run out of gears, but 978, 133. Shoot out the top end. I'll tell you what, they'll take that. First pass, excellent job, well done. So 10:41 is earlier pass today, but let's see. We want him in the low 9s and get him into the 8s, be even better. A little bit of a pedal. Looking good. Should be in the low 9s. Oh, what am I on about? 866. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Excellent job. 162 miles an hour. Oh, cracking pass. Simon dialing in 11 flat, Nick dialing in 986.
Well, Nick currently sits in the number 2 spot. He's going to have to run a 986.5 or better. Simon deciding that trees don't matter anymore.
Oh, 985 with a 7 on a 986. And unfortunately for Simon Prest, still hasn't got a number because he, as you say, he went before the tree ran. Realised that was on the heat.
Wheel spin again,
Whoa.
still wheel spinning past 60 foot for Steve Matthews. Lifts nicely. Ray Irish looking for a 10.14. Goes 10.44. Stays in the number 9 spot. Yeah, Steve essentially just did another burnout. So Adam looking for an 11.12. Currently sits in number 7 spot. Not bad sitting in the number 12.
To achieve that. At the cost of, believe it or not, a set. Well, we've managed to destroy a set of sticks on the back of the sled, so they've just had to be swapped over, ready for future use. But obviously, they needed to get those ones off because they're well, they had their day a little bit contaminated. So, well done to our track crew once again. So, drivers are just being sent back to their cars, and we'll be commencing action very shortly indeed. The time, bearing in mind, though, is approaching 7 o'clock. We've only got an hour left, and we have still got the rest of the wild bunch in the lanes. We've still got Outlaw Anglia down there. We've got Gasser Circus, and we've got Nostalgia Superstock still to run. It's going to be a jam-packed schedule, even just to try and get that lot through. So that's the current state of play. As I say, we are not that far away from getting going once again. And I'm just waiting to see if anybody gets the nod to come around the corner. But the burnout box, yeah. Yeah. Well, as I say, we just need to get everybody back on station. Our start line crew are down there. Our marshals are down there as well. As you say, the water box has just been sprayed, so that's got some preparation in it. Not quite sure who's going to be next around the corner there. I'm going to have a stab at possibly Bob Hawkins down there with the Time Traveller 2. There is also the... Oh, I can't, hang on, let's have a look.
Go
at the
on,
lanes.
have a guess. I've cheated because I've been down there.
Is that the Antique Toy?
It is indeed.
Yeah. So that's head of the lanes there as well. So obviously going to be a continuation of the Wild Bunch. So that's where we are at the moment. I think Bob's in the car. I think he's just tucked out of view, and his tow truck is obscuring the car completely, so he can't see it. And that's fact. I hear engine started.
There we go. Bob's been given the signal to fire up as well. So we'll be Dan Wilson taking on Bob Hawkins. Dan's about to have the front row seat watching Bob disappear into the distance, I think, as well. Yeah, fingers crossed for a better run from Bob on that last, compared to that last one. Definitely had all of his fillings shaken out.
Yeah, so Bob's tow truck moves out of the way, and it is, as you say, Bob Hawkins coming round with the Time Traveller number 2. And it is, of course, the Antique Toy. Look at the size difference between these two cars. It's insane, isn't it?
Yeah, so Dan wears the number 1 on the car for this season. Won the championship last year. Bob has a different trophy, though, of being the fastest Wild Bunch car. And the quickest Wild Bunch car.
Indeed. And the best jackets.
Nice professional burnout from Bob there. Of course, Dan doesn't do the burnout in the Antiques toy.
So 350 cubic inch small block in the antique toy. 527 cubic inches sat right in front of Bob.
And that wasn't enough, so he strapped a supercharger to it.
That's it.
And that wasn't enough, so he's also put it on nitro.
Well, that's what enables him to go into the 6s.
Yeah, he had lots of tyre shake in the last round. Fingers crossed for no issues at all on this one.
So what sort of percentage nitro does Bob run?
It does vary quite a bit, but it's usually in the 70 to 100 range. Not too sure what he's running this weekend. I'll definitely go and speak to him. He definitely runs more nitro than he does methanol, I'll tell you that much.
It sounds like a methanol engine where it's hunting for fuel, but obviously when he opens the taps, it's all different.
Come on, Bob. A little bit of tyre shaking, a little bit of tyre spin, but he's disappearing off into the distance. Don't click the blocks, Bob. 643, 205 mile an hour. Resets his personal best, resets the class record. What a speed and what a run. A 1.00 60 foot from Bob there as well. And
that's not a speed record.
Oh, is it not?
No, he's already been 211.
Okay.
But 643 is certainly an ET record. My goodness me, that was worth waiting. His PB before that was 651. So 643. What a run. Let's not forget the Antique Tour went through there with 1031 at 124. But wow. Conditions obviously spot on there for Bob. What an epic run.
The thing is, he actually smoked the tyres before 60 foot, so he had a little bit on the too much side of the wheel spin. But a cracking run nonetheless. Andy Roy with a short crank redemption. He seems to just
1 second 60 foot as well. Wow.
Yeah, give
congratulations to the Time Traveller team. That was absolutely superb. Yeah, rightfully so, celebrating in the back of the pickup truck. Excellent job. So Andy Jackson with the Hammerman 2, the Econorail, and Gordon and Andy Roy, the Shaw Crank Redemption. Nearly. Nearly went through the beams. Tell you what, that's a good looking run for the Hammerman. 1176.
1166 in the other lane. In fact, that was a really good race.
Yeah.
So Pete Brown and Alan Skip, two good friends, taking on the quarter mile together. Ford's been banished from the driving seat this weekend.
Yeah. His toy taken away.
Rob and Pete slowly chipping away at the tune. Ran a really good number last run. back in the 1/160 foots as well.
Nice to see Roy Wilding coming down to check out how the Maras are getting on. Roy's had a good day today. Well, if you're an 8.6 or better, happy days for the Maras. 886, 148, just dropped off a little bit there, but nevertheless, good A to B.
And a good 9.1 from the Chasing Time car. That's one of the quickest runs that car's ever made. If not the quickest. I can't quite remember off the top of my head.
No, he's been 895.
Has he?
That's a speed record. Oh no, that's wrong car. Whoa, hang on. Alan Skip's just gone 153. That's the first time Chasing Time have been over 150.
Well, hey.
Yeah, their PB before that was 147. Nicely done, boys. All right, Rory Hart. Should be going alongside the Raging Cajun. Don't do their burnout over the start line, so they just do their burnout and bring a lovely little altered up to the line.
First run of the day for them.
So I'm not sure which one of the brothers is in the car.
Definitely not the launch they were looking for, I can tell you that much.
Well, Rory doing a good job out there. Goes 10.73. But look at the speed from Rory, 122. That's the fastest he's ever been.
That's us done for the Wild Bunch. As we move into Outlaw Anglia. The Turbo Turtle taking on the Flying Viper.
Well, 7.73 last time out for Colin. As we know, he's here aiming to run 7.60.
Well, I was speaking to Aaron just as we had a quick break then. And they was noticing how much quicker the car is because he's got new headers on the car.
Yeah.
He's only 100th off in a couple of margins to their absolute best ever with 100 shot of nitrous. He usually runs 700 shot of nitrous.
Well, I just had a message from Nigel Rigdon, actually, the good guys.
Yeah.
Didn't get a run in today. A bit of an eventful journey to get here. Didn't get here till 4 o'clock this afternoon. But we are here, and that's something. So, well done, Nigel. I'll catch up with you tonight, mate, because I've got something for you. You know that. Been waiting months for it. But finally, we get that box delivered to you. So, let's see how Alex and Colin get on.
Colin looking to run 7.60. That is the aim of his weekend. Bit of a wander to the centre line, but Colin reels it back in perfectly. Bit of a feather at the top end as well. Goes 8.11 at 150. Alex is on a good run as well.
Yeah, we saw.
He goes 12.08.
It's probably more difficult slowing the car down than making it go quick.
Well, it's built to go quick, isn't it?
Exactly that, yeah. Right, next up then, as we continue with Outlaw Anglia, is Andy Bloomfield and Barry Danby. Andy currently on a 10.87. He's in the Kestrel Beers lane. And Barry going way back. It wouldn't do a burnout. I tried, but it just wouldn't have it. Ian's checking the UK without a burnout, and the driver said, yeah. So Ian's going, okay, son, on your way.
Well, Andy taking a bit of a wander around the racetrack. Crosses the line to an 11.19, no improvement, and a 12.55. Almost an improvement, but not quite.
Consistent.
Wayne Power and Luke Hoskins. Wayne currently your number 4 qualifier, Luke currently your number 5. 2 tenths between him at the top end. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're already going as fast as you physically can, it can be quite a large margin. Well, Luke actually got the quickest 60 foot there, and he's quicker to the 330. 10.09 and a 10.52. Brian Nixon, or as you've entered yourself in as Bryn Nixon,
Yeah.
and Rob Brindle. Rob currently in the number 3 spot with an 8.92. Brian in the number 8 spot. Rob goes all the way through to a 9.10 and a 10.94. Brian does improve, but doesn't improve position, unfortunately.
Right, Ben Kennedy, 8.88 is where he's at the moment. He's currently in the number 2 spot, taking on Gary Hill with a hopping popping. And once again, that message that Gary and Kelly Hill asked us to read out. I'll do it again. Can we have a shout out to Georgia and Brad? They are missing from crewing duties this weekend. Look forward to welcoming their first baby on Monday. Could be sooner, could be later, but it's imminent. Congratulations. That's lots of love, and we miss you. That's obviously from Gary and Kelly Hill to Georgia and Brad.
So Gary with a small purge of nitrous. Ben with the turbocharged combination. Lots of wheel spin for Ben.
Well, nice little. Whoa,
Hold on tight, he hangs on to it, lovely.
He's held it. Whoa. Well held, sir. 9.32. A shake of the head from everybody on the start line, but that was very well controlled at the end of the day. 9.72 there for Gary Hill. Yeah, considering he ran a 9.71 earlier, pretty much on the limit. But well done, Ben. Good driving, good save. I Thing is, though, when you see something like that, we're all like willing it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You know? You literally, it's what comes at you. You sort of say what you see in effect.
Exactly.
And, apologies if we sound a little bit dramatic when we commentate, but you get something like that. You sort of think, oh, God, please hold it, please hold it.
Yeah, the thing is, that is a big old move.
That was, yeah. You can't always see it from the side view, but when you're watching a car from behind, yeah, you can see that they don't always go straight. Ben will be watching that on the live feed later on when he'll replay that. Ah, he thinks that's all right. Had it under control. Okay. From one Ben to another. This is Ben Montgomery, the homebrew for Pop. 12.10, his marker from earlier. Tries to corkscrew down the lane.
I was just thinking that's a much more meaningful launch we've seen from him today.
That's looking good. Yeah. $11.69, 110 to wrap up that session for Outlaw Angler as we move on to Gasser Circus.
Quick shout out to the Bad Blood team. I can see you on the grandstand. You should be out here
Yeah,
running.
they did wound the car, unfortunately, but I think obviously they remember it through a blower belt and was a little bit fluid. So fingers crossed, they are all okay. So Simon Prest, it's a first run. He missed the first one. He drove back to the pits on his second. This will be Simon's first run. Going alongside Ray Irish. .10.06, that's a breakout by a 10th, and Simon Prest joins the breakout club as well, almost by a 10th. He went 10.93 on 11 flat. But at least Simon's got a number on the board now. Right, next up, Nervous Nick alongside Chris Layram. Dial-ins, 10.10 for the green 4 Pop, 11.60 for the green 4 Pop. Take your pick. Yeah, Chris Layram 10.10 in the Kestrel lane, and of course Nervous Nick 11.60. $10.24 and 11.74. Chris goes up 12 to 10. Nick goes 14 to 11. And pick your try Chevy. Steve Matthews and Adam Krasinski. 9.49 dial in for Honky Tonkin and Not So Mellow Yellow 11.26. Oh, Adam rolled the beams there. No such issues for Steve. He's going to get a good number. Is it going to be the 9.49 he's hunting for? It's a 9.61. Adam goes 13.50. Not really a representative number. Steve was up 15.7. It's Sam Glenn with the Austin, and it's Patrick Hobbs with the Falcon. 11.58 for Patrick, 10.35 for Sam. Wow, both wide awake off the start line. That's what the top numbers are saying. 013 and 029. But no help on the numbers though. 10.47, 11.70 they stay put. Sam 5, Patrick 6. Nick Hewison actually did a run what you brung as well. He's currently the number 3 spot though. Dial's 985, he went 988 earlier. Look at the wind, he's totally disappeared. There's no forward, no back, there's no wind out there at all. Andy Cobb looking for 10.56. Even the flags can't be bothered anymore. real good conditions.
No one wants to stage first. It's only qualifying. Whoa! Big old leap to the left-hand side for Andy Cobb.
.10.02 plays 11.60. All right, next up then, Brian Gibson with the Identity Crisis 1964 Dodge. And that is Sean Milsom with the Morris. Ain't misbehaving. The dial-ins then, 10.13 for Sean, 11.37 for Brian. .10.02, big breakup. How about that? A move only by one spot, but it's up from 4 to 3. 11.41 on 11.37. Brian Gibson. Nice run. And if your name's Turner, then you're in this pairing. Ray Turner with Green Onions, your number one qualifier, and he's had 2 10.85 so far. He's pretty much bang on, but not making this one. Going to be a solo then for Harvey. He wants a 10.95. Not sure what's happened to Ray down there. Oh, Ray jumps out. They've spotted something on the deck.
So a solo for Harvey then. 10.95. He's dropped his dial in a little bit. Oh, belt's come off of his car as well.
One of those days for belts, isn't it? 10.97. Oh, yeah. So Ray Turner is number one. Harvey Turner, number 2. And I think there's only one or two more Gasser Circus cars because I look in the lanes and that is all Nostalgia Superstock. It's going to be Keith Bartlett, I think, and Billy Jones. Keith's going to go first, and then Billy will have the other lane to himself. So let's see what Keith dials in then. 10.38 for Roaring Rat. Oh, 10.39 on a 38. KB goes to number 2 with that one. Very not. Oh, he's going to be insufferable later on, isn't he? Oh dear. Do you know what? If he dialed 10.39, it would have been a perfect ET.
It would have been, yeah.
Because it had a 0 after it. But nice job. Billy Jones. 0.4 off the line. Now then, 10.57 is his target. 10.55 breakout by less than 200ths. Right, here we go then, Nostalgia Superstock. And I'll tell you a story in a moment when he appears. But anyway, let's we'll carry on. Jack Bishop, currently number 13. Pete Christmas, currently number 26.
I'll tell you what, it's really, really tight at the top at the minute. Look at that, top 3 all 00 off the dial-in. Top 7, 01 off.
Yeah.
Just to get in the top 16, you need to be 09 off.
Oh, 989, Jack moves up, Pete Christmas breaks out by the 600s, a little bit too quick. Right, Chris Goodale with Russo's Rat going alongside your number 1 qualifier with a perfect ET, Royden Mitchell. If you can run less than 3 10,000s off your dial in, there is a little gap to get in front of him, but not much. I've seen it happen though. I've seen it happen. Throw enough darts and eventually you'll hit the bullseye. And we got this many cars here. Good launch there for Chris. Now they're 970, that's a big number to hit. 972, very good effort. It's going to move up to 28. 1366 breakout for Royden. Chris moves up 28 to 9. All right, Paul Singer taking on Stuart Arthur. Actually, I haven't seen Ash Rawson this weekend, which is the other green duster.
So Stuart looking for a 12.40, Paul looking for a 12.37. Similar dial-ins, but in the world of drag racing they are a mile apart.
12.38. Oh, Paul Singer moves up 11 to 4. Stuart Arthur moves up from 30 to 16 with that 12.47 on a 12.40. Let's shuffle the pack once again. Right, Steve Lloyd with the Blue Pearl Impala, 11.29 dial in for him. And Dave Billadou looking for a 9.80. Well, just seeing what Chris Goodale had done, I wonder if Dave's going to nudge into the 9.7s as well. It will be very close.
Just a quick check of the Kestrel beer lane.
Just checking both of them actually. So Chris Goodale, obviously his run was okay. Stuart Arthur's was okay. It looks like we're all good. Hopped over the wall like a young gazelle there.
Oh, 007 red for Dave.
No, 985, good run, 11.24 there, it's the breakout. Steve Lloyd just started a little bit too quick, by 500ths of the segment. Right, Chris Tyhurst, Jake Cawthorne, your next pair. Chris currently 20, Jake 29. The dial-ins end 12.05 for the red Chevy and 11.10 for the 63 Dodge. Well, a bit of premature acceleration there from Chris Tyhurst.
I like that.
Goes 12.17. Oh, breakout. 11.09 on 11.10 dial-in for Jake. So those two stay put, no help for either. Chris Tyhurst was only 1200ths off and he didn't move from number 20. Tough crowd. Right, Howard Holmes. 11.80 the dial-in for the Coronet. And it's John Sleeth with the Camaro down there. Looking for a 967, currently the number 14 spot. Oh, nice 65 with a 9. That's a little bit of a breakout there for John Sleeth. But look at Howard Holmes. He hits his number. 11.80 with a 4 and 11.80. Only puts him number 3.
Tough crowd this weekend. It's only the first day.
Right, next up, it's Glenda with the $69 Charger going alongside Rob Cawthorne with the Valiant. Rob wants 12.20, Glenda 13.89.
So Rob looking for 12.20, Glenda looking for a 13.89. Just holding the cars back for a second. Issues for Rob, unfortunately. But Glenda's off and running. 13.89 the target. Can't go any quicker.
That's achievable. That's achievable. Oh, 13.92.
That's going to move her up though.
Not much. Oh, it changed very quickly. Right, Beavis Allen and Gary Carr. Oh, went to number 13. Still don't make the top 10, even that far off. Right, reach for the sky then, Mr. Gary Carr. 11.09, the dial-in. .07 off the line. And it is an 11.13. Gary Carr stays number 9. Right, here's Beavis Allen then, in number 4 qualifier. Dialing this time of 11.90. He did run 12 flat earlier on. So I think there's just that little bit more in it. Mind you, the headwind has died down, and that's a big old piece of metal to move quickly. Let's go. Got a few of the what you run cars back in the lanes. So I think it's going to be a little bit touch and go whether we get many in, but some of them are coming down. That's good. We can run up until 8 o'clock this evening.
What's he going to do there? 11.90 is the target. 11.92 is the run.
Stays 4, but he knows his car. He knew there was a little bit more in it, and he found it. Hence the dial-in adjustment. Very well done, Beavis. I think last time when he first came out in Nostalgia Superstock and he ran his number, he underestimated himself. I said, no, Beavis, I tell you, that was epic, mate. It was really, really good. Seem to forget he's been doing this quite a while, but then that was supercharged back in the day, but proper Nostalgia Super Soccer now. Right, Gary Cork, Adrian Pontelli. Adrian broke out by just that much earlier on. We know he can hit numbers. He had a perfect ET last weekend. He could go from 23 to number 3 here. Let's see, 10.90. Oh, number 5. Wow, I wasn't far off. 79 on a 74. Gary Cork drops back 1 purely because Adrian hit his number. Wow. Boy's good, isn't he? Right, Glyn Dunford going alongside Matthew Dowdy. 11 flat plays 11.09. Dunford breaks out, goes 10.95, just that little bit too quick. Don't be disconsolate. That was a good run. 11.13 for Matthew Dowdy. Puts him in at number 15 spot. Right, two top draw Nostalgia Superstock racers here. Lee Childs, Dan Williams. Let's not forget, Dan Williams won the Lifestyle Championship last year. But in the Camaro, not in the Chevelle. The Camaro's fine, it's at home, it's ready to come back out. But he's concentrating on getting this one sorted out at the moment. Going alongside Lee Charles with the Valiant, looking for 9.87. Dan wants 10.25. Well, problems there for Dan. Lee's going to go take it all the way through. 9.85 with a 7. So a breakout for Lee. Dan just coasting towards the stripe. That's going to be a 17.08, not what he wanted there. Well, a bit of a head scratch for Dan and the team. When they get the Chevelle back to the pits, it's just not doing what it should do. But the only way they're going to iron out the bugs is keep testing, keep running. Andy Bossenworth, Alan Huckle. Andy currently number 9. Alan 27. The Darlings 10.36 and 12.62. .10.35 with an 8. Oh, so close. Alan Huckle moves up though, 12.65 on a 62 to the lofty heights of number 15.
That's
300ths off,
ridiculous,
and you're only just in the top half of the draw.
04 off now gets you in the top 15.
Yeah.
16, sorry.
Ridiculous. Right, let's have a look. John Davison, cracking qualifying from him so far. Currently number 2. Rick Denny, he has put a run in, but he could be the second one that's fallen by something I'll tell you about in a moment. So breakout for Rick Denny goes a bit too quick, and John Davison 10.79 65. Okay, Phil Hobson, Duncan Watts, your next pair. Into the last couple of pairs of Nostalgia Superstock. Oh, problems for Duncan again. Not going well. Right, let's see how Phil Hobson gets on. Last 3 cars have all gone to the left-hand side down the Kestrel Beer lane. 12.16 on a 15. That'll do, Phil. 21 up to number 7. It's a little bit of fluid that's decided to exit the front end of the Dodge for Duncan. So they're going to run everybody just on the left lane just for a moment whilst they clean that up. Right, next up it's the white Mustang of Dan Sanderson. 13.88 darling for him. And then obviously was due to be alongside Spencer, but I think they'll move Spencer over to the other side.
Hanging the gear all the way out for as long as he physically can. Looking for a 13.88. Sitting in the 25 spot at the minute. Goes 13.86 breakout. No improvement, unfortunately, for him.
All right, Spencer Tram, currently number 14. What's an 11.13 here? Actually, I think that is a really good shout. So are we going to see Spencer move up? Well, he's only 0.2 off his dialing at the moment. Wow. 06 off the line. Shows the racer in him. Let's see how the mathematician is. A little bit off there, a little bit too quick actually. 11:10 at 116. Mick Sharp. Has he put a run in yet today? I don't think I've seen the Detroit Hustle down on the start line yet.
Nope.
Yeah, it's his first run.
So that moves us up to a 32 car field at the minute then.
Yeah.
No bump spot at the minute.
There will be. .971 is the target. 972 with the 9. Mick Sharp goes straight in at number 11. Herb looking fairly happy with that one. Nice one, mate. A right grin. Thinking, oh, just one run and we're only 100th off. Right, Glyn Boardman with the Omega. 10 flat. Again, good shout. Car has dipped into the 9s. And I think this is the last of the Nostalgia Superstockers. The lanes chock-a-block with Run What You Brung.
So Glyn looking for 10.00 across the line. 996 breakout.
Yeah, curses. Went into the 9s. So Roy Mitchell from John Davison. Just look at that. The top 5 have hit their number. The next 7 are 01 off. You need 05. It's in the top 20. Goodness me. Only the bottom 2 are on breakout runs. But say the top 24 covered by 1/10 of a second.
Lee Charles, a 10th off. That's not like him. He can definitely move up.
Yeah, but he has only had 2 runs.
True.
And one of them was a breakout.
True.
So hopefully Nick Martin will be back out running tomorrow.
Okay.
You know, the Downtown Dust that was number 1 qualifier. You see he's not on the list now. Story there. A little bit of a schoolboy error, but never mind. These things happen. Okay, so we are going into our Run What You Brung. I must admit, I didn't think we were going to get much Run What You Brung in, but we got a load of vehicles down there, and they're all suited, booted, ready to go. And we are going to wrap the day with Run What You Brung. Excellent. Nice to see a good wad of cars that have made it down. Just a little bit of a clean-up in the Slick Tricks lane. Obviously, it's going to be better to run 2 lanes for, I don't know, 18 minutes than 1 lane for 20.
Yep.
So, it basically gets more vehicles down the track. So that's what we're doing at the moment, just making sure that everything is good in both lanes to wrap up our day here. But looking in the lanes, we can see Ain't No Saint, the Volvo, is ahead of the lanes there. I can see Stuart Flitton with 100E. I can see Simon Devos with the Frankenstein Chevy. I can see that lovely green Corvette down there as well. As I say, it is a proper mixed bag down there.
Yeah, I can see Matt Glassop down there as well. I can see that gorgeous little slingshot with the 3-cylinder engine in it. Supercharged 3-cylinder, I should say.
Yeah.
I need to go and find out more information about that.
Well, I need to go and find out all I can from the 00 teams
Do they have
this evening.
Do they have a class name yet?
Yeah, it's Outlaw.
Oranges.
No, it's Outlaw Outcast or some Outlaw Outcast. I think it's something like that.
Okay.
Hence the 00 numbers. But as I say, I will have lots of information for you when I've had a good old chat with Phil and Lars and everybody else later on. Right, okay, signal's been given to fire them up, and it is going to be the 2 green cars. It's going to be the green Corvette, and I think it's going to be Lee Johnston with the Volvo. It is. No wonder that car is a Hot Wheels car. I mean, look at it.
Oh, exactly.
It's just epic in every single way. 454 big block with a supercharger. And one of the life's best pensioners out there driving the car. Oh, passenger ride in the Corvette, look. That's very, very tidy, that vet. Very, very nice indeed. So this is Tracy Ralph with that 72 Corvette. And we all know Lee Johnson with Ain't No Saint. So Tracy does have a passenger. Oh, excuse me. That was a hiccup that came from nowhere. So today, Lee Johnson has been 10-16. Has he got any more? No more headwind to contend with. And he finds another 300. And Tracy goes 1580 at 94. Oh, good little match-up here. Colin Wood with the Husky. He has PB'd earlier on today. 10.1 at 135.
Oh,
He is
really?
on the verge of going in the 9s with the Husky. Party time tonight for Colin. The thing is, though, he's pitted quite close to my caravan. Go 10.01. Stuart Flitton, though. Let's see what he's got. Oh, blew the tyres off, did Colin. Tried everything. He was going for that 9. 10.33. 11. Look at the speed. 135 again. Wow. So it's 235 mile an hour passes despite all the wheel spin.
So a couple of your outlaw outcasts, I can say that now because I've just learned the name of the class.
Yeah, the Scimitar, as I say, I don't know anything about it at all. Simon Devos, though, been running this car for a long time. As I say, I finally caught up with the team after all these years this weekend. Good bunch of lads. Let's see what they got for us then. At the moment, Simon has run 12.16. He can go quicker. Especially at 154, that should parlay in. Whoa, you get a bit of a wobble on there.
Oh,
so
he's
that's
still
gonna
got a
be,
wobble on. He's still going.
Well, I know he's going to be 12 again, is it? Yeah, 12.41, 91 mile an hour. And 15.44, 85 for the Scimitar. Ah, now then.
Hang on a
Mark
minute.
Skinner, he was towed back to the pits earlier on.
Yeah, but so he's done a burnout, but he just came past like he'd driven round the water box. Obviously,
Well, it makes you wonder
sideways
what
one.
angle he came out of the burnout box.
Yeah.
Ah, then proper sleeper of a Morris Minor.
So he's still running the Hot Rod Gazette numbers on the Morris Minor.
Yeah.
Ooh. He's still got his foot in it.
Computer system thinking about that. 1078 and 1024.
Loving this little slingshot in the slick tricks
It's like
lane.
he's blowing smoke ring, isn't it?
Supercharged 3-cylinder. Really, really old school, harking back to.
Right, well, the Chevy has been 1303 at 110 so far.
Oh, he's been shot off, unfortunately, as he's got no arm restraints on.
That you do need. Even if you run what you run. So, will the Chevy go into the 12s? So look at the 8th. 848 at 86. Whoa, he's going to be close. Oh, he's done it. 1294, 112. Well done.
I can't work out if that's a 3-cylinder in there or whether it's a 4-cylinder with 3 exhaust ports. It's 4-cylinder.
Right, Matt Glassop.
taking on the Mystery Mustang.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a Smurf Tang or not, but as I say, we will check. We'll find this one out later on.
Well, he's on a good-looking pass. He's been in 11.5s all day.
Over one this time round there. 13.05. Adrian Sidwell with a little Opus. Had a lovely 15-second run earlier on. Going alongside the Firebird. So Dominic Sharp in the Slick Tricks lane with the Firebird. Has best so far today of 10.08. Well, we know what we want to see. If you're getting 10.0s and then the wind drops, you could see him in the 9s here, but has the track retained its heat that it's built up during the day? Can Adrian Sidwell get quicker than his current 15-second marker? Goes in deep, might affect his ET a little bit. Nice 141 60 foot for Dominic. Oh, come on. Will he get into the 9s? Yeah, whoa, 970. Whoa. Excellent run. Adrian Sidwell goes 1480. Well, that was way quicker than the 15 he ran earlier on today, at 85 miles an hour.
Look at this for a matchup. I'm still going to call you Clyde in the Kestrel Beer Lane in that proper villainous old school Ford, and another old school Ford in the Slick Tricks Lane. That one's a bit more like a moonshine runner style, in my opinion anyway. Both very quick. $11.89 and $13.98.
Just looking at Adrian Sidwell's fact sheet here, his PB is just over 89 miles an hour. And we went 85.55. His PB on ET is 1465. He just went 1480. So, yeah, it could be the weekend for Adrian Sidwell to remember forever, having owned the car for 50 years. Oh, these two are going to pull each other along, literally. Very, very close together on their numbers. 1050 plays 1070 at the moment. Sorry, 1050 plays 1066. Very, very close.
Well, issues, unfortunately, so it'll be a solo for Michael.
All right, now then, I wonder how much nitrous Michael's got in for this one. $10.64, 125. It's coming on. It's coming on. Good job there for Michael. Oh, there's just a little bit of a fluid trail. Not too much, but there is one there for Mr. Scrivens down there, so just a little bit of a clean-up in the Slick Tricks lane.
So hopefully we'll be running one lane for a little while. No, trying to get this one cleaned up.
Still got plenty of cars down there.
Plenty of cars, but not plenty of time.
Nobody's watching.
I'll just turn my phone
we just stop the clocks and let's just run them all through. Probably can, actually, looking at who we got down there.
Could you turn the clocks back an hour again?
Let's have a look. You got John Dalrymple with a full tilt Willis. Chris Coburn is down there. Is that Dan Boone making it? It is, yeah.
It is.
Dan Boone's made it back down. Good stuff, Dan. Well done. That wicked Camaro of Charlie Seaward is in the lanes as well. We've got the Dawson Anglia. Matthew Southcote is down there as well. And the others sort of just blend in at the back. I can't quite see that. There's a Morris Minor, there's a Ford Pop. Oh, the Chevy's down there, the Tri-Chevy. And then there's another door which I can't see. Looks like a brown door. But anyway, let's have a look. It is going to be Charlie Seaward.
Look at this with the headlights on as well.
That was a shout out to Andy Robertson race cars, by the way, on the back of the car. So a good looking car, that one.
Hopefully he should come out a little bit more often with this. Love to see this thing racing in Pro ET.
Or if Graham Smith is watching, I'd love to see this in Street Eliminator.
So just quickly pull in the parachute pin.
I'm just looking at the cage work, and that's got a full, almost a funny car cage in there.
It's just come out of the Huxley stable. Now that is a much more meaningful launch. 126 60 foot. He
Well,
already ran
that's
a
in the
9.4
That's
with a
in the
140 60 foot. That's an 8 all day long.
Oh, no, 909, but they'll take that.
the
141. Oh, so close to the 8s. Very, very. Oh, super. I'll tell you what, we were willing that into the 8s, but a 909, another PB. I've got a feeling if they're running tomorrow, 8s have got to be the order of the day.
100%.
But well done, Charlie.
That could very well be his first wheelie ever as well.
Yeah, because you can't really pull wheelies in a drift E-type, can you?
Only when things are going
Aren't
wrong.
going right.
Yeah.
100%. Right then, John Dalrymple, 10 flat is where he was. He's been way quicker than that.
Yeah, not too sure what they're trying this weekend because they seem to be a little bit off the pace.
He's toying with us. Let's see. But mind you, this is the guy that had John Dalrymple on the side of his car for 2 years, didn't spot the spelling mistake. So I love him for that. There we go, 10.21, 134. No improvement on his 10 flat. But John's got a lot of reasons to smile these days, so enjoy life, mate. You know what I mean.
Dan Boone coming around the back of the tower with the American Pie Dragster, hopefully sorted out the issues that plagued him earlier.
Yeah,
Nice
going
and
alongside
slowly.
Julian. Yeah, Mr. Davison down there.
Oh no, so they're going to run Julian as a solo,
Yep.
which is A-okay for me because I get to look at the American Pie for a bit longer.
Well, the lanes are thinning out, so we're going to get all this lot through, which is good news.
That's a bit more like it for Julian. Little does he know he's been chased up the track by American Pie. Oh, he's getting very close to the centre line, 13.35.
Come on, Dan. Fine reverse.
There we go,
Good
he's coming
lad.
backwards.
Good lad.
So hopefully this will be his first pass for a couple of years. No doubt be a nice check-up pass. I heard turbos then, out of the Tri-Chevy.
Yeah, he's a little bit previous with his burnout there, isn't he? He's not in this pair. I think maybe a little bit of confusion down there.
So Dan made it successfully all the way back from his burnout. So injected Hemi is the choice for the power plant in American Pie, with some of the tallest stacks I've ever seen on a race car. Not hanging about though, 137 to 60 foot. Goes over the line, going to be a low 9.24, 146 mile an hour with the shootout beautifully.
They'll take that one all day long. Well done. Go to bed easy. A nice relaxing evening now instead of thinking, oh, what's it going to run, what's it going to run? At least they now know they've got that first run out of the way. Well done to Dan and the whole team. All right, Chris Coburn. And I don't know who's in that Chevy, unfortunately. You're having a good day, though.
Oh, see brake lights at the top end.
This is both of them with their quickest runs of the day. 11.87 and 12.46.
So the twin turbo Nova in the Kestrel B lane. Best of a 10.04. Oh, so close to the 9s.
Right, that's Matt Stanley in the 100E. His first, oh no, it's not his first run of the day. Apologies. Shift light comes on. Tom Parry goes through with a 986. Good shout. And Matthew Stanley goes through with a 12.87 at 103. His best of the day. Right, so the Lawson Anglia alongside one of the outlaw outcasts. $14.45 and $15.93. They swapped places, funnily enough, on the old run order list there.
I'd say that was a personal best.
Okay, then. The quickest car on the premises today, actually, in Run What You Brung, with the exception of the Spider-Man jet. This is Matt Southcote with the Scamp. He has been 8.25. Going alongside that lovely little Ford Pop. Best today of 12.53. Right, pairing lanes are empty.
Yeah, I think this is your last
I think
pair.
it's the last pair.
So come on, you can beat an 8.25. I believe in you.
Well, conditions are as good as they're going to get. No wind.
He's facing the wall a little bit, but he'll get that sorted. Whoa! Power out.
Yeah.
The engine just cut out.
So 12.53, you're not beaten actually. 12.88 at 107. And that is game over for us today. And as the crews and everybody have a good old look at Matt Southcote's Scamp, just to see what's happened down there.
Well, it wasn't a bad launch. 169, 60 foot for about half a second of throttle.
Yeah, well, Matt's out of the car, but not a bad day at the office at the end of the day with an 8.25. We'll try and catch up with Matt at some point in the weekend. So yeah, it's just been pushed back. Okay, folks. Well, we're going to sign off from the tower. I hope everybody has a very, very good evening. Been a really good day, actually. Thoroughly enjoyable. Nice to have you up here, Thomas. Normally I call this one on my own, but it's nice to have somebody to have alongside this weekend. So,
Well, thank you very much for putting up with me.
good. I'm paid to put up with you. Not enough, I must add. But no, it's been a very good day. Thanks everybody for attending day 1 of 3 here at the Nostalgia Nationals, the 2024 edition of it. Been a very, very good day indeed. Well done to everybody that set new PBs today, especially Charlie Seaward. He's on the verge of going into the 8s. Colin Wood on the verge of going into the 9s this weekend. All sorts of good runs from various people. Miss Doug Hallward, actually. 10.09, a PB from him today with a Barracuda. So well on to Doug. Are we going to see Doug into the 9s this weekend? We shall see. You'll have to tune in tomorrow to find out.
Exactly.
On the next exciting instalment of the Nostalgia Nationals. We're going to hand the airways over to our wonderful friends down in Nitro FM 96.2. They'll be taking it away. Obviously, lots of entertainment and Fuelers Bar as well. So enjoy the evening wherever you end up. Just remember where your tent or your motorhome or your caravan is. Otherwise, you might get a bit confused because you didn't park it in the normal spot. Okay, folks. We will catch up with you tomorrow. Have a good evening. Catch you later.